Alright, I should be live everywhere, right? Surely it's connected. I think. Okay, good. It's working there. Let's get the music playing. Alright, let me get my ult logged in. What do we got today? Okay. Yeah, we got those dailies, and it's that join up today. Good, good, good. Alright, let me grab an exoskeleton. Hi, Cork. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let me just claim the things on my ult. Sure, they gave me that stuff. We're gonna end up trying the raid again today. We got a different idea of strats to try anyways, so... Who knows, maybe it'll work this time. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Right, you never know. It's in 55 minutes, damn. Oh right, cause their thing is coming. Right, their patch is dropping. Well, I don't play on CN, so it is what it is. I saw on Cake's Discord though, CN people saw my YouTube post. So that was interesting. I saw that in the zoo, I think it was. They found my post. Oh, it doesn't start until a couple hours later. That is weird. You'd think they would like drop it at the same time the patch dropped, but I guess that's just how they run the thing on the CN server. Right? Okay. Okay, I can sell these today. You can already preview it in the rerun of the Carrot roguelike thing. Damn. They're rerunning that already? That's surprising. Hi Tara, welcome, welcome. Yeah, my ult is like broke on the minium. Okay. Not sure why things were like lagging briefly. But oh well. It is what it is. Oh yeah, I'm already with my ult here. So we do join off first. I don't know, I didn't really read the thing. All I know is I'm apparently on their site. It's funny. It is funny. I'm on the arca.live site thing. They found my YouTube post. Oh yeah, we need to use the thing to skip. We gotta go Volt today. Okay. Let's head on over there. Well, we just went in. We're gonna do some raid molding in a bit. Oh wait, I just realized something. Fuck. I forgot my ult was still in benediction thing. I forgot to switch it off and now it like aggroed something with Brevi. So I can't switch it to Entori just yet. Okay, let me switch it off to Entoria. Alright, we're gonna try the increased timer stuff. Right. We're gonna see if we can clear it. We're changing our approach by adding in Brevi. Oh, you haven't finished all those yet? The stuff there, you haven't finished it? That's old shit. Ah, not on CN. Fair enough. Right, now he's gonna jump down.
My sweetheart, I will avenge you.
And edge. Wait, it's a bug there? So you can just keep holding it. Okay. But like, you're one-shotting everything in there anyways. Are you not? Yeah, they do many clicks when you do one trick. Okay. Interesting. Alright, now we gotta do dailies. Let me just check the board here. What else do I need to do for the Linsis board? Oh, I need to kill Hera at some point. Bounty missions, fishing, raid on thing, evolution frontier, yup. Alright, Hera needs to get killed. Damn, game 2 alive. People are actually killing Hera. Game is 2 alive, guys. It's 2 alive. Game alive, Hera dead. Alright, off to Kylo then. Because game is 2 alive. I'll do dailies first. I need to kill space pirates, patroller, Jerry 85s, and humanoid enemies. It's so dumb how like I just fall off first, but I'm trying to exit out and go on the mech. Cause they have you do the backflip trick. Okay. Where do I want to go? Oh, do I have the exact same thing on my ult too? Alright, that one's destroyed. Oh, I got one shot by the laser thing. Neat. Space Pirates was top gun. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure they had pirates over there. At that teleport spot anyways. So I just go here. And there'll be pirates waiting for me. Okay. And then we gotta kill Jerry 85. Because there's 85 Jerrys. Alright, at least these dailies are quick and easy. And cleared. Yep, that should be all my dailies. Yep, that looks like all my dailies. It's on what? Sequential bygone like 67 or something? It has like 360k CS. It can hit 370k CS depending on my set on it. Oh, it still thinks I'm in the Benediction layout. Damn. It's okay. Nothing too crazy. I still need to work on its Titan though. It's okay. Yeah. That's about it. Like, it's okay. Nothing crazy. Oh yeah, I still haven't done the exploration stuff. We gotta get that done eventually. Damn, I'm running out of, like, black gold. Okay, we wanna go to... Oh wait, there's a chest here. I still haven't done the weekly final trial. And the weekly raid, I don't know if it's still bugged. But we gotta do that too. Is weekly raid still bugged? He's super easy now. You can just spank him, right? Okay. What I'm gonna do next then is... Wait, still no rewards? Wait, there's still no rewards in it? Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. So, like, you still get nothing for doing the Asurada raid? You still don't get anything? So they made it easier, but... It gives out limit raid rewards. Okay. So you don't get the 10 modules. Honestly, you know what? I'll take it, though. Limit raid rewards are still good. Just rip on the booster modules. I want the booster modules, too. Rip on those boosters. But hey, at least it gives something now. Right, you get Titan compiling module. Those things are rare. Much easier to clear with DPS. I wonder if they fixed the mech raid too, or... why did I have this set up again? I don't remember. Why is Shocky even here? I don't know why the hell I had this set up. What was I trying to do? I don't remember. But I don't think Shocky should have been here. Okay. Wait, let me switch this. With Icarus. I'll try it with Icarus Previ first. Increase all elemental damage. After using ping chain. Oh wait, no, I don't want Brevi set. Because of that. What's another set I could use? Wait, I should use things that increase my attack. That way can at least do more damage out here. Yeah, we'll try it and clear it with this. Preset. I'll try with Fiona. Vortex is increased by 30%, that might help. And then it set the skill correctly. Vortex Torrential. Okay, cool. So that's still working. Let's get the toilet buff then. Oh god damn it, it's another one of the freaking things again. At least it was like forcibly hidden, but still. Alright, my ult needs to have Brevi equipped. Because with Brevi equipped, it can do its thing. I guess I should put inhabit there. Or actually here. So Vortex does even more damage. Alright, and I get a bunch of the AoE damage there. Surely that will be enough. Right, hopefully that'll be enough. Alright, let's get the toilet buff. Right, I'm just adding an extra chunk of time to the timer. With this. Moving my ult to the other monitor. Oh, you know. Might as well use the Lince's skin. There we go, acorn buff. Alright, we got the buff. Come on. Give me the buff already. Yeah, we're trying to get the acorn buff. There we go. We should have a longer timer now. Right, the timer should be a lot longer now. Right. Right, come on. Do, 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 do. Come on, stop stalling. What the fuck? How is this stalling, man? Look at this shit. Yeah, this thing is annoying because it keeps stalling. Can you do something, please? This is like not gonna clear, I don't think it is. It's taking way too long to do anything. We have both brevies here for the timer extension. Like, the fuck? Like, it's not doing anything. Yeah, it's a restart regardless. Alright, we have 2 brevies in there. The boss has too many attack animations. They need to delete like half of them so it doesn't stall. It has too many animations. They gotta delete it so it stops stalling. That's what it needs to do. Just delete them. Delete the animations. Alright, come on. Alright, let's load on in. Wait, why isn't the timer increasing? The fuck? The timer didn't increase. What the fuck? You see that is bugged. The timer didn't increase. It works in raid too, doesn't it? It's supposed to apply 25 seconds in raid 2. Either way, that's it stalled for too long. That stalled for way too long. It works in like everything. It even works in Bygone and sequential. You sure? How do you explain this? How do you explain this? 10 minutes, 6 seconds. How do you explain that? We literally have on the leaderboard more than 10 minutes. On the instance timer. Alright, come on. Oh yeah, we hit the YouTube quota already. Which is really dumb. So rip YouTube. Damn. Sometimes a lot of things just don't happen. It has many bugs. Yeah, rip YouTube, no more bot. Honestly, I need to look into an alternative for Streamer bot because that thing is just not working. Why is it not giving me the buff? Yeah, whatever. We have time on it. I just need the toilet buff for the start anyways. Why does my alt load first? Doesn't matter, this shit don't work, man. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Can you attack me, please? Oh fuck, why don't you attack me? Stop spinning around! Like, what the fuck? Fucking hell. Restarting. It's not scripted at all. Like, come on. Do something. Stop stalling! Alright, hi Death by Snoo Snoo. Welcome to pain. Yeah, welcome to pain. God damn it. I can't get there, reset. What do you mean? It's bugged. The fucking raid is broken, man. It's been bugged for a couple of days. It's been bugged. It's been bugged for the past few days. The boss literally just like stalls for like 90% of the time and doesn't do anything. I pressed the wrong button. Whatever. Can it do something, please? Come on, move! You see, it's just not doing shit for like half the time. Was it last week? Was that before the weekly reset or after the weekly reset? Oh shit, I messed that thing up. Was that before or after? What day was it that you did the clear? That's why. The thing's been broken since. It's been broken this whole week. You did it last week. It's been broken for this entire week so far. And having more players in there makes it more broken. The entire thing has been broken. You can end up going for minutes on end without the boss doing anything. That's how broken it is. It'll sometimes even just do nothing for like 2 minutes. And you know what that means when it does nothing for 2 minutes? Honestly, it might have been easier when I wasn't to get it to do something when I wasn't using Brevi. Oh damn it, this is slower than the other thing. Look, it's just not doing anything now. It's actually, look, you see this? Oh fuck, we got Fantasia. I hate Fantasia, man. They should delete it from the game. It's so useless. And like, it takes too long to do anything. I'm getting hit on purpose just because it might make the AI do something. Like, I'm letting it hit me on purpose. Just because I think it might help the AI. Yeah, well, this needs to get hot fixed, man. It does nothing like half the time. More than half the time. Do something! Fucking hell! This piece of shit boss. He can't even hit me. Do something! Come on, do something! Look at this shit! Finally. Again, like, do something, you piece of shit boss. Like, it's just not doing anything. Look at it. Come on, hit me. Get the... Yeah, I'm gonna just ping a Perfect World employee and just tell them. Are they not in this channel anymore? Oh, I guess they were moved to the other thing. Fuck, who do I go after here then? Oh, they're just not online. Wait. Oh wait, no, I'll just ping them.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
I just straight up pinged them. I just pinged the freaking Perfect World employee to tell them. Check the raid boss. It's straight up broken. I think we'll just switch it to the other comp though. I think Brevi breaks it even more. I think Brevi breaks it even more. It'll just get stuck in a loop for minutes on end sometimes to just not do anything. New trailer? Oh yeah, because they have a new patch soon. Okay. It's just a bad week as a whole, yeah. I still need to do weekly raid and final trial. But yeah, the boss just, the AI breaks down and does nothing, making it impossible to clear. I think Brevi breaks it more. Oh, anniversary pulls? Yeah, fair enough. That should be soon. Fuck. It didn't do damage? The fuck? I stood in there and hit it. It didn't do damage. But yeah, not using Brevi makes the boss glitch out less. Is what it seems like. It freaks out less. So, don't use Brevi at all. Boss is not happy with Brevi. Alright, let's see.
All done.
Come on, do the thing already! Now it's stalling again. Stop stalling! You don't need Revy. The best run I've had on this was without Revy. You don't need Revy. The best run I've ever had to get it to almost execute range was without Revy. And then I timed out. Because the boss is a piece of shit that keeps stalling. But yeah, the best run I ever had was without Brevi. The boss stalls longer if I use Brevi. So, better not to use Brevi. It freaks out more with Brevi. It's harder though, but... It's the difference between it working and not working. Notice how it's triggering them a little bit. It's not breaking as much. Because they don't have Brevi here. Notice. Right? Notice how it's not breaking as much. Like, he still stalls, but not as much.
I'm not taking this hit for nothing, you know.
Alright, now it's at 3 health bars. But yeah, it's a lot harder this way, as you can tell. And look, it glitched out and didn't take damage from that. Hey Kusanagi. Welcome, welcome. Did you get your 4090? That you were trying to get already? It arrives tomorrow? Nice. Hopefully it's all good. Just be careful with like how you plug it in, right? Make sure you're careful with the power cable and everything, cause those things it draws so much power. Right, you've heard about what have happened with like melting power connectors and everything. So be very careful that you make sure it's plugged in all the way. Yeah, 12 volt high failure for a reason. Same time, it's like, you don't really have a choice if you want anything faster other than a 5090, which might potentially be even worse. With like how it consumes power.
All done and ready to go.
You almost got the 5080. The 5080 is a bit slower. The 4090 is the second fastest you can get. Shit. Oh, we'll look at it in a bit. We'll give it a look in a bit.
Isn't over yet?
But yeah, notice how the boss is breaking a lot less. 24. Oh wait, you mean for your the 4090 has 24 gigs of VRAM. You get 24 on the 4090. Come on, do something. Alright, it's on its last bar, but now this is where things really get... I need to get one more phase out, but like, fuck. See, this is the problem. Like, if I could have gotten that phase, that's the problem with this boss. It stalls for too much time. I straight up just freaking sent the freaking thing to the Perfect World employee on this. It just keeps stalling. Sure. That'd be cool. I told you, like, the fucking thing is completely broken. And the worst part too is I have to like waste like 30 seconds to run to the boss. And it's even worse with Brevi, because I can't even get that far with Brevi. Or like I can't even get that far with Brevi. Does Altered Nola even like work on the thing? Does like the Nola Altered thing even work on it? You know, I should tell them like if they want to, if they want some gameplay of the freaking bug, I have like from like 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, I have like an 8-hour. I have 8 hours of it. And then we have even more from today. I have like 8 hours worth of it. From 2 days ago. That's surely enough. Enough footage of the whole issue. Right? 8 hours worth. Right, 8 hours worth.
Initiating target elimination. I'm not taking this hit for nothing, you know.
Alright, come on. Like it wants to reset its position. Look at this shit. That's a long trailer. God damn. Alright, come on. Like, it just keeps resetting to the middle. Fucking hell, this stupid Fantasia. Worst thing ever. Why'd they make it, like, why didn't they just let it be immune to Fantasia, man? What the fuck is this thing doing? Like, the fuck? Look at this! It's like a minute of it doing nothing already. And then you have to wait for it to come back up. Look, it's not even doing anything now. It got stuck there for quite some time. I mean, this is not gonna clear. Obviously, 2 minutes left. And it's not gonna give me the freaking thing back to back. I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, this is just straight up impossible. And look what we have here, another timeout. But yeah, like straight up telling them in the freaking thing there with the CC section on the Discord. Snow Eyes also went in there to talk about the raid rewards bug. And then, alright, take things further. I chimed in. It's like, if you want footage of the bugs, I have like 8 hours worth. I have at least 8 hours worth of it. 8 hours worth. If they really want to see it. 8 hours of my gameplay. Because it's impossible to clear right now. Right? They can have 8 hours worth. Wait, I have 3 stacks of elementalist. What? Sure. We could just do the Osterota raid or something, I guess. The weekly raid and final trial. Because that raid is just not gonna be cleared. I could have cleared it if it didn't take me 30 seconds to run into the boss room. I probably could have cleared it if it didn't take 30 seconds to run to the boss. I don't understand why they don't just start the timer as soon as like you start the boss fight. Like they have that set up for like Evolution Frontier and stuff. But like that 30 seconds to run down that hallway is just too long. And the timer is already counting down as soon as the instance loads. It's not 30 seconds, it's 15 seconds. But like, the timer already is at like 9:45. As soon as I can actually move in there. For some reason. But yeah, basically just straight up telling them it's impossible. Wait, for Asurata raid, is it ideal to still do the NOLA thing? I'll put Grey Fox here. Wait, is Lince's attack higher? Oh, it's 2% higher. I can do more damage this way. Getting rid of my NOLA matrices on there for Lince's. Because I use Frost attack anyways. Like, I could technically replace this with more attack percent. And this is my other altered setup. Technically for this one, using Lince's matrices would also be better there instead of Grey Fox for 2% more attack. Having non-ion matrices there is slightly better because of how the attack transfer thing to the clone. Because the Alter Discharge does factor in the clone, does an extra thing from the clone's attack stat. I could use grapple to... The grapple actually doesn't save me time. I use the speed buff from the toilet. The speed buff from the toilet is about the same speed as the grapple wind-up. Because I have to use 2 grapples. The speed from the toilet actually doesn't save... I mean, it saves about the same amount of time. And you can't increase speed of grapple with toilet. I've been using the toilet. The reason why I use the toilet is because then I can stack it with the mask for even more running speed. Because you can stack them. I mean, you want to come in? We'll do it. We'll do it now. They hotfixed its HP. Why are they doing heroic? We can do a challenge. Come on in. They only hotfixed the HP. Yeah, they nerfed it. Come. I think we can like actually just hurt it though. I gotta put an altered thing. I'm gonna run altered. I think we can actually hurt it. Did you make it in here? But yeah, I need both Final Trial and the raid, so... Okay, you're logging in? Okay, I'm gonna turn off auto approve so you can just select it. I have it set to Scorching Nightmare. Okay. We'll do Final Trial first. I need to get Final Trial done. We'll do Final Trial and then raid. But yeah, I think Nola can probably do something. The Nola thing. Oh, fuck. Rip. I'm dead. At least my dots are still up. I'm still getting some damage from dots. Not anymore. What the fuck, the boss reset? The fuck is the tank and the healer doing? Are they even doing anything? Because goddamn, we all died. My dots are still up though. So I'm at least getting some damage out when I'm dead. Oh fuck, I have... Okay, never mind, I don't have aggro anymore. But I'm slowed. Yeah, I did most of the damage as usual. Yeah, just get out of the fire raid now. Why'd they leave? The fuck? They left after we did that. I'm like, what about raid? Okay. Cool, we got another benediction. Right, obviously we're not gonna put people through the event raid because that doesn't work. I have like 8+ hours of footage of it not working. Or if they ask for it, it's just like, oh yeah, here's this VOD. They lowered its HP apparently.
I've got even cooler stuff lined up. Now all set. Let's rub.
Oh. I can't see anything, man. I can't see anything. How many people are alive? I can't see anything with lenses. I thought they reduced the HP. Someone said they hotfixed the HP. We still get the challenge raid rewards though. Which means we can get the compiling module. Don't you want the Titan compiling module? I'm gonna switch to altered. Oh, come on. They just leave after one run. They're like, I can link me. Okay. Someone said they reduced the HP. But yeah, with lenses, I can't even see the freaking thing. Let me turn off damage numbers as well.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
I just noticed. It shows the compiling module in the rewards tab. It straight up shows the Titan compiling module in the rewards tab. It straight up shows that instead of the modules. Did you notice? There's the two Titan compiling modules. That, like, the modules are still worth grabbing, those compiling modules. Regardless, they're worth having. Where'd he go? Shit, I died. I'm trying to get over there that I died. I was in the air. Fuck it, I'll use my ult. My ult is still alive. Yeah, I need the boosters. Did it even like spawn the clones like once? But yeah, if you want to do damage to it, Altered technically helps. If you want to do like manual damage, Altered Nola technically helps. I know we technically did damage to it. But it's weird how it shows the event rate rewards instead of like the actual regular one. Don't we all? That guy just went offline. You know, it would be great if they actually said the mechanics right here instead of this. Right, like... the descriptions are always just kind of shit. There's a compiling module, but that's it. HP reduced by 80%. Yeah. Yeah, the gold boosters are like the thing we really want. We don't get enough of those. Right, I need the gold boosters. Yeah, avoid fire, avoid fire, avoid fire. You can't even like jump over like and be in the air over, which is dumb. Yep, need more healer. Okay, we have 3 healers now. But yeah, it's like weird how that's the reward this week. They're like, sure, have a event raid reward. I'd rather just do the traffic controller if they got bug fixed. Like, a bug fixed traffic controller boss, much nicer. No one has freaking Icarus Benediction here. God damn. I was stuck in the air. And then it spawned the thing underneath me while stuck animation. Whatever. It's like so hard to also like even keep track of the boss. And shields don't work here. The boss is taking like 0 damage, man. It's taking no damage. Right, look at it. It's taking like no damage. Yeah, the cabbage dog thing is pretty cute. Yeah. Don't we all want it? Alright, give me a sec. Wait, it still has 4 health bars. Oh. Yeah. Damn, if we had Icarus Benediction, it would have just been in execute range already. Yeah, they might clear it. Just a little bit more. Okay, execute, come on. There we go. Nice. Thanks for the carry. Too bad it's not the gold boosters. I need the gold boosters. That was like that ending. Fine, how are you, Jose? If I had the Icarus Benediction in there at the start, man. You know what, actually, I'm curious on? I wonder how this would work, but... Oh wait, no. Yeah, like in raids, yeah. I just thought of something extremely crazy. You know how Aster in Fortitude has the execute thing? Oh, that removes 10% of the boss's HP at the start? I just thought of something very devious. What happens if you apply Serpent Chain on the boss first? And then hit it to chunk out the 10%? Will it take another 5% from Serpent Chain? Because you can still trigger Fortitude Resonance with Zeke in there. Like, imagine. Right? You Serpent Chain them, and then you trigger the thing. Wouldn't that be crazy? Right? Think about it. If you serpent chain them first, and then you delete 10% of their HP, will 5% more get knocked off? Imagine. Right, imagine. Right? Because, like, you can be in Fortitude Resonance, and then you have the healer take out the last 12%. That's 25% of the boss HP gone. 27% in a boss fight, if it works. Right? On CN, it would be 30% because CN gets 80% Serpent Chain, but Global only gets 50%. I won Spirit. Oserata raid is fun. We just did the Oserata weekly raid thing. It's funny though how it gives this shit. But hey, compiling modules. Right? Because, like, I just thought of that. It doesn't exist in group content. If you're in a party, the limit is removed. There's no limit if you're in a party. Except it gives the wrong rewards. Look at this shit. We got Titan compiling modules. And that's why I was like, wait. What would happen if we just deleted some of that HP at the start? And then the healer can delete the last 12% at the end. Nice. Just use the smart servant thing. The smart servant, the small servant, the whatever servant. Cabbage dog. Wait, we'll look at that. In a bit, maybe. I get 2 rolls. Highest reward is achieved again. And we're back to this again. I still don't have invert made. But sure, we'll go full red. With cat ears.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
There we go. Now we got the cat ears and that. I have so many freaking model variations, man. Okay, where is the thing? Let's see if we can find the cabbage dog thing then. Mr. Cake probably has a video, right? Surely he does? I guess BB Some has it. Here we go. Cabbage doggo. With a matching green outfit. But damn, it's one of these.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Nice outfit though. Of course, the dude version. Wait. If the cabbage dog is female, would it be a cab bitch instead? If the cabbage dog is female, would it be a cab bitch instead? Get it? A cab bitch? Right? If it's female, would it be a cab bitch instead? Just need to look underneath it to check. Right? Just need to look underneath it to check. Need to know if it's a cabbage dog or a cabbage. Wait. We can evaluate it. It's a cabbage, guys. It's a cabbage. It's not cabbage dog, it's cabbage. Right? No PP there, so it's a cabbage. Right? Too bad it's like they're not actually touching it. They're just floating on top. The scuff, man. Not actually touching it, reaching it, it's just scuffed.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
It's scuffed. Alright, there's a snowbreak one, right? Alright, fragments of truth.
分析员哥哥，救救我！等等，异
Okay.
议！
Objection? Okay.
异议！
Sure.
是一起密室杀人事件，收到。推理收探。
So we're getting a new version of I gave?
就以
Maybe?
伺机行动。
Is that it?
原来是个利器。
Oh, it's censored, guys.
那么
Rip.
凶器是
It's censored.
分析员。
You know, the thing is, when they put these censor clouds, I think it makes it worse. I think it makes it worse. If you think about it, right? If you're covering something up, and let's say the person was wearing just a bra, right? You cover it up, and now they can't see what's being covered or how it's being covered. couldn't that also mean that maybe because you can't see it, it could make them think that, oh wait, they have nothing there. That's why they're covering it. In some cases, censoring to cover things up can make things worse. If you think about it. Right? Think about it. Right? For all you know, she could have the whole thing exposed underneath it. Right? How would you know? Right? For all you know, her nipples can be in full view. For all you know. That's why they put the fog there, right? What the fuck is this? Oh, I thought that was her tongue for a second. Well, rip their Pocky. This strawberry Pocky.
正言开始。爸爸什么都不知道，干什么？怎么可能是这么可爱的福提亚老师
What the hell is up with her swimsuit? Okay, school swimsuit, Freesia, but what the fuck is going on here? The strap is coming off.
我不是凶手，抓住你了。真相只有一个，认罪吧。人呢？哪来的怪物？
Yep, looks like a new one. Yeah, probably. Actually, wait, no, they would have to censor it. No, they would have to censor it even more if it was on console. Don't forget, PlayStation, how Sony likes to do things with PlayStation, right? You can't forget about that. Remember, it was, the policies there, for certain things are so bad, it literally made it so the guy who was making the Senran Kagura games literally quit his job over it. He freaking crashed out and was like, fuck it, no more. Right, so like the game that they were working on, they canceled I think it was 7 or something. I remember hearing about it. And stuff like that. Just no more because of PlayStation. Especially because like the last game they released on PlayStation, they had to remove half of the content in the game before they released it for the PlayStation version only. The PC version of the game got all the content, but half of it was just completely removed from the PlayStation version. Okay, so that would be like the new boss there, I guess. She's still using pistol, okay. But she's not spamming her skill anymore. Okay. Really? Ah yes, do push-ups on top. Of course. You do push-ups on top. Okay.
同学，不是说好要玩公主与骑士的游戏吗？我也约了。
Like, here's the thing, right? Wait. Here's the thing. The censorship is so dumb, it makes it look like the entire thing is exposed. That's why they're covering it up like that. The freaking censor cloud makes this more lewd. It makes it worse. Look at this. Right? It's like you see bare skin, and then it just gets covered up. So for all you know, they could just be hanging out in full view. Right? For all you know, they could be hanging out in full view, but we have it censored. Think about it. Think about it. Like, think about it, right? Like, the way they have it covered up, it makes it like you can just imagine it's in full view, but we can't see it because you just see the skin and then it's just covered up. It makes it worse. Alright. New operative, yep.
收集线索，细心侦查，严谨
Celestial
思路。
Swan, okay.
没错，我
Yep.
就是大侦探天鹅座。我已经想到今晚要什么奖励了。现场勘查完成。
Yeah, oh wait, she's shotgun, never mind. Shotgun, okay. They got new outfits. Of course.
这将是一场
With flight attendant
浪漫的
outfit.
双人飞
Yep.
行之旅。需要我为你做什么？只要是你的需求，我都会全力。
S2 censorship.
我的专属乘客，分析员，你准备好了吗？身为分析员的伴侣，这套
Is this Jade
行
Arc?
程只有你的打扮。
Is this the Jade Arc changing or the other one?
要一同出门赏花吗？在你
Yeah,
身
Jade
边
Arc. Okay, I just saw
世
it.
界才会
It says Jade Arc there.
请放心，这样的服装并不会影响我的身手。
Okay.
今天，嘟嘟，嘿嘿，泳池安全由我来维护。感觉
It looks like the thing's gonna fall off.
一定是错觉。分析员，要一起游泳
It's
吗？
top skin, yeah.
是布提亚老师大展身手的好时候。
没什么能阻碍我们。分析员，
This is battle pass skin
不
then?
再被过去的仇恨所束缚，
Infinite sight. This is probably battle pass skin.
让我看清眼前的路。下达指令吧，我们速战速决。
不用担心我迷路，手表里有分析员专属的定位
Alright,
战术。
Cirrus.
这样应该就不会掉
Another
了吧？
Cirrus 5-star outfit. Of course, Logistics Squad. I mean, these are just NPCs though. Like, you don't even get to see them, you just see pictures of them. The only thing you get to see of them is the art of them, and then that's it. Shane is on this thing. Oh, they made it co-op now, so now you can play Bejeweled co-op. Not Bejeweled, Zuma, right? This is Zuma. You can play co-op Zuma with guns. It's not clothing anymore, it's skin painted as clothing. Right, this is just Zuma. Oh, this thing again. They're rerunning this one again too. Hopefully they make it so you don't have to run it as many times, because it's kind of annoying how many runs of this you need. Right, it's this thing again. Yeah, that's the thing they do every... Okay, we have this one. Wait, didn't we have this in ToF at one point? I forget when we had this event in ToF. Remember this one? Except this is just solo. Okay, it's the running thingy, yup. The Supreme Battleground, yup. The story stuff is here, yup. Yeah, it takes too much time. Endless Battle, of course, Hero Games. We have this shit every patch. Right? Every patch is a Hero Games and Endless Battle. Other new content, okay. What's the other one? Nerida gets a dorm. Got it. She's no longer gonna be homeless. She'll finally get a room. Right? She was homeless before, but now she won't be. Charybdis, Leviathan, okay. Leviathan Charybdis is the boss. The Frontline Town is the new map. Sure. It's like a giant whale blimp. And that's at the end of the month on the 29th. Cool, that's in the week. Right, that's in a week. Did you try to link something? Links don't work. Send it on Discord, because links don't work in thing. Links don't work in Twitch chat. I kinda had to, like, do that to, like, get rid of some of the bots to, like, auto-flag them. Because sometimes they still show up.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
And, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, just send it on Discord. Okay. We still have, like, so much shit to look through still. I should just, like, mark which ones we've seen at some point. When, like, going through these. Oh yeah, this thing. Someone said they sent an updated one. We were, like, trying to watch that yesterday. Okay, let me just open it from there. It's easier if you put in the channel bot. Okay, there's a DLC trailer for the Nikkei DLC. Got it.
Rated M for mature.
Okay. We got the gun. Yeah, we shipped it. Wait, they just put a Nikkei game mode. Wait, this is straight up just the Nikkei game mode. Didn't we had that one in Snowbreak. Yeah, we did that the other day. We played this in Snowbreak the other day. Yeah. We played it on stream on the YouTube side when when I had the 1-day suspension. We get to fight Scarlet as a boss. Okay. Okay.
I'll give it everything I've got. Witness true power. My ultimate blade.
Okay. Is it free or do you have to pay it? Do you have to buy it separately?
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Purchase and game progression. Okay, you have to buy it separately. Yeah, it says it right here. Purchase and game progression are required to unlock. Cool. New Nikkei themed game mode. Nikkei themed. 3D models for Nikkei girls. Volt as a pet. A boss fight with Scarlet, and then what's this Doro? Okay. Oh, it's this thingy.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Okay. And then there's the complete edition, or whatever. I'm assuming the complete edition has everything. What was this here? They don't know who I am, their thing. Wish all the stupid drama mass reports would stop. Yep. Oh, it is what it is. Okay. We have like so much shit here to go through. So much.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
What's this one? Idea and execution. What is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm just not hyped for NTE.
Oh,
the
this
reason
thing.
I'm not, it breaks my heart because I love the team I met in Japan. But when I played that second beta, it just came off as a chroma skin of Genshin Impact. And the problem is, I think that ship has sailed. Games can't just drop a chroma skin of Genshin.
Okay, but then why doesn't he stop? He should stop playing Lua then. Right? Like, he should stop then. If that's what he thinks it is. But then remember, we dug through his channel, and we saw he barely played the beta. He barely touched it.
Genshin Impact anymore, meaning, oh, the open world, beautiful anime shell-shaded game, but still the same exact concept, same exact swap system, exploration concept pretty much.
Exploration concept is not the same. If he read the fucking design doc that they was sent, that 65-page design doc, you would have known that it's not the same. Because it's like even written on there. Stuff like chests and shit don't exist. The random crap in the world or whatever. They don't exist in the game. Yes, you'll occasionally see chests with rewards in it after you do some sort of event thing. But those are only triggered from certain events. And they're not actually part of exploration.
I need this game to show me what it's going to offer that isn't a mind-numbing Genshin Impact experience.
The design doc, though.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand the people who think NTE is gonna be trash, and I understand the people who even think NTE is gonna be good. And the reason I understand is because you simply don't know any better. Even if you said it's bad or good, you guys are just not gonna be able to mentally fathom the type of content and exploration that can be in this game. Because a lot of you guys do not know who Heart Studios are. A lot of you guys don't have experience with Heart Studios, and I would be thinking the exact same way if I had been actively playing Genshin and Wuthering Waves and just never touched Tower Fantasy and
yeah, because they're freaking boring as hell.
saw the NTE trailer. I promise you I wouldn't look twice. I promise you I wouldn't give a because it would just look like another up-and-coming gacha game in a market, fam. Because that type of gameplay in Genshin and Wuthering Waves is all I know. I automatically tie that assumption to any other game until I see otherwise, because that is genuinely all I know. That is the only type of gameplay I can genuinely fathom in my mind, because if those games are popular, that must be the method. That must be the peak of the gameplay. And let me tell you guys this from now. If you have not played Tower Fantasy from version 4.0 onwards, or actively play it to this day, you cannot formulate an opinion on this game. That's not to tell you guys to shut up. That's not trying to be rude to you guys or anything, but I'm just saying that because it's impossible. You cannot fathom the content that's going to be in NTE because you have never played a game like Tower Fantasy, I guarantee it. And what I mean by playing Tower Fantasy is not playing it in 1.0, seeing all the bugs and then dusting out and then maintaining that same opinion of the game to this day. 1.0 of Tower Fantasy is not the same game. That 1.0 version is its separate entity, fam. It is a different game entirely. Like, sometimes I'll go back to 1.0 just to compare the difference. Even the quality of enemies is damn near unrecognizable if you go to a
Wait, I don't remember this mob. I don't remember this mob here. I don't remember this one, but yeah. Yeah, that's a 3.0 enemy, yep.
The quality of the weapons, the quality of the old character models, the quality of the fucking cutscenes is crazy. Watching the improvement of the game in real time, and I'm gonna split this video into 2 separate edits, so if the tone of my voice kind of fluctuates throughout the video, it's because I'm using an old video that I edited, and the reason I'm using that video is because I made some point. I've spoken on this before, but I just didn't release the video, but there's some good points in that, so if you guys see that, that's why. But back to the video. As I said, you guys cannot formulate opinion, because if you played Tower of Fantasy, you would have known everything you just mentioned has already been in that game.
Drive around random and stuff, but like there's no real exploration activities, which is what an
yeah, sure. Actually, we had some of these back in 1.0. That's the funny part. They just hid them. Remember 1.0, we had the freaking beacon stuff where you could place down omnium beacons? What else did we have in 1.0? There was the racing event we had there. Right? The freaking training stages, the training minigame. Right, we had that shit too. Remember? And then what? Artificial Island, we had like those freaking portals you need to group up to get people to do them. Back when they were actually difficult to do. Like asking for mindless puzzle slop. I don't mind puzzle slop. I just hate how these games do the puzzle slop. The fucking puzzles that we see in these gachas that they put in them, they're awful. They're not like the fun type of shit. Like you go when you like you would get if you were to go and play an older Zelda game like pre Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild basically ruined that shit. Or like you go and play or if you went and played what's like another great example, like Portal or something. Right? Like that type of stuff. Like, you're not gonna get that cool type of gameplay experience that you had there. You don't get that shit in these gachas. It's just like the freaking boring mindless slop of like, oh, here's some random crap we just threw in here on the map. And go do it for like 1/16 of a gacha pull. Have fun. Not worth it.
Doing with their trailer, they gave off the whole, you want to go skate, you can. You want to go play some basketball, you can. You want to go to the gym, squat, maybe flirt with
okay, they showed 2 things from Mario in already.
You can. It gave off that exploration.
If you want to go to the gym, you can. If you want to go and flirt with this chick, you can.
You can't do shit yet. Because there's not even 1 second of confirmed gameplay that's been released to the public, my guy.
Tower of Fantasy has answered your questions. They've told you what's going to be in Neverland Severness. Tower of Fantasy is not just a game, it's a base foundation. It's an experimental sandbox because there is so much little details and side activities implemented into this game. It felt like they were testing. It feels like they were running testing with this game for something bigger for a long time, but I couldn't put my finger on it. This was before the first Neverland to Everness trailer released. It always felt like they were playing about with the open world. I noticed you mentioned you want
he didn't even show the fucking buying a lottery ticket that you can do.
Quality of life content. Let me try paint a picture of the amount of detail that's going to be in Neverness to Everness. What if I told you in Tower of Fantasy, Heart Studios implemented a jail system? How that system works. If you cause trouble in a restricted or an area where there's a heavy amount of guards, if you fail to escape and lower your danger level and the guards manage to X you off, they're then gonna take you to a detention center where you're gonna have to serve a designated amount of time depending on how high your danger level was before you was reprimanded. And the higher your danger level, the more time you have to serve. I think that can even go up to 15 minutes and there is no escape. You're gonna have to serve that time. If you log off, the timer will pause at the time you had to serve when you logged off and will resume from that time when you log on. You can't teleport out of the jail cell while you're serving a sentence, and if you're not feeling to serve that sentence right now, that's okay, but it's gonna come at a price. You're gonna have to pay a certain amount of data sources. For those of you that don't know what data sources are, it's basically the currency of that specific area. But yes, you're gonna have to pay a certain amount of data sources as bail to get out of jail early, and the amount of data sources that you're gonna have to expend depends on the amount of time you have to serve. The more time you have to serve, the higher data source you have to pay, and vice versa. But you wouldn't even fathom that being a feature in Neverness to Everness because you never played Tower of Fantasy. And that's not even the end of it. There's another hidden feature to this jail system. Let's say you tried to use a vehicle to escape the authorities and then it failed and you was reprimanded anyways. That vehicle will now be registered in police communications seconds and you'll be labeled as an offender, and you will get a text message alerting you that your vehicle's been flagged. And what that means, if you use that vehicle to travel around the map and the authorities see you in that vehicle, they will immediately try to reprimand you on site because your vehicle has been flagged as a danger to the public. And a way to navigate around this is you either have to change your vehicle or change the paint job on that vehicle so the authorities can't recognize it and it doesn't come up as flagged. And the thing is, this is such a little hidden detail that most Tower Fantasy players don't even know that's a thing. I only know because that's what I play these games for. I play these games for exploration and I hyper analyze every aspect of them. But you wouldn't even think of that being a feature in Evidence to Evidence because you have never played a game like Tower Fantasy. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. In order to know how Heart Studios is going to handle this game, you need to do research on their work. You can't just jump on a game with the most hype and think you're gonna know what the f***'s going on. You guys have no clue. But that, I'm not even done. Let me talk about another feature if that's not enough. What if I told you there's a chance of a companion combat system being implemented into Evidence to Evidence?
Yeah, we had that.
In Tower Fantasy, you are able to tame beasts in the open world and have them fight for you. Let's say you're exploring the open world and you come across one of these beasts or enemies, and they will have a little capture symbol above their heads. And what that means is that specific beast is tameable. Not all of them are, but some of them are. And the ones that are registered as non-hostile. What you have to do to tame the beast is walk up to the beast, interact with it, and then it will ask you for a specific type of cuisine. What you will need to do is click the feed option and search your inventory to see if you have the certain type of food that it wants. And if you do, all you have to do is feed it. And it's important to note that different levels of beasts will require different amounts of food. So the smaller beasts you could probably feed about one time, and then obviously it will take a liking to you, and then it will be right.
You also have to pet it and stuff.
The stronger ones you'll probably need to feed about 2.
I've used this thing a lot back in the day. I haven't touched actually taming new ones before for a while, but I used it to get a bunch of spiders and shit. Because I used it for the other mode. You can turn them into mounts. Oh yeah, here's the thing. If you do this game mode, you can get mounts. You can get mounts from this.
3 or 4 times before they warm up to you, but once you've done that, they're ready to be tamed. But there's also
that's how you get the mushroom mount.
Ask for a certain type of food that you don't have in your inventory currently, and let's say you can't be asked to go get that food. You can then renegotiate with the beast to see if it will settle with a different type of food in your inventory. However, some beasts are stubborn and they only like what they like, but some of the beasts will be happy to negotiate and change their demand. But you need to be careful because you can only use this a certain amount of times, and if you negotiate too much, the beast will then become enraged and attack you. So you better make sure you have a 5-star buffet in your inventory, fam. However, if you do successfully tame a beast, it will then revert to a fossilized state and then will be transported into a containment egg inside your inventory. And what you do with that containment egg,
you have to raise it
to your artificial island. What your artificial island is basically your private quarters, even though it's not. And in the area, if you don't have one already, you need to create a den. You need to create one that replicates the environment that the beast was captured from. And once you've done that, you can rehatch that fossilized egg, and then you start to see your beast roam around that den. That's not all. If you interact with that beast inside of the den and continue to feed it, there's a chance that it will re-evolve into a combat beast. However, this combat beast will not be your enemy, it will be your servant. And with this new combat beast as your servant, you can bring it into farming domains, but not just that, you can also test its strength against other players' combat beasts. You can continue to increase its strength and even train it to learn some new combat skills. And I'm not too sure, I don't remember too well, but I think there's also a ranking system depending on how much battles your combat beast has came out victorious in. And whenever you come out of a battle victorious, you will gain some sort of currency that you can use to purchase various rewards, and I think some accessories too, but don't quote me on this, but I'll show
there's a mount right there. You can get a random beast mount from this. Right here. Random tamed vehicle box. It'll give you a random mount from the beasts. But yeah.
On the video if I can. My memory is kind of fuzzy on this bit. All I know is you can use the currency to purchase something. But you guys couldn't even fathom a system like that. You know why? Because you've never played Tower Fantasy. You wouldn't know how this company operates. You wouldn't know how they think because there's none like it. There's no gacha gaming developers right now that have implemented systems like that. There's no other gacha gaming developers that even think like this, bro. Because the difference between Heart Studios and the others is that the other developers do what works. Heart Studios do whatever the f they want. Heart Studios think about what the players would want. What would they want to see? How can we spice up gameplay so they're not doing the same shit over and over again? Do you even know that the domains in Tower Fantasy change daily, so you're not doing the same shit over and over again? Heart Studios hate patterns, bro. They don't want to be like anyone else. At least I hope they don't, because if that's their goal, they did a great job with Tower of Fantasy. You're a fan of Attack on Titan, little nigga? 3D movement! 3D movement gear, fam. 3D movement gear combined with a jetpack!
Crazy, man.
With a jetpack! Show me another game in existence with these two aspects of traversal combined into one character, fam. There is none. There is none. There is none. I don't even want to put this out there. You have to go play it for yourself. I bet you guys didn't even know those were features in Tower Fantasy. So that's why I say you can't even formulate an opinion off of CBT1 and what you saw at face value, because Art Studios is not a face value company. They thirst off of the element of surprise. They thrive off of doubt. And I'm going to explain this more in my second video. I'm cutting this video into 2 pieces. This is the first half where I just wanted to address that video, and the second half I'm gonna address some stuff that he said in this video, as for quality of life, as for things you can do outside of exploration. I'm just gonna let the second video take over because I'm drawing a blank right now because I've been recording for over an hour, fam.
Alright then. Part 2. The execution. Where's part 2? When's he gonna post part 2? Maybe like later this week. Dude, this guy didn't even know. Okay, which one?
Thing. I only know because that's what I play these games for. I play these games for exploration and I hyper analyze every aspect of them. But you wouldn't even think of that being a feature in Everness to Everness because you have never played a game like Tower of Fantasy. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. In order to know how Art Studios is going to handle this game, you need to do research on their work. You can't just jump on the game with the
They like the bugs. I quit because they removed them. The bugs were fun. Some of the bugs were fun though.
Let's go find some fun.
Oh, their newly added one which require you to spend more. Sure. But I don't know. I mean, like, there's other shit, like, too, like, the freaking random ass stone skipping crap. I don't know why they even put skipping stones in there. Right, you have, like, the random stone skipping crap. You have the fucking throwing the paper airplane, because why not? There's the fucking lottery that you can do or whatever. But yeah, this shit needs to get spread around, man.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
They didn't even a wanted vehicle mechanic. No wonder why police suddenly gets aggroed. I didn't even open my tablet because most of the messages were scams. Yeah, it's part of the experience. It's part of the experience. But yeah, it's like they do have a wanted system and everything. It was funny though when 4.0 dropped, they did not have the wanted level displayed. Your actual wanted level, but you were still wanted when you get the thing. But then, I forgot which patch added it so you could actually see it properly. Because, like, they borked it before. But yeah. There we go. And now we gotta wait for, part 2.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Right now we gotta wait for part 2. Oh, they live in the UK. Cool. Yeah, there's like even more shit here. Feature creep. Their thoughts. Okay. We'll go with this one first. We'll still on this category.
Of the channel, a lot of my content over the past year has kind of transitioned into the gacha space a little bit. And outside of the current games that I played, there are a few upcoming gachas that I'm actually really excited to try out. And one of those is going to be Neverness to Everness. The purpose of this video is to give you a few bullet points on...
Oh yeah, okay. There was a reminder. Also the pet thing. I forgot to check the rankings for the thing. Where am I? Oh fuck, I dropped all the way to rank 28. We can't have that, can we? Alright, we'll do this stuff first. Okay, now I'm ranked 20. Alright, let's go do this one. I don't know if they'll add it or not, but they could if they wanted to. We've had this in the game for like 2 years. This has been in ToF for like 2 years. Yeah, they haven't updated in a long time. But it's been in the game for like 2 years. And like, it makes sense why they didn't update it for 4.0. Because like, you wouldn't get, there's like nothing to grab there. And like, yeah, we don't have anything updated for 5.0 in here either, but like, it's been in here for a long time. This is old. This was in what, 3.1 they added this? No, I'm like talking about the thing here. The beast capture thing. It was added like after 3.0. A little bit after. But yeah, it was how you also got the mushroom mount. If you've seen people using the mushroom mount. Oh fuck, it teleported theirs. Why is my AI so dumb? My freaking pet AI is so stupid, man. Whatever, I win. The AI of it is like so dumb, man. Like, that's like one of the things though, like sometimes it's just dumb. Yeah, it's like last minute save there. But yeah, old feature here. This has been in the game for like 2 years. This isn't anything new. I do it occasionally, just not on stream. But I do check into this. There's like a ton of mounts you can get from this. I don't have them all yet. They haven't added anything new, but like, there's like so many color combinations, and you need to unlock each one independently. Alright, now I'm rank 4. Okay, we go try new rank 2. A chance, if you could show me some of the parts I need for the PC. Okay. What do you have? Let me know what you have first, then we can go from there. So you have the... You at least have the 4090, right? Hopefully it's actually a real one, and not one of those scams, because I've heard about those. Right? So the 4090 at least is there. You said you got the 98... did you get the bundle? Or whatever with the 9800X 3D or something? The CPU one? Did you get that? If I know what you already got, we can figure out what you need. If there's anything else you need to get. Yeah, I'm not gonna beat that Urba Tiger. It's gonna resist my damage. We'll stay at rank 2. But yeah, this game mode's still active after all this time. But you need it to unlock the mounts here. I'll show you which ones. Like the mushroom mount, to get all the colors, you have to do it from this mode. All the variations of these, you unlock them one by one. Oh, there's more. Same thing with the bird here. I'm still missing like a lot of these. All the color variations, you get them from there too. There's like another one as well. What's the other one? I think it was just the water one, right? The dolphin. Okay. Yeah, the dolphins as well. The different colored dolphins are here too. You get them from that mode. That's how you unlock those mounts. Oh, which one? Let me see. Yeah, you have the graphics card. That's just the graphics card. Do you only have the graphics card? Oh, the bundle, right. Let me see if I can find that bundle. Let me scroll back up. Okay. Alright, so here we go, here. You have this, so let's just go to PC part picker. We'll make a quick list. 9800X 3D, obviously. What else do you have? You do have 32 gigs of RAM. We have the motherboard, X670E. Let's go with X670E. I'm doing it this way so we know, so we can figure out what case you can get to, for everything to fit. So this is the Tomahawk, Mag Tomahawk model. Oh, here we go. We'll have to get you a CPU cooler memory.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
You have... Was it 2x16 gig? Okay, that's 2x16. It starts at 6,000. And you had... G-Skill Flare X. Oh, it's right here. Okay. And then we're gonna add in your graphics card. We still need to get the rest. Your graphics card's a 4090. And you bought the 4090, which one? Oh, Gaming X Trio. Okay. Right.
Let's go find
So,
some fun, shall we?
obviously this thing. Okay, so what we need to do now, we need a case, we need a power supply, we need a CPU cooler, and we need storage. Okay, so, CPU cooler first. Honestly, if you want, like, good value CPU cooler, I would just grab this. Like, you can get either the one with RGB or not. I would get the Phantom Spirit one just because it has one extra heat pipe over the Peerless Assassin. This thing is about as good as, like, some 240 and 280 millimeter AIOs, in some cases. It's about as good as an NHD 15. You don't care? Well, this is good, here. This one's $35. We can get you a $35 cooler. The reason why I also say air cooler is because it's easier than installing an AIO this one. It's easier than installing some AIOs. So we'll put that in there. Okay. We don't need to buy more RAM. We need storage. How much storage do you want? How much storage do you want? How much? Like, for what you're gonna, what you're gonna put on it, how much storage do you realistically want?
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Oh, like how much storage do you want? Oh, like how much? Hi, Kumaki. Just 2 terabyte? Okay. 2 terabyte. Let's go by price per gigabyte. Oh, we can go PCIe 5.0 or 4.0. PCIe 4.0 by 4. Price per gigabyte then. Just 2 terabyte though. I mean, like, you can get a 4 terabyte SSD for 200 if you want. But sure, 2 terabyte. I mean, you can get one SSD that just has all of it. It's better to just have, like, just one bigger one then. Yeah, we'll just get 4 terabyte. I think the T-Force one here is good. There's like a Samsung one, but the Samsung one... Alright, let me just check this drive first. Does this one have a DRAM cache? If it does... you can just go on the website and check. The higher capacity drives are actually faster, by the way. They're actually faster when you get higher capacity because they put an extra memory chip on it. We can see exactly what it has on here. This is the patent that they have there. Let's see. 3D NAND, wait. What caching do they have here? Did it say, does it have DRAM? 3D NAND specification, here we go. DRAM cache? No. Let's try to see if we can find one with a DRAM cache. Because it's a bit nicer if they have a DRAM cache. It's a bit nicer. We're gonna ignore King spec. Let's see. I don't think P3 Plus has it. I don't remember if this Team Group model has a DRAM cache. They might. Oh, let me check. Wait, why'd they remove it on the 44 but the slower 34 has a DRAM cache? That's dumb. Why'd they get rid of the DRAM cache? Like, the newer model of that SSD, I have the older version of this. And, like, the older version of this has a DRAM cache. The newer one, they took it out. The fuck? They cheaped out and removed it. Okay, We'll start putting that in there. Does the Acer Predator one have a DRAM cache? There's 4 gigs of cache on it. Is it DRAM? If it is, then we'll get this one. This one does! We have a winner! We have a winner here. We'll go after this one. The Acer Predator drive is the winner. It has a DRAM cache. Especially because you're gonna put your operating system on that drive, it's nice to have a DRAM cache on the SSD. It'll help a little bit with like making the system feel snappier. Okay, so we have all that. Now we just need to give you a case and a power supply. Let's go for fully modular. We'll just select these. You want at least 1200 watts here. Full modular. I mean, I think we just go after the EVGA one. I think we just grab the EVGA one. These things are like, yeah. You love the new 5.0 events? Your alt is going to be playable, yeah. Alright, I'll see you around then, Kumaki. Right, because you're pulling 600 watts there. Yeah, you should have enough with the 1300 watt.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Oh wait, it'll make it easier if you have the 12 volt high power. Do we not have a 12 volt high power one? And 12 pin. Okay, we'll go from there. FSP might be good. We'll check the power supply tier list. Updated tier list? Here we go. Google Doc. Proper ratings. Alright, here we go. I'm just gonna look through this. What's this model? FSP PTM Pro Gen 5. Okay, FSP is making the power supply.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Can we get the name of it here? Hydro PTM. Pro. Straight power A tier? Okay.
Woohoo!
FSP looks like this is a winner. We'll go after this power supply. This one looks like a winner then. We get this one. Right, where's the FSP power supply? Right, fully modular. This one is A tier on the tier list. Oh, you can just plug in the 12 pin, I believe. This one has a 12 pin connector. This one has a 12 pin. So you actually can just plug in the one cable.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Yeah, it has the connector here. It has the connector. Right here, complies with ATX 12 volts and EPS 12 volt right there. It has the connector. This is the one. I believe it does have the cable included. They have the old PCI Express connector, then there's these ones. Where? Here you go, here, this one. PCIe 12 plus 4 pin. This is the one right here, they have it. So you can plug in the one cable from the power supply directly into the graphics card. For your 4090. So that makes it a bit simpler for you. It also means less cable, and because you don't have to use the adapter, there's less points of failure. Just in case. There's less points of failure. So we get that one. Now we need a case. Okay, case time. Right, all that's left is now we need a case. Whatever you like. What kind of case do you want? What kind? That's all we're missing, and then we just get you your Windows license or whatever. Just black? Okay. Black. Sure, we'll just make it that way you can clean up. Make sure you have USB-C cables. USB-C port, at least that would be nice to have. A mesh front. Side panel. Do you want a side panel as well? For side paneling, what do you want here? Do you want acrylic, mesh, glass, or tinted tempered glass? We can filter through that too. What kind of front panel you want? Oh, that's on the that's the front, right? I'm talking about the side. Do you care about the side? The side, do you care? Or no? And then we have to then I'll have to also check to make sure the 4090 fits. Okay, you don't care. Okay. We got lots of things here. I guess we can go from lowest to the highest first. I probably would start a bit higher than some of those ones just because, I think it's around like $100 plus range to become easier to work with.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Oh, let's start with the NZXT Flow then. You get a glass side panel. Wait, will your 4090 fit here? We'll probably have to add in fans. If we get this case. Right, you get your front panel, there's a mesh filter here. And then, yeah, bottom thing there. So this one looks like a good contender here. Good airflow, quality, they like the design. You want 4000D? Okay. Right, you're buying this, so like, We might as well get what you like. This one. You want this one? Sure, we can get this one then. We just need to make sure your 4090 will fit. You have USB-C front panel, so you can have USB-C here. I mean, it's a case. I just, right, if you like how it looks. For the most part, it's just aesthetics. And will it fit everything? This one does have front panel USB-C. So you can plug in USB-C stuff to it. With cages, you can have a 405mm. How big is the Gaming X Trio? How big is this? We gotta make sure it fits.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Oh god, I hate it when the websites do this shit. I just want to know the size. Yes, cool, nice fans. I just want to know how big this is. Because 4090s are huge. Okay, here we go. Wait, where's the freaking size here? Card dimensions, 337mm. Will the case fit it? Okay, it will fit. Good. If you like this case, you can get this one. What does it have here? How many fans? Are the fans included? We might need to add one more fan in for the back. I assume it comes with the 3 front fans, so we just add one more for the back. Let's go check. They have a $30 promo code you can get. For a rebate, I guess, or something. Or you can get $30 off this case, so that's nice. Yeah, 3 at the front looks like it's included. So this direct one here that has the deal includes here, yeah, you get the radiator support, 2 internal drive bays, infinite rail mounting system. You get 3 fans at the front. So we'll add one more. Actually, we can even give it top exhaust. So we could probably buy 4 more fans. And then we can have top and rear exhaust. Right? Top and rear. That way you get your airflow going through the whole thing. Especially because the 4090 is gonna get really hot. Right? We'll go add the fans. We'll add this. Add to parts list. Wait, I need to check. How many fan headers does this have? So we can, add a fan controller if you need one. We're gonna start dissecting this board. I'll just look it up on the website. And you do have Wi-Fi on this board if you need it. So you don't have to worry about that. You also don't have to install the I/O shield because it's built in, which is nice.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Can we zoom in? So there's 2 fan headers here. Is that another fan header? This is not a very high-res picture. No, that's not. That's your USB-C header. So you can plug in USB-C right there. From your case, that's the USB-C header. And there's 2 more fans here. So you have 4, that's, I think that's CPU fan. You do not touch the pump fan. This is CPU fan. Okay. So you have 2... You have 4 fan headers here. You don't use the pump fan because you're not using an AIO. You're using an air cooler, so you would just use system fan for the CPU right there. Do they not have another rear fan header? Oh, there is. Okay, so the rear fan you can plug in there. So we just need to get you 3 more fans. Because you can plug in 1, 2, and then the other one there. So let's see. Corsair RGB fans. Wait. What kind of fans are these? How do they like connect? Is it like all under one connector? We'll check on Corsair's website. Because if it is, then we'll just buy. We can just add more of those fans to make it easy. It's a newer board, but it doesn't matter. You already have the other one. So like, here's the thing, right? It's a newer chipset. It's just a refresh of the older board. They might have like an extra feature on it, but for the most part, it's not going to matter. Right? The X870E ROG. That board, I'm gonna guess this is a Strix one. Like, it'll have a different look here. Right? It has like an extra front panel header and then this 7-segment display for error codes. But like, here's the thing, realistically, you're not looking like at the stuff in here. The people who are using this type of board that would actually make use of the extra features here are the kind of people doing like extreme overclocking and shit that need access to all this stuff here. Like, you don't need the extra features here. You're not gonna use them. They're a cool extra feature here, but you don't need them. Yeah, you just stick to the one you have because it has the same other stuff anyways. Right? Because like tech specs, you still have the same amount of ports. You can still put the memory in there. You actually do not want to run faster than DDR5 6000 anyways. So like, that doesn't matter. This thing can let you run faster than DDR5 6000 if you're lucky on your CPU, but you don't want to anyways. So like, that doesn't matter. Again, like, nothing else in addition here. You already have the PCIe 5.0 slot because you have the thing. Right, specifications, you should also have that slot. I believe 3x, 16x slots. You do have one 5.0 slot right there. Everything else is the same. Like, it's literally the same features otherwise. Like, you don't need the more expensive board. Everything else is literally the same. You just don't have that 7-segment display there. He bought it in a bundle. It doesn't matter, he already has it in the bundle. He bought this bundle. 9800X3D, the motherboard came with it, and the RAM. So like, he doesn't need it. He's good to go already with that part. Right, he doesn't need it. So like, there's no point in buying another motherboard if he already has a good one. Yeah, he could get an even cheaper board, but like, he already has the one in the bundle. It's the X670E chipset, so it's the fully featured one. It just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles on that Strix board. That is basically for extreme overclocking only. If you're using a Ryzen CPU, it's fine. It's just the difference is on Intel CPUs. You actually want to use faster memory on Intel, but on AMD, because of how the memory controller works, you want it to run at a similar clock rate as the Infinity Fabric clock. DDR5 6000 is about where you'd like it to sit. You can get tighter timing memory, and maybe you can get like 1 or 2% more performance under certain circumstances, like on extreme edge cases. But the reality is, for most people, they're not gonna notice of using just that kit versus a slightly tighter timing kit. Honestly, that bundle will just work out of the box, and you already have it. It's just easier to deal with the thing that works out of the box. You can technically get a little bit more performance if you got a more expensive, tighter timing kit, but it really won't matter that much, especially because you have the 3D Vcache. If you had, like, the one with the non-Vcache, it'd make a bigger difference. I mean, so here's the thing, right? You could buy that. You could. The problem is, you have to gamble on if it will work. So the thing is with DDR5, the memory controller on the Ryzen CPUs, you have to be be careful on like if you can use a faster memory kit. In theory, some CPUs can hit 6400 mega transfers while keeping the Infinity Fabric clock at the same 1-to-1 ratio. In theory, you could, but that's only if you get lucky. It's not really worth it to go spend the extra on the faster thing, if you don't know if it'll work or not. Right? Like, sure, if you were like someone that just had a bunch of them laying around and were doing a bunch of different system builds, and you didn't care, you could try it, but it's not worth it. It's dicey. Just stick with 6000. Especially if you don't know what you're doing, you should just stick with 6000 because the 6000 will work. 6400 might work, but the amount of work you'll have to put in is not worth it if you don't know what you're doing. Especially if all you're gonna get is maybe 1 or 2% more performance under the most ideal scenarios. And considering you're just gonna be playing games on it, you're not gonna notice. You're not gonna notice. Unless you're doing some like code compilation or something, you're not gonna see the difference. Yeah, like, you can detune it, but that's actually more work. Because if you have to detune it, you have to manually set the thing in. A lot of the time. Because a lot of the time, it's like, they have the thing on the box, right? They have it on one profile, then they have it at a looser timing, and then they have the standard JDEC speed. So, like, you would have to manually detune it to 6000. Which is gonna be a lot more work in, like, configuring the stuff in there. Like, if he doesn't know what he's doing in there, he shouldn't touch it. Just get the thing that will just work. Especially because, like, he can already just buy the thing that will just work. And it comes in the bundle anyways. If it just works, it just works. Okay, so we're just gonna add in the fans. We were looking up the Corsair fans in particular. So let's look up their fans. Case fans. Here we go. Which fans were they? Addressable RGB, R5 120 RGB. If it's those fans, we'll just get, let's see. Wait, maybe if we just look in the case that has it included, we can see the exact fan. Your case was what again? 4000D.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
4000D. Here we go. RS 120. Okay. We're gonna make sure we get the matching fan then. We'll just look for the matching one. RS 120, where's that one? $120mm. RGB.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
I assume it's these ones. Do they have like a special thing to connect them together? Let's see. Because if we can make it easier for you to hook it up, so you can have all the fans. Package quantity. I don't know if like these ones have like a special like connection thing. Because I know some fans have like there's like one fan type with like pin to pad that you can daisy chain. So you would need to use less cables. I don't know if this one has that or not. But like we could probably add these in. You need 4 more fat. You want to add 4 more if you want to max it out. For your case. For max airflow, we can put 4 more. So you can get like 2 twin packs. And then we might need to get a fan controller. Right, because we might as well have it all match. Alright, here we go. Case fans. Oh wait, we can just get stuff here. 120. RS 120. We can get 4 of these. Addressable RGB, they might as well match. Right, we might as well make a match. Oh, we can just add the 3 pack and then we can add 1 more. So you can get 4. Right, we can get 3 and then 1 more. And then we just add in the fan controller.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Right, so now you have the 3 more fans. Right, 1 more for the rear and then 3 up top. Right. Make sure that when you have the fans like installed, the rear fan is blowing out the back, and the 3 fans you put up top is blowing up. Right, so it exhausts at the top. Just make sure you have it set up that way. That way we have all the airflow there. And then we'll add the fan controller. Okay, let's see. How many things can we plug into this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, you can plug them into this. We'll just slap this in. That's $10. Right? So now all we need to do now is you need to get Windows license. So for your Windows license, there's 2 ways we can go about this. We can go the fun way or the normal way. The fun way would be buying off an enterprise key, so you can have the cleanest Windows thing without forced updates. With an enterprise key. We could get an enterprise key. There's a way to buy an enterprise key to get like Windows to be that way. Or if you just want a regular Windows installed, we can go for that too. It depends on your choice now. What was that? Let me just check something. Let me see if I still have that thing saved. I'm using regular Windows 11 Pro, but if you want to have a version of Windows without forced updates, in theory, we could get you long-term support Windows 11 IoT Enterprise. You would have to manually add certain features back into Windows via command line if you wanted them. Like, it will remove all the Windows bloat. It won't have the Microsoft Store enabled by default. You can use a script to get it back in. It won't have the Xbox app in there either by default. You would have to manually add that stuff back in. It's basically the most stripped down version of Windows. You can put everything back in if you wanted to. You also do not get forced updates. You can update it later on whenever you want. With this version. You have to go into a different way to get a key for it. Which I actually do know a source. This is an option. Like, it is an option. There's this one, or there's just the regular way. Okay. So to download Windows, right? I'll show you where you can get a key for cheap. Right? You obviously just go on the Microsoft website. As long as you have a spare USB drive, you can download the ISO and make a USB drive. And you can get that here. Right? This should be pretty easy. You just install this on your computer. This second one over here. And then it will give you instructions on how to make a Windows 11 installation USB. You can do it from here. Okay, so buying a Windows key. So what I like to do is go to this website called All Key Shop. And then I just search in Windows. We can get Windows 11 Pro.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
This place is selling a retail key. Is this really... Let's see this. Is it actually $2 or something? No, it's like €5. Turn it to US dollar. A $5 Windows 11 Pro. You can buy the key from here. So I'll just link you to All Key Shop, and you can buy a cheap Windows key there. This isn't piracy. This is just buying keys. This is just a place where you buy keys. Because you're gonna need to buy a Windows key.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall
So... I'll just save this list. You can check off what you already have. And then, I'll send you the link to where you can buy a key. And the Windows, stuff. I mean, some of them, like, you can just grab it from there. I actually don't think we have the coupon here, no. We don't have... Oh, wait, no. The coupon from, Newegg is here. He'll have to deal with the coupon from Newegg. Honestly, it's easier to just have them deliver the case to you. So you can just use it from their website. But, like, the rest is, like, thing. The CPU, the motherboard, and the RAM he already has. But yeah. So there's the list here. So, the total. Okay, so if you remove what you already have, we can remove that. We can remove the motherboard because you already have it. We can remove the RAM because you already have it. You already have that. And then we add $5 for your Windows key, $700. Right, $700 would be your total. $700 for the rest. You have your SSD, you have your power supply. You need a high-end power supply because it's a 4090. You have extra fans in here, everything. Yeah. I'll also send you the direct link to get the Windows install. Obviously you should be getting it the safe way. And then I'll just send you a link to where you can look at key prices to buy a Windows 11 key. And that should be everything there. You have a spare USB drive, right? If not, just buy a just get like at least like a cheap 8GB or larger USB drive, and set up Windows 11 on it. Like put a Windows 11 install on it, and then you should be good to go.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
All right, cool. Then you're set. Then that's all you need. That's all you need, and you should be up and running. Right, and we were able to even find a power supply that just had the 12-volt iPower connector. Which is great, because then it's just one cable to connect instead of all the other smaller ones. But that also, again, like when you do put it together, make sure you fully insert the cable all the way. Right? Alright, thanks. But yeah. There you have it. All you need for the PC there.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Alright, we can close that out of that tab. Right, we were over here. We were going to watch this video that we were just looking at the PC thing. Alright, let's give this a look.
If you're a fan of the channel, a lot of my content over the past year has kind of transitioned into the gacha space a little bit. And outside of the current games that I play, there are a few upcoming gachas that I'm actually really excited to try out. And one of those is going to be Neverness to Everness. The purpose of this video is to give you a few bullet points on what I think is going to make the game fairly unique and, you know, what can potentially make the game stand out versus some other ones in the similar genre. Overall, Neverness to Everness, or NTE, is an open-world action RPG that's developed by Hota Studio, the same developers as another open-world MMORPG, Tower of Fantasy. Now what's funny is that even though I haven't made a single piece of content on Tower of Fantasy, I have played the game consistently since it came out for almost 2 years. I almost have 500 hours on this game. So if you're a fan of the studio or enjoyed your time
only
playing Tower of
500,
Fantasy, I
damn.
think this one is going to be worth checking out. Speaking of Hota Studio, this video is sponsored by
only 500
absolutely
though.
nobody. Literally the only reason I'm making this video is because I'm interested in the game. I haven't even been on any of the alphas or the beta tests or anything like that. All I've seen is just videos of the trailers and some of the combat, and it just interests me. That's it. Now, the first thing I want to talk about are the distinctive elements between Tower Fantasy and Neverness to Everness, and make a couple of comparisons and also show what is going to be different. From what I've played and seen between these two games, while TOF and NTE share, a similar foundational gameplay element, obviously with them being developed by the same studio, NTE sets itself apart with it being more of an urban supernatural setting versus sci-fi specifically. The vehicle integration, there's obviously vehicles in Tower Fantasy, but in this, it looks like there's going to be a lot more customizability and also just more environmental interactivity. First up, urban exploration. Obviously, NTE is going to offer this vibrant cityscape, and whether you like or don't like exploration in your gacha games, to get the most out of your pulls, you're gonna have to do it. And I do like that we are gonna have various methods to traverse the map, whether it's with the vehicles, public transportation, even the wall running capabilities that we're gonna have. But the other thing that I think is gonna be pretty cool is gonna be this dual realm gameplay versus just a static open world. Again, the main point of the game is to find these supernatural anomalies, go inside, and fix them. So it's not only going to be cool to see our characters differ between these two worlds with their roles, their powers, and their personalities, but it's going to be interesting to see how our actions in one realm affect the other, altering enemy behavior, the terrain, even time flow according to the game. And the game has been boasting about how it's going to have minimal loading times, and with how big the map is, with the dual worlds concept, the better we can make that, the more fluid exploration experience everyone is going to have. Number two, how the combat is going to work. If there's someone who likes the elemental combinations with Genshin Impact, we're going to have a similar thing here. I know I said I was done with the comparisons, but with Tower Fantasy, it seemed that you had a heavy focus on one elemental type of team, but with NTE, it utilizes a 4-character party system, allowing you to switch.
But what was nice, at least with ToF, is you only need one elemental team for like the most of the content anyways. You're not forced into using every single elemental team, like some of the other games that do have these things in place too, where they basically require you to have every element, right?
Between all those characters during battle, and each one falls under a certain elemental attribute. And with the Esper Cycle mechanics, some of these attributes actually synergize with each other, which will allow for very powerful attacks. So that adds kind of a little bit of
so far he seems to know what he's talking about.
That we're gonna have to face. On top of that, it looks like there's gonna be some sort of dodge mechanic and stun meter that we can apply on the enemy, and then there's also going to be this outro intro skill for your characters to unleash powerful attacks. Obviously, there's going to be skills, ultimates, and passive abilities as well. Moving on to number 3, life simulation and customization. You know, beyond the combat portions of it, NTE is looking to incorporate some life simulation elements, including home ownership, vehicle customization, and even business management. I think this is going to be one of the cooler parts of the game, and depending on how deep we can actually get into the customization portion of it, I think it's going to turn out really, really cool. I'm not entirely sure how deep the customization is going to go. Like I said, I haven't got my hands on any of the, beta tests or anything like that. But if we can own, multiple residences, one of the trailers, they showed off like a rooftop apartment with a pool. That was freaking sick. The vehicle...
Yeah, you could own like 2 different residences in the beta. I remember.
Customization portion, not only for the parts to make the vehicle faster, better handling and whatnot, but also the actual like paint, decals and stuff like that. Like, if they make this really deep, I think it's going to be really cool. Number 4, engaging narrative with a lighthearted tone. From what I've heard about the story, it kind of breaks away from those traditional serious tones and embraces, a lighthearted comedic approach. And I'm totally fine with that. If you tune into any live stream of mine, you know that I hate leakers. I hate seeing leaks and stuff like that, especially when it comes to the actual story content of it. So even if it is, not as serious as other games that I've played before, I think it'll be refreshing regardless. Number 5, cross-platform availability with high-quality graphics. This game was developed using Unreal Engine 5, which I've heard has its ups and its downs, but with NTE being developed on this, we're going to have stunning visuals with ray tracing and DLSS support. The game's going to be available on PS5, PC, iOS, and Android platforms, and with me being on PC, you already know I'm going to be cranking up the graphics quality up to as high as I can without absolutely overcooking my PC. Number 6, something that I find unique but also mildly concerning is going to be the gacha mechanics. In most gacha games, summoning is mostly based on random chance with fixed banners with the time that they're out. But NTE uses a quote-unquote fate tree gacha system where it's actually influenced by your story progression, your past choices, your character bonds, and essentially the moral alignments and choices you make within the world.
When did they say that?
Can influence who you can summon. Now, as much as I like the concept, it's going to depend on how good the characters are. I think one good thing that a lot of modern gachas have done is get rid of the power creep aspect. And again, I'm really hoping Hoto Studio can do the same thing.
What do you mean get rid of power creep aspect? They're all doing it. Fuck, there you got Lua doing it faster than Toph had it at its worst.
With NTE, like, just make every character good in their own right. And even though I'm a firm believer of if you see a character, you like him, go ahead and pull for him. It's a free game. It's not that serious. A lot of people in the community are going to make certain choices so they can pick the most broken or powerful character in the game, regardless whether they like the character or not. And the last thing I'll talk about is the emotion-based progression versus this grind-based leveling for characters. Obviously, there's going to be traditional
It'll never go away,
but with NTE, it's going to introduce essentially a mode of evolution where characters power up based on player interaction, your story decisions, and emotional resonance, not just your experience or your gear. Like, we're actually going to have to engage in these story arcs, make difficult decisions, and maintain our relationships with these characters if we actually want to make them stronger. That's one concept that I like that they introduced with Zenless Zone Zero is the quality time events. Even though Zenless is a little different and you can get some power-ups for your characters for certain activities, it seems that NTE is taking that to a whole other level to where we actually have to be, a little bit emotionally invested in these characters consistently, not just for a certain period of time. But that's all I got, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I'm excited to try out NTE, and I'm hoping I can get my hands on some of this stuff early. It would be fantastic. And after putting 2 years into Tower of Fantasy, I definitely want to try out Hoto Studios' next game iteration. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about Neverness to Everness. We don't have an exact release date for this. People are speculating, Q3 of 2025 of this year. Like I said, it just got greenlit for licensing in China, which means they want to get this game out as soon as possible, I assume. In any event, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to drop a like on it, subscribe to the channel, and turn on that bell next to notifications so you don't miss out on any other videos we have dropping here on the channel. If you didn't know, we live stream here on YouTube and also over on Twitch. That link will be in the description. And also, if you want to flex any of your gacha pulls in any of your games, be sure to
You barely got any views on this one, though.
Also be in the description. We're also talking about a variety of other topics, including other games, PC tech, anime, and more. Lastly, if you want to help support the channel even more, you can look into becoming a member. Now, if you don't know what a membership is, it's essentially like a Twitch subscription, but it's actually cheaper than one. You're going to gain access to exclusive emotes, monthly badges, and early access to all of my long form.
Alright, he's just doing his plugs there. So this is his channel here. Okay. Sure. Now you all fucked up, man. You gotta see Stardoor 15. Now that's fucked up.
Hello there. If you take
Stardoor 15. Stardoor 15's where it's at. Alright, we got this one. Rise of feature creep in gacha games. Oh boy.
a good look at my channel, I would not blame you if you thought I hated gacha games. And I don't. As a matter of fact, I really do enjoy a lot of the gacha games that I play. They're my favorite time sink experiences in the modern day. I have invested hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, hell, thousands of hours into a lot of the games I've played. Therefore, I care about them more than most people do. I would even argue it is to an unhealthy degree sometimes. And unfortunately, one of my favorite ways to express gratitude to games that I appreciate is through expressing how it could be better. And while a lot of people may see it as very negative, I really wish the majority of the community believed this, because unfortunately with a lot of gacha games, or hell, games in general, they see generosity as complacency, and complacency is just an excuse for them to do something worse in the future. There are no exceptions to this rule. I don't care what game you play. If you think the developers of X game like you and your community and they treat you good.
I mean, it's gonna be funny though, like you go play the other ones in there and then you see the graphics go all weird. Once you get to like, you go play the Sky remake, and then let's say you go to the pixel art stuff of Zero and Azure, and then you go to like the freaking PS Vita era graphics of Cold Steel, 1 through 4, and then you're gonna see like the graphics go like, yeah, because a lot of those games are old.
Because they appreciate you, they don't. 9 times out of 10, they're just doing it so they can build up this lovely little currency called reputation. And reputation is something you can trade for raw profit later on. But I wouldn't blame you if you saw the title of the series, How to Kill a Gacha Game, and immediately thought that I absolutely hate the games I'm talking about, because I really don't. That being said, there are a lot of ways you can ruin your game, and I brought them up in a previous video, that being when I talked about power creep and Star Rail, and how power creep is one of the biggest contributing factors to player discontent in pretty much any game. But it's especially bad in something like the gacha scene, where you are expected to invest a serious amount of your time, energy, and effort into acquiring new units that will eventually get laid out later on along the lines. It feels like shit to have an interest in X character who you really enjoy, but over the course of a year they slowly become less and less relevant through the introduction of new, shinier, more powerful units. But I'm not here to talk to you about power creep for the 1000th time, because there's a different issue that plagues pretty much every game I'm currently playing right now, and that is feature creep. But before we get into that, I have a proposal. I'm doing a giveaway, but not for Welkin, not for Genesis Crystals, not for anything cringe like that, no. I'm doing a giveaway for this door. 100% genuine wood, ripped straight off of the hinges of some random guy's bedroom. All you gotta do is like and subscribe. I know a lot of you are returning viewers, and now you get a chance to earn this genuine door I stole, borrowed from somebody's home. But before we continue, you can win a door. Editors. This time, we're sponsored by LD Shop. Look man, I play a lot of gacha games. I know you do too. Things get pretty expensive after a while, so it's nice to be able to get a little bit of a discount here and there, because at the end of the day, every cent saved is a cent earned. And by using LD Shop, you'll be saving a lot of cents. LD Shop offers up to a 20% discount on all in-game items. And if you want, you could save a little bit more money, with the link down below earning you up to an additional $50 off your next order. And because I'm not one to just throw you to the wolves and have you figured out for yourself, don't worry, I actually tested out the service myself. As you can see, we're currently in Genshin, as you can tell by my ugly filters that you all love to comment on so much. Gonna go on over to LD Shop, go to Genshin, get one of the 3 welcome packs. Make sure you select the right server. If you don't,
yeah, if you do this, use my moogold to help me out instead. Use moogold instead.
Yeah, but I digress.
Okay.
We're talking about feature creep. I know a lot of you have come to my channel from Genshin, and I've made a couple of videos ranting and rambling about whatever current thing in Genshin bothers me. I've even talked about feature creep before.
Okay.
That being said, I do play other games, and I want to talk about a really recent experience that's happening in a game I really enjoy.
What does he mean though by feature creep? What's he meaning by this?
Wuthering Waves. Yeah, that's right. This
Okay.
video is a thinly veiled excuse for me to
Oh
talk
boy.
about this game. So believe it or not, I actually do play WoWA. I know a lot of you think I don't, and I know a lot of you were really mad when my first Wuthering Wave video was shitting on the anniversary, but to that I say, my first video ever was shitting on Genshin's anniversary.
Yep.
So time really is a flat circle. But
Time
I've
is a
played
flat
WoWA
circle,
since
yep.
day one. You can see that in my UID, you can see that in my union level. Like, I've been here for a bit. I just tend to stray away from the community of the game for my own personal reasons.
No, Kuro devs innovated though. They innovated by finding ways to make every system they copied from Genshin worse, while hiding it from view. From face value view. That's how they innovated. They made everything worse without it looking worse. They made it worse while making it look better on the surface. That's where they innovated. It looks better on the surface, but deep underneath, it's drastically worse. That's their innovation.
Reasons. That being said, I'm coming out because recently
Yeah,
there
'cause,
have
like,
been
we
a
just
lot
keep
of
getting stuck in
changes
here.
to
There's
the
so
game,
many.
which I feel like spell a very bad direction for its future. I
Okay.
previously talked about how the anniversary is just one big money grab with 12 banners, paid skins, a shortened patch to celebrate the anniversary, only to lock anniversary rewards behind a 23-day-long timer so you can't use it on the fucking anniversary banner character. A lot of scummy things you would expect from a company run by Tencent.
Okay.
But there's another storm of brewing.
Yeah, run by
Recently,
Tencent,
the
yep.
devs decided they were going to implement a new debuff system. The
Oh boy.
first feature of the game that isn't necessarily tied to raw damage.
Okay.
This being the frazzle system, or
Sure.
I'm going to call it the debuff system. Previously, there was no way to debuff enemies this consistently or in a way that genuinely affected gameplay in a significant way. But with the introduction of Phoebe, players received a actually consistent way to proc Spectro Frazzle, which basically allows you to get buffs on your own character while debuffing the enemy. However, it
That's
didn't
how?
really mean
That's
that
what it
much
is?
because there weren't that many scenarios where Phoebe was able to fully take
I have no
advantage
idea
of
what the hell this
ability to
frazzle thing
debuff
is, but
enemies. That being said, it really didn't.
So is it like how we have, like, let's say you have something that does a burn, but then we make something that only buffs the burn itself, like that? So it's like burn detonation shit that we had. Does it mean shit like that, basically? Is that it?
Because Phoebe's own personal damage was nothing to scoff at. It was still pretty impressive. That is no longer the case. With the introduction of the new character Zani, we're starting to see the beginning of a worrying trend. Zani is a character whose entire damage source is tied to Spectro Frazzle, which doesn't necessarily sound like a big deal until you realize that Spectro damage and Spectro Frazzle damage are completely different.
Wait, so you can't use spectral damage then? I'm gonna assume you can't use spectral damage stats on the frazzle damage? Is that it?
And unless you have Phoebe, there is no way to buff Spectro Frazzle damage, which means these two characters are inherently linked to each other at the hip because they share the exact same feature. Now, it isn't the first time something like this has happened. There are characters that are limited time 5 stars that buff other limited time 5 stars. For example, Shorekeeper buffs literally everybody, and Jeji...
Oh. They made debuff damage into a common damage. You know what? I'm not actually surprised. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. In ToF, anything that buffs flame damage also buffs burn damage. So it's actually not that. No, it's actually not burn damage. You know what it is, actually? I know what it is. It's not burn damage. It's the alter debuff. They basically made everything the altered debuff. Where's the altered debuff thing here? This one. It's basically everything is this then. Because you can't buff this. Is it basically like this then? Because you can't buff it? But then they made a way to buff it. Is it basically like that, the fixed damage shit? Like the fixed damage stuff. Right? Or like Lin S4, right? Which one? This thing, but like buffs don't work on this. Right? It's like the main 9 passives, or like the things where like buffs don't work on them. The special damage things. But we can't buff these unless we just get more attack. And crit. That's the only thing we can use to make these things stronger. More attack and crit. The fixed altered damage stuff. So it's like that then. Is my assumption. Right? Oh, where is the thing? Yeah, so it's like the fixed damage stuff. Where it's only boosted by Titan stats, but that's your equipment. And that's it. It's basically like that then. It's not like burn damage, because any flame damage buff works on burns. And you can detonate based on the value of that. So it's actually... Yeah. I mean, with ToF, it's fine because it's like, the way it's designed is, you cannot use any buff, so you have to, outside of increasing your stats, which you can just increase your stats with gear. It's entirely gear dependent of the altered damage thing there. No, it's not like the mini explosion. You know how Lin S4 does the fixed damage? That you cannot use buffs outside of the non-yin possession or the Titan stats. Other than increasing your attack stat and critting, those are the only ways you can increase its damage. Buffs do not work. But yeah, new ToF tweet? Okay. Let's go check it out too. Alright, ToF tweet. What'd they tweet? Heat up transfer. Oh, these are the winners. These are the guys who won the Lin figure, I assume. Maybe. So congrats to whoever won the figure. Alright, I assume they sent emails to them. And I did not get anything. What the fuck is this I just saw here? What the fuck is this? Wow. You guys want to see something hilarious? Someone, because like my email is easy to find. I was just looking through my email in my spam folder. There's some like, someone sent me some scam thing where it's like, on like the subscription to Norton. To Norton something. I'm like, what the fuck is this? No, I didn't win, no. I was just checking. I did not win. But these guys won. Good for them. Winning this other thing. Whoever won here, congrats to them. Congrats to whoever won here, good for them. Alright, let's get back to the video then. No way, more than 5, I know, right?
Previous coordinated attack cryo support is actually one of the best in slot characters who's almost inseparable to somebody like, for example, Carlotta. But the difference between these two is Jeji buffs raw skill. She buffs cryo.
Okay.
This character is specifically made to buff a new feature that was added to the game post-release, making it so that she is inherently necessary to make Zani perform at optimal performance. Now, some of you may hear that and think, oh, what's the difference? 10%? 20%? No, it can't be anything small like that. Phoebe buffs Spectrofrazzle damage by 100%, just flat. And if you get her weapon,
100%,
it buffs it
damn.
further by another 30%. Now, I've seen a lot of people say that, oh wow, she buffs damage by 130%. This is so ridiculous. And that is a little overblown. It's actually not an 130% overall DPS increase. No, it's not. It's actually more like 70%, which is
That's
still
a lot.
ridiculous. That is
A 70% damage increase. 70% damage increase like that.
insane.
Damn.
That is more than what most characters C4 gets them. And not only that, Zani's signature weapon is a 37% difference from the free-to-play alternative options or the standard 5-star option. Now, I know a lot of you hear the number 37%, and that doesn't really mean a lot to you. Okay, in a game like this, the multipliers are a lot lower than something like in Star Rail or Genshin. And I know WoWa players hate it when you compare their game to these two, but it's what my audience knows. That 10 to 20% difference in these games is usually the difference between a limited time 5-star weapon and a free-to-play 4-star weapon. And the difference in damage is usually high enough to consider it worth pulling. However, 10% in Wuthering Waves is significantly larger than it is in something like Genshin, because the overall multipliers across the board are a lot lower. So a 30% difference for Zani's Sig compared to her free-to-play alternatives is an absolutely insane amount. Not only that, she wants Shorekeeper, she wants Phoebe. This is a team comp specialized around a new feature that has a cost 6 team, and cost 6 means 3 limited time 5 stars, 3 limited time weapons, in order to make it work. And if you don't have Phoebe, if you don't have Phoebe's signature weapon, if you don't have Zani's signature weapon, you are looking at over half of your total damage immediately gone. It is absolutely insane. Oh, and here's the best part. Zani is the anniversary unit. They ran her at the exact same time they're running her best support, and there are 12 banners running this patch total. The devs knew what they were doing, and this is only one example of feature creep in video games. Let's talk about Star Rail. Again, I will dog on Star Rail every single day until the fucking cows come home, but nobody can tell me that I didn't at least give that game a shot. Played it for 2 years, and I ended up quitting because of feature creep. It originally started in version 2.0. With the introduction of the DOT teams, Black Swan and Kafka became meta for the first time in ages. It was the first real team comp outside of very niche cases where you could build a meta team around really nothing. However, you probably noticed something already. The team was very expensive. If you wanted it to work, you were going to need Kafka, Black Swan, and Huohuo to make it perform even halfway
3 limited characters,
on top of getting the light cones for the
and their
weapons.
Characters. Got it.
Now, much like Zani, you could make it work without using these characters, but you are looking at significant losses in your total damage by doing this. However, with this coming out in version 2.0, a lot of players assumed at that moment that this was going to be the feature of version 2.0. But the devs very quickly realized that they can make more money if they introduce more features that follow a chain like this. Thus, they released the Super Break characters. However, Super Break couldn't be weaker than DOT, because then players wouldn't really want to invest in the new system, and thus we get into what I call feature creep, where they instead decided
they make a new
that
gimmick to balance everything around,
the new shiny DPS Firefly,
and then they make another new thing with a bunch of things focused on that to push out the next one.
Damn. 2 Super Break
Very curious if they're gonna keep releasing dot scaling damage, or they just end up releasing one DPS team.
DPS
I don't
units that
know.
were able to easily output some of the highest damage in the game with little to no investment. However, their teams were very specific. They pretty much all wanted MC, and every character that followed under the break team usually wanted to have their light cone. Because it was a new feature, there weren't really that many good free-to-play options outside of Firefly and her signature. And as time went on, they began to release more and more characters that hyper-buffed the super break system, making it so that if you wanted to use these characters, you were going to need to pull even more limited time characters. It got to the point where they were punishing you for using the free-to-play teams, with the absolute apex of this occurring in the Fentilia Apoc Shadow, where it encouraged you to use.
So I think this guy's the problem is the way the power creep is hitting here is it's like it's to the point where like you specifically need to keep using the next thing together. And I'm gonna assume they released back to back. That's gonna be my guess and assumption here. I don't know, I don't play this shit. But I assume they released them back to back. I don't know. So they were back to back. But like the only back to back you'd probably want to hear is this. This is probably, you know, the only back-to-back you probably want to hear is this. That's probably the only back-to-back you ever want to hear. If you ever played this old game on the DS. The freaking Sonic Rush, the Water Palace one, stage 1. The back-to-back. But damn, that's scuffed, man. Exactly, yeah. If you want to make money, why release a weaker character?
Break comps, but punish you if you try to use the free-to-play variants of it. You needed Linksha in order to follow the mechanics of the boss. You needed Fugue in order to have enough AoE. The devs were now punishing you for using weaker versions of the new featured system. And what did you do all that farming for? Nothing. Because immediately in version 3.0, they introduced...
And you go farm and build them all up, and then they're gonna just be like, nah, so we're gonna make you do a new thing instead.
A new feature. This time, an entire new classification of
a new class.
character.
Damn.
And because it's a new class of character, they can produce new classes of light cone, meaning you have absolutely no other alternatives at the time of release, and you better start pulling for that new limited time light cone because you have not had enough time to max out your free battle pass shit yet. And this was around the time where I just dropped the game. Releasing a whole bunch of new limited characters, and then releasing a bunch of new powerful weapons that can only be equipped on those characters, and then making it so that if you try to use a free-to-play alternative, you are punished by either game's mechanics ruining your chance of having a halfway decent, not RNG fucked run, or you just straight up lose 30 to 70% of your overall team damage. It's so bad to the point that new characters in HSR just straight up have a lot of their kit locked behind a light cone paywall for some reason. And hell, Genshin's now doing it too. I've heard a lot of people complain about Natlin. Hell, I have a video myself in the works right now where I'm complaining about a lot of the problems I have with Natlin. But if I had to ping out easily the biggest issue, it would be the introduction of the Night Soul mechanic. What the hell, guys? Again, follows the same stock standard procedure as I've listed before, releasing a new mechanic, releasing some free-to-play options, and then proceeding to absolutely dog-water the mechanic with 8 new limited-time premium 5-star characters that want to have their 5-star weapon in order to perform at peak efficiency, otherwise it gimps their use case. However, unlike all of the cases I've given before, they have a character that sits atop the throne of this new feature with Mavuika, who straight up loses her ability to ult on every rotation if you are not playing her with at least 3 Night Soul characters. Because why not?
So you need to have a full party. She becomes useless if you don't have a full party. Damn.
And hell, they even pulled the Wuthering Waves and released both of the best characters that were inherently tied together in the form of Sitlali and Mavwika at the same time. Why? And hell,
They even doubled up.
pulling a star rail, and they're making it to where now all the in-game modes will heavily revolve around this new feature, and I hope to God Wuthering Waves doesn't do it too. Oh, you wanna try?
Oh, they will. Don't worry. Especially if they, especially because they've done similar things in PGR. They will, don't worry. Don't worry, I wouldn't put it past them.
And beat the new in-game mode? Oh well, do you have Mavwika? Do you have any two of the overpowered Night Soul support characters like Zelenin and Sitlali? Oh, you don't? Damn, bro, that's a shame. Well, it doesn't matter, because we gave you this awesome Kachina you can drag in. Players don't like that. Hell, you've probably seen from my background footage, I have a lot of the characters I'm complaining about. I've played these games for so long that I have such an immense backlog of resources that I'm able to get them. But just because I have the character that it wants me to use for the new shiny mechanics system that is designed to fuck you if you don't meet it, doesn't mean it's not a problem for everybody else who doesn't. That being said, feature creep in any game just plainly sucks, and I don't like dealing with it. It's fine if you want to add some new spice to the system so that players don't get bored of the combat, but when you begin locking behind significant portions of what should have been basic bits of the kit behind insanely high paywalls that half the community can't even reach, then it starts to become a problem. And it's even bigger of a problem when you begin to only cater to the new system and completely disregard the entire progression point that existed beforehand. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm sure everybody doesn't like feeling like they have to pay God knows how much money in order to get the basic part of the kit that should have been in there to begin with. And while it's easy to maybe make the argument of, oh, you don't need that damage to clear the endgame anyway, to that I say, why the fuck would you lock it behind so many paywalls if you didn't need it to begin with? Is what it is, man. It's just something that annoys me. I was thinking about it. So that's about it. Like, comment, subscribe. See ya.
Well, that's what they've been doing, man. And then you have ToF's problem where they do this instead. Right? They release base gear, and then eventually they release more gear slots, and then they raise the level cap of the gear, and then they make this Titan thing, and then they make this thingy, and then they make this thingy. What the fuck? But at least this applies to everyone, and everyone gets all this, so everyone can use it. So at least there's that. You don't have to deal with the thing being like actually locked behind paywall crap. Right. Oh yeah, you know what I'm actually curious on? You know what I'm actually curious on? How much damage would I do with like with my old domain 9 crap? Bloat it even more. They're just gonna add a new stat thing in 6.0. In 6.0 they'll add a new stat thing again that will bolt on top of everything else that exists. Let's be real. They're gonna add a new one in 6.0. And it's just gonna be bolted on top of everything else that we already have. Right? They're just gonna keep doing that. I'm curious though. How well would this perform? It's been so long since I've ever like actually tried to use this shit. Right, how would this work? Training center. Let's give it a try. I'm curious to see what it's like with after all this gear creep. Surely it does at least 6 billion. Tied to the zone saves them from the balancing. Yeah, game already littered with numbers. No wonder why they want us to be in the mech, because they can control the mech without having to like deal with all the other bullshit systems. Alright, one sec. Wait, I just realized something. I forgot to change my trait. It's still on VPN trait. If you're period appropriate, we would be using Linghan trait. I screwed it up, man. I screwed up the rotation already. I haven't played this in so long. I screwed up the rotation a bit already. I could probably get more, but like I screwed it up. I haven't played this in so long. I could probably get more damage, but like... The rotation for this thing was like awkward. But yeah, this is 5 billion. I don't make as much charge as I thought I would. I think 6 billion is possible though. It's been like a year plus since I actually used this thing. But like, that was at least 5 times the damage I did back then. Thanks, Gear Creep. Thanks to Gear Creep, that was at least 5 times the damage I did back then. I'm not even joking. This shit is like really awkward because Tencent's stupid balancing, man. I blame Tencent balancing for making this awkward. Cause like Tencent's the reason why this thing is really awkward to play. The way they balance this shit. back then is like why it's awkward. Yeah, I got stuck in here. Yeah, 5.4 billion. I could get a little bit more damage. If I optimize it further, 6 billion should be possible, but like... I also didn't have Mia buff and the other food buff stuff. But like, still with gear creep, I have what? 91% crit rate? Almost 92%? So the crits are at least somewhat consistent. But this shit was like really awkward to play back then. And this is only awkward because they made this thing 15 seconds when in CN it was 30 seconds. Because they shortened it to 15 seconds here, when in CN this was 30 seconds, and this was 1 minute in CN, it would have been a lot smoother if they didn't do that. It's because of the fucking Pepega balancing that Tencent did that made this awkward. But then again, you look at the fucking Rubilia shit on global with what they did with memes, A3 as well. Like they made it like awkward even back then for Volt 2 because of the weird changes they did. It's Tencent balancing problem back then. No, that was all passive damage. The skill was passive damage. I used, like, a lot of the damage came from skill, but all of it was passive. Yeah, like, all the awkward shit is because of Tencent weird balancing. There's, like, a lot of weird awkward shit, man. Because of that. Like, they just did, like, this awkward crap then. Oh, which one? This is passive. Oh wait, no, that... Ling Han is skill damage, you're right. The other one is passive, though. I mean, I already had skill +6. It'll be like a tiny increase over top. But like, yeah. I mean, like, we would probably get to 5.5 billion. Using this old-ass comp. Wait, obviously I not need to inhabit in here. I mean, if I replaced one of these with 4-piece Yanimo, we could easily get 6 billion. Yeah, this one though was not that. And remember, that was without me doing the hold attack for the other dot. Nanyan stuff is all passive damage. The Yulon thing is also passive. The Tiger proc is passive damage. But again, like, part of that though is like just the weird rotation, like weird 10-cent balancing. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh, look at this, they got in there. I played back to back briefly, and then now we got Bomber Barbara from Sonic Rush in there. It's some remix of Bomber Barbara, which is one of the boss themes from that game. Okay, let's see. We saw this, we saw this. We saw this one. I should start marking everything we've seen. That way, like, we don't have to keep track of it anymore. Let's go back up. We saw this one. Oh boy. Oh, this was the one that you were talking about the other day, right?
Just drinking coffee? Not gambling? No. Oh, this is a coffee shop. There's no gambling.
Gotcha games. You hear these two words and you think to yourself, wow, gambling for PNGs? This is hot garbage.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
And most of the time, you'd be justified in thinking that way. I mean, who would want to
JPEG,
spend
yeah.
$70,000 in Fate Grand Order, right? Oh, you've gotta be kidding me.
Rip. Oh boy. We gotta slowly, like, actually start marking things after we see them.
Gotcha games have been a major plague on the market for a while now. It's mostly due to the success.
I wouldn't call them a major player. They're still a niche part. Like, let's be real. Even for, like, the mobile market, they're still a very small niche. Like, realistically, they're a lot smaller than some of the other shit out there that is not a gacha.
Success of
For
Genshin
mobile.
Impact and miHoYo as a company overall. What was once a very niche part of the gaming industry has become mainstream for a lot of people. Many companies have started jumping on the bandwagon because, well, it makes money. It makes a shit ton of money. Packed with microtransactions and horrible pull rates, it's no wonder that I get comments like these from time to time. And honestly speaking, I don't really blame them. It's a never-ending battle between the corpos and the consumer. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't promote gambling, okay? But you have at least a chance to earn more money in a real casino. It's honestly better than gambling for JPEGs. So then why do people still mention them? Why are there dedicated communities to these types of games? Why do people still play a game that actively prey on their weak wills? Why do these people love gacha games? It's bizarre. It's confusing. The dots shouldn't connect. It shouldn't be the case, but it is. And that's why I made this video. But before we get into the thick of it, let's talk about the history of gacha games to better understand how this downward spiral abyss started.
Okay. Gachapon. Oh boy. This is a long one. God damn. I just realized this one's a long one. We'll raise this to 1.25 speed.
Japan is a very interesting country that is home to many wacky and weird things that we would never imagine existing. Home to the infamous wasabi ice cream and a vending machine
1.5.
everywhere, they've definitely made a lot of strange but interesting things that would catch your attention almost immediately. So it's no surprise that they're also the first ones to invent
Gachapons.
Yep, gachapons. Okay.
In the 1960s, a man who would later be called the grandfather of gachapon, Ryuzo Shigeta, set up the first gachapon machine in his shop in Tokyo. He first received an American vending machine from a business partner in the United States. The man took one look at the machine and said, "This is bland as hell," and decided to encase the candy and random toys in a plastic shell, pat himself on the back, and created the first ever gachapon. Before we got to know them as a major gaming company, Bandai, who at the time was a toy manufacturing company, smelled money and got wind of this machine, then decided to popularize this machine, distributing them within candy shops in areas where children tend to hang out the most. Although priced at 100 yen per draw, being 10 times more expensive than their competitors, it still managed to boom in popularity, spreading like wildfire all across the country.
They have
Having
a lot of
popular brands
these
and items being shoved into those gachapons helped in making people interested and rolling for their desired items. It was a wild phenomenon in Japan back then, and even until today, you would still see these machines stationed in malls, in the streets, and even have their own specialized shops for it. Sometimes you'd even see these in your country every now and then. It was just enticing, to say the least. Enticing as in to say, it was exhilarating. If you wanted something, you had a very low chance since these machines were packed to the brim of random items. You didn't know what you were going to get, and even if you did, it was purely out of luck. People were excited about this. Every time you win a toy or a candy that you wanted, that dopamine rush feels like nothing you've ever felt before. Some people don't even play for the prizes, they just like the gacha aspect of it. It just feels addicting to a fault. But these machines were deemed harmless by the general populace, considering that each roll of the machine usually costs 100 yen, which is roughly equivalent to 60 cents in USD today. It really only was targeted for children and possibly high schoolers as well. Eventually, over time, rare and expensive prizes were stuffed in these gacha machines that made it seem worthwhile to try your luck, since they could be sold on the internet for a reasonable price. Then collectors started gathering them, displaying their prizes on the internet for a quick buck. Limited edition things started picking up, and a lot of people started jumping on the hype for this. Although not that well known back in the day, this is where fear of missing out comes into play. This will be an important topic that we will be discussing later on. Money was being made and stocks were flying off the shelves. Competitors started piling up with more and more people investing in this machine for children. Then slowly but surely during the late 1980s, gaming in Japan began to bloom. For the next 3 decades and so, people were interested in games and consoles in the legendary Famicom, or the NES as it is known in the West. As gaming and digital entertainment started to gain more traction and investments, another form of entertainment was on the rise as well: card battle games. Now you're probably wondering, Cypher, what the fuck are you talking about? You've deviated from the topic of the history of gachapon by driving the truck.
Except opening card packs is orange, is whatever random card they want to throw at you.
Off the side of a cliff. Now, dear viewer, we are actually on the proper track. As crazy as it sounds, while we are currently tumbling away in our seat while the car keeps rotating at an incredibly high speed, do not fret, for we are alive. Battered, bruised, and bleeding with a couple of broken bones, rest assured, we are still alive. Games, consoles, Sonic, and the Italian plumber that can't seem to find the princess he was looking for. They were popular at that time.
Yeah, they're in another
what
castle.
Else was popular? Card games, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, Pokemon cards, collectibles, a shiny Pokemon, Pot of Greed, and the infamous Exodia.
Pot of Greed, yeah, Exodia.
Don't forget gachapons too. So then a major company in 2010 saw these 3 things and decided, what if we made a card game? A card mobile video game, yes. With limited edition cards behind gachapon.
Behind gachapon, yes. The start.
And thus, Dragon Collection was born. But before we continue, can you guess which company was behind this idea? I'll give you like 10 seconds, or you can pause the video to think about it.
Bandai.
You have your answers locked in? Well then, it's Konami!
Oh, Konami.
Why am I not surprised? Yes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Konami. It's the same company that Kojima left, and the same company who made Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid, pachinko gambling machines. Oh god, my head hurts. Now, I want to make it clear that Dragon Collection, by all technicality, is the first gacha game to have ever existed. But, there's a huge but here, microtransactions with random virtual goods have existed in games long before Dragon
loot
Collection.
boxes,
A good example is Maple Story. In 2006, you'd buy tickets for real-life currency in order to obtain a random item in exchange. And the system was literally called gachapon in-game. But Maple Story's main selling point was not the gachapon, thus making it not valid as a proper gacha game. Dragon Collection, on the other hand, was the first ever game to introduce the gacha mechanic as a major aspect of the game. Dare I say, the center of it. Now, Dragon Collection is a point-and-click type adventure game that was centered around card battling. There's not much to gather here other than the fact that the best cards were locked behind the gacha.
You
Konami
played
made this game
EQ
popular
Worlds?
through an online social networking app called Gree. It made its round through that app and was reported to have contributed to Konami's social network games revenue, which was a total of 36.7 billion yen, which is roughly around $2.4 million.
Mostly bought it though, I say.
This was it. This was the beginning. This was the start of the downward spiral.
In 2011, roughly a year after Konami's newfound success on gacha games, Cygames was established, and they made their first ever game called Rage of Bahamut, which was surprisingly similar to how Dragon Collection played, a point-and-click adventure game with card battles and gacha as its main source of revenue. Rage of Bahamut was then released on September 1st, 2011 on a social networking app called moogold. Coincidentally, this was also the year MiHoYo Studios was established by 3 university graduate students, namely Lue, Kaohayu, and Lu Yuhao. Also, since none of them knew how to make good art, they commissioned an undergraduate student named Zhang Xinghua, I'm sorry if I butchered those names. Together, the 4 of them made their first ever game called Fly Me to the Moon. Now, Fly Me to the Moon was a game about, well, you guessed it, flying to the moon. It was a simple puzzle game where you go through stages to collect some stars for points and fly to the moon. This was also the first iteration of the character named Kiana Caslana. Fun fact, Fly Me to the Moon is a reference to the ending song of Neon Genesis Evangelion, Fly Me to the Moon, which was also a cover for Frank Sinatra's Fly Me to the Moon. Look, the point is, Evangelion is a major inspiration in MiHoYo's work and is referenced in a lot of their future games. Now, I know that there are other studios and companies at this time period that worked on several gacha games, like Square Enix testing the waters with Final Fantasy All the Bravest, or Lysenko's infamous Fate Grand Order. I will be mentioning a couple of them later on, but for now, we'll be focusing on these 2 companies specifically because they're primarily the ones who pioneered the gacha gaming sphere, with Cygames being the one who helped shape the gacha market in the past, and MiHoYo, who is the leading front for the modern or current gacha market. Cygames, after releasing Rage of Bahamut, then decided to partner with several gaming companies such as the now merged Bandai Namco, Sega, and even Konami themselves. But as you can see, most of these games were flops and reached the end of their services eventually. Surprisingly though, nearly 4 years later, they released a gacha game that changed the gacha gaming sphere in its entirety. Grand Blue Fantasy.
Oh boy, this one. The browser one, right?
Grand Blue Fantasy, or GBF, was a fairly small game back then. Tiny, even. It was so insignificant in a sea of numerous games being released at the time. The only advantage GBF had in terms of its competitors was that it was available in a lot of platforms. GREE, DMM, and App, Mobage, Yahoo Games, and even on your phone's browser, both Android and iOS.
Yep,
it was
on your
really
browser.
Revolutionary at the time. Cygames was making tiny profits from here and there, not to mention that its player base was slowly growing due to the many interesting characters and story that they had presented. But that wasn't the reason GBF changed the industry. No.
It was because of an incident.
A terrible incident, oh boy.
The Andira scandal, or best well known in the West as the Monkey Gate.
Monkey Gate, okay, what's this? We're not gonna return to Monkey? No Monkey?
Now, to put into some context into this, GBF is obviously a gacha game with gacha as a main aspect of it. Now, GBF has an extensive pool of characters in their draw, all ranging from the lower tier R, or rare, to the highest tier SSR, or super rare. Who the fuck named this? Now, of course, in games like these, the higher the rarity of a character or equipment, the better they are. Now,
right? Who the fuck named it?
Each rarity has a set chance, with SSR being the lowest of all of them, and in GBF it is a whopping 3%. Although it is extremely low, the rates do increase in featured banners where featured units will get an increase of at least 6%. In actuality though, the rates are usually at a less than 1% chance because GBF has too much of a diluted pool. There were just so many SSRs that each time they add a new SSR, it would just make it extremely difficult to try and pull for newer characters. Cygames at the time didn't really pay it any heed and had the brilliant idea of releasing a set of characters based on the Chinese zodiac animals and make them limited, only featuring them in banners on their corresponding year. During this time, 2016 was the year of the monkey, and a character by the name of Andira was released. Of course, in a game like GBF where gacha is a thing, people are going to pull for her, and it doesn't help the fact that she was limited. People were spending big bucks on her. They wanted her. They needed her. One particular player, though, caught the attention of many. A streamer by the name of Taste decided that they were going to go live while pulling for Andira. Andira wasn't the only character who had rate up in the banner, though. She was accompanied together with 2 other characters who were also rate up, namely Eustace and Beatrix. So on that stream, Taste rolled for Andira. So they rolled.
Superman, super rare? I don't know.
And rolled, and then rolled some more, and then kept rolling.
Superman is super rare, that's
until
what.
People started seeing that the numbers kept going up. By that point, Taste had already gotten multiple copies of the other 2 characters, but not a single Andira showed up. So
not a single monkey.
And rolling, and rolling, and rolling, and rolling, and rolling, and rolling.
Rip.
2,266 was the amount it took Taste to get Andira. Taste had spent 700,000 yen, which is roughly equivalent to $6,000 at the time.
Damn. Yeah, it's Superman super rare.
Unfortunately, Taste's stream was not the only incident at the time. Taste was not the only one.
Yes, it's
true. A lot of people spent ludicrous amounts of money on that banner. There was an uproar, a revolt, a cry for change.
Here's the thing, right? All it means is they can publish it at any time and release it. And you can extend deadlines for the license. That's all it is. It means legally, if they wanted to release it, they can do it now. That's all it is. They got the license to do so.
Something didn't seem right. Something felt off. So people took a step back and assessed the situation. It turns out the other two characters, Eustace and Beatrix, had a much more higher appearance rate than Indira. How much, you might ask? 5 times. People had to make a spreadsheet for this. It was unbelievable. Although Indira was right up on that banner and side games technically did not lie as they never really officially showed their individual gacha rates, it wasn't that much of a stretch to say that people were taken advantage of. This particular incident caught a lot of attention, both in newspapers and on the internet. It was spreading like wildfire. Amidst this scandal, the producer of GBF at the time promptly got into an interview with Nikkei, a major business newspaper company, regarding the incident, where the producer apologized for the severity of the situation, and Side Games was willing to offer refunds to the players who pulled an Indira's banner in the form of premium in-game currency. This was also the interview where they announced the update that would change the state of gacha games forever. Sparking. A fail-safe system that would guarantee you a unit or item of your choosing after rolling a certain amount of pulls on the gacha. In GBF's case, 300. Before this incident ever happened, gacha games were unregulated, oftentimes described as hellish, as people tend to spend a lot of money just to get the desired item or unit they want. There was no pity system, there was no sparking system, and sure as hell, no way for people to know whether the rates are real or not. It was a lawless land filled with a cesspool of pure greed. Because of this incident, the Japan Online Games Association, or JOGA for short, had to step in and conduct an investigation on Side Games. The case was eventually dropped soon after, but they immediately issued a set of guidelines and regulations that Japanese gacha games were recommended to follow. That being having clear and precise gacha rates, as well as placing a spending cap on their games. Every single eye was on this game's front, and eventually made their way into the gacha gaming sphere for better or for worse. Some smelled profits, some found loopholes, and some wanted it contained. The now once lawless land was now organized to a fault, but the cesspool of greed remained. This, of course, was not Grand Blue Fantasy's only scandal. The game would then have more gacha-related scandals on their belt, but seeing as the incident was a major head-turner for them, they decided to keep a close eye on these events and made sure that the game was alright both in their eyes and in their players' eyes. This then led GBF to be one of the biggest gacha game franchises to date. Due to GBF's success, other gacha games followed suit, taking inspiration from GBF's format. Games like Last Claudia, Grand Summoners, and Another Eden. Although not one-to-one copies, you can definitely see some similarities here and there and how GBF managed to influence a generation of gacha games. Together, we now implemented sparking system in each and every single one of them. On the other side of the spectrum, though, MiHoYo's team, after being inspired by High School of the Dead, went on to make their second official game called Hokai Gakuen, which is also known as Zombie Gal Kawaii. The game was, well, Kiana, again, killing zombies with different weapons. It was also pretty clear that some of the visual designs and UI were somewhat inspired by Persona 4. Although Zombie Gal Kawaii was released only 2 years ago, in 2014, MiHoYo released the widely known Hokai Gakuen 2, or Guns Girl Z, with a short development time due to them being able to easily reuse the assets from the first game. The game, despite its hardships and drawbacks such as top-up failures and server downtimes, saw some financial success. Although having most of its elements and mechanics from the main game, they did spice it up a little by copying and then converting the system of Puzzles and Dragons, another gacha game, into an action game. Now at this point in time, MiHoYo then decided to work on the Honkai Impact project, a project that would make MiHoYo widely known for being the best in the gacha gaming sphere. MiHoYo struggled with the development of Honkai Impact because most of their team at the time didn't know how to make 3D projects and were transitioning from the 2D format of GGZ. Despite their struggles and the scrapping of several parts of the project, Honkai Impact 3rd managed to release on October 14, 2016. It was well received by a majority of its audience and was a guaranteed success both in revenue and popularity.
Still playing Another Eden,
game that had garnered the attention of the global market. Its gameplay, for the sake of simplifying it, consisted of a linear type hack and slash, with clear inspirations from widely known games such as Bayonetta and Devil May Cry. This game, honestly speaking, is MiHoYo's magnum opus. The story in Honkai Impact 3rd was just something else. Although I haven't played the game, I have been following the story on YouTube, and so far, I'm dead inside, man. Kiana is a tragic character, and I don't know. I just don't know. But anyways, we're here to talk about gacha game history, so for now, I'll save my tears for later.
Wait, what was that chart? Wait, what is that? I want to see that list.
This was the first ever MiHoYo game that had garnered the attention of the global market.
It went too fast.
For the sake of simplifying it, consisted of a linear type hack and slash, with clear inspirations from widely known games such as Bayonetta and Devil May Cry. This game, honestly speaking, is MiHoYo's magnum opus. The story in Honkai Impact 3rd was just something.
Why is it only Devil May Cry? Come back when it's Devil is crying.
Else. Although I haven't played the game, I have been following.
Why is it May Cry? Why not Definitely Crying?
The story on YouTube, and so far, I'm dead inside, man. Kiana is a tragic character, and I don't know. I just don't know. But anyways, we're here to talk about gacha game history.
Alright, what we got here? Open world gacha factions. What the fuck? Well then, this is something.
History, so for now, I'll save my tears for later. This game managed to put miHoYo on the global map and the attention of the overseas fanbase as a result. Although not widely known at the time, it was still a huge success on miHoYo's part, since this is the game that they painstakingly placed all of their passion into. Honkai Impact was also the first miHoYo game to have introduced the soft and hard pity system, and was a very free-to-play friendly game that gave players the chance to collect their favorite characters. At least, it used to. Over time, the game upped its quality and was beloved by so many players as it made a lot of them emotionally invested in its story. Afterwards, miHoYo then made another game called Tears of Themis. Although not as popular as its predecessor, Tears of Themis still managed to pull in a surprising amount of players, the majority of which were women, because this is an otome gacha game, which is surprising, not gonna lie. Either way, it wasn't until
F them for making the main story quest have FOMO to giving 1k gems on a limited time and completing the current story's hundreds of hours. Yep.
September of 2020 that miHoYo would dominate the gacha gaming market. They released a game that made an unexpected change within the industry. A game so well known that it became a household name. A game that made me do a triple take because I saw a family of 3 in a pizza restaurant with their daughter cosplaying as for Reinx. Just what the hell is Genshin Impact?
What the fuck?
It's Genshin Impact. Fuck! Gacha games before this was a very
Why they
people would disregard it as low-effort, money-hungry type games that would shamelessly manipulate you into giving up your wallet. And by no means those accusations are untrue. That is still being perceived today in modern gacha games because, let's be honest, it's still an issue. Regardless of what other people might think, miHoYo managed to make gacha games into mainstream media, for better or for worse. Genshin Impact was amazing. It was essentially an untapped market. Ever since the release of Breath of the Wild, people have been asking, hoping, wishing for an anime-like open-world game. And it isn't really a surprise that Genshin Impact was deeply inspired by Legend of Zelda's Breath of the Wild. People were attracted to it. It was what people were asking for. It was what people were hoping for. And it was what people were wishing for. miHoYo caught lightning in a bottle.
Except it's not what we got. It is not what we got. So when you came back, some of the old characters became meta, so your copium levels are okay. Then playing another Eden. Okay.
Feat so impossible that it elevated them into the mega corporation that they are known today, HoYoverse. Genshin Impact was the first gacha game for a lot of new players. It was their first exposure to the gacha market, and because of not knowing any better, money started to flow. $245 million was the estimated amount that Genshin made in its first month, overtaking the monster at the time that was Fate Grand Order. It was absurd. Even though Genshin's pity system wasn't as harsh as FGO's was, I think that was an unfair comparison. It still was a system that generally capitalizes on obtaining duplicates of characters and weapons. Although it wasn't really necessary to obtain duplicates, people who had some disposable income still spent a hefty amount on the game. Now, of course, like every other gacha game company out there, Genshin wasn't free of drama. A lot of events happened during Genshin's first few years that sparked a lot of hate for both the game and the community. miHoYo still managed to weather out these issues because honestly, despite its flaws, Genshin is a good game. And people were willing to forgive their hiccups so long as they offered a better experience and kept improving for everyone's enjoyment. Which to this day stayed true because Genshin has improved since. Due to Genshin's influence, gacha companies then strive to attain the same formula. Although some of them have not been as successful as Genshin was, it still managed to improve the overall quality of these games, bettering player experience and keeping retention. Meanwhile, in the heart of Japan, instead of opting for a much more diverse and sustainable revenue like Genshin has, Cygames has managed to push the Japanese market to its limits by releasing a game called Uma Musume. Pretty derby. Now
yes, this thing.
Horse game.
Horse girls, oh boy.
Is a very huge gacha game franchise in Japan.
Very briefly they showed Asurata, yeah.
In fact, at some point in time, Uma Musume overtook Genshin in its #1 spot of revenue for a week, and it's only been released in Japan at the time. Now, Uma Musume is a recreation of the horse race gambling culture in Japan, where most of the characters are based off of real-life horses. I'm seriously not joking about this. They're horse girl idols. I can't. What the fuck? Anyways, Cygames also made an anime of this game, but they were supposed to release together. Uma Musume at its core was a waifu wife collector paired with well, horse racing. It's the merging of both worlds that gets me. JPEG gambling and money gambling combined together.
Yep.
One.
Oh, don't worry. Also, you can get Sega has like actual gambling cabinets that they make that are branded for Uma Musume. Actually, there was a video like a while back. Some guy actually bought the actual computer that was used inside one of them, because what they actually do is like in some casinos in Japan, they actually have like the IP of the horse girls. They have like this setup here where you link up a bunch of different pods for people to do the horse bidding gambling thing on it, like, and then they're all linked together to like this bigger server thing that'd be running all the other smaller machines. And yeah, and it would just be the fucking horse girls on it running around in some rendered 3D game, but not really game thing.
Despite the fact that I genuinely.
But like the only reason why I know about it is because I forgot which guy it was. He basically bought one of the Sega computers. I think it was like titled Sega Gaming PC or something. which was like what powered the gambling machine there, or whatever, for the Uma Musume thing. And what was inside was pretty funny because it was just regular off-the-shelf PC shit. I think it had like a GTX 1060 and a couple other things in there. Just regular shit you can find off the shelf.
I'll try to keep it straight.
Was inside the box.
Face for you guys. A large portion of Japan does like this game, since at this point in time, gacha games and horse racing has been ingrained deep into their culture. Although people outside of Japan tend to be confused as to why this franchise is so well loved, it has made its waves across the western part of the world, and a lot of people in those countries like it as well. And currently, during the making of this video, Cygames has already announced that Uma Musume will be releasing globally. Now, on a related note, red light districts such as Kabukicho, pachinko parlors, and even food stalls during Tanabata Matsuri, aka the Summer Star Festival, is owned by a notorious group that at this point everyone knows exists, despite their extreme attempts at steering clear of public attention. The Yakuza is a group of organized crime syndicates that are operating in the shadiest parts of Japan. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Cypher, why are you talking about the Yakuza in a topic about the history of gacha games? Okay, listen to me. Casinos and betting stages are mainly owned by the Yakuza, right? Now, who do you think owns the horse race gambling sphere? It's the Yakuza. It's them. Now, doujin culture in Japan is very huge as well. If something exists, there's not safe for work artwork of it. Now, Cygames has explicitly stated not to make harmful representations of the game's characters and the real-life horses that they are based from. Problem is that the Streisand effect comes into play. The more you'll tell people no, the more they'll just do it. Because of the hundreds of doujins being made in the game, the artists were now in deep trouble, being sent Yakuza to their houses with lots of those artists formally apologizing on their social media accounts, with even some of them deactivating. It was a very peculiar situation back then, with only people outside of Japan being able to openly discuss the ongoing Yakuza censorship. Despite the horse racers having Yakuza ties, Uma Musume still remains to be a very beloved franchise, with the anime kicking off with 3 seasons, a movie just this year, and a possible 4th season, although not confirmed yet. But all of this just goes to show just how huge the waves MiHoYo and Cygames made throughout the years, and how big the gacha market has become because of them, with games like Genshin and Grand Blue being the monstrous franchises that they have become today. Speaking of big franchises, it would be disingenuous of me not to talk about the other 2 large elephants in the room. That being... No, those are literal elephants. Come on, the other ones. No, not these 2. Although Nikki has a good story, it's not that. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Fate Grand Order and Arknights. So, Fate Grand Order has been in the industry for a long time.
The Yakuza, I guess they are.
After Grand Blue Fantasy. Lesengel, or formerly known as the Lightworks, made a gacha game based off of Type Moon's Fate Stay Night franchise. The thing is, because Fate Stay Night was a beloved franchise in Japan, the game, of course, like every other huge gacha game out there, was not free of scandal. But they never really got any unwarranted attention because most of the controversies were mildly annoying at best and scummy at worst. For example, in the Korean server of FGO, lots of KR players quit because they had their summon rates artificially lowered without prior notice, leading to the KR server losing the Solomon raids and it being memed by the other servers for being a crude timeline in which Goeisha won, and every other event and story that was released was just Buddha's dying dream. I'm getting off topic here. Look, the point is, the only reason why FGO weathered through these dramas and issues is because the player base loved the Fate Stay Night franchise, and the Lightworks getting their shit together to improve the game. Despite all of that, FGO is still being recognized for its incredibly atrocious and horrendous gacha rates, but to this day, it is still one of the biggest gacha games in Japan, just alongside Uma Musume. Now, speaking of recognition, Arknights is a really popular game that I always see at least 2 to 3 ads of it per day while watching stuff on YouTube. Even some YouTubers or Vtubers popping up in my timeline every now and then.
I've yet to see a single Arknight ad.
And then
I haven't seen a single one.
And that's no surprise either. I am currently playing Arknights right now after holding off from playing it for a long time now, and after a good friend managed to convince me.
Like, I played EnVtuber, but that's it. I haven't seen a single ad from them. I've seen ads of a lot of other things, but not a single Arknight ad. I've never seen a single one of those.
And I'm honestly enjoying it so far. It's really, really good. On a surface level of understanding, Arknights is a tower defense game where the main objective is defending against attackers and not letting them go through your towers, combined with a base building system similar to games like Fallout Shelter, which honestly fits the theme that they have going for its story. Arknights has been recognized a lot by its really dark and gritty story, as well as the notorious wall of text accompanying it, not to mention the music. Like, what the fuck? Every time I go search up anything Arknights related, people will always either talk about the story or the music because it is just really, really fucking good. My personal favorite jams being Boiling Blood, Operation Pintsuit, Double Dragons, and Lullaby. And I was listening to their music even before I played Arknights, so when I played the game, I was surprised that the thing accompanying the music was even more exciting.
Okay.
I mean, both Arknights and FGO just have amazing animations and previews. Like, damn, this is what my money is getting poured into, and honestly, I love it. I don't like my wallet getting empty though because of the gacha, so yeah. Nowadays, modern gacha games try to keep up with these high quality and high budget gachas, and for the first time in a while, the quality of these games have drastically improved over the years. Although the gacha part hasn't improved that much and is still predatory, it's still an upward climb. Now we've covered the history of what makes gacha games gacha games. We've seen the rise of companies, we've seen how they've handled their games, and how some of them are literally just the personification of greed. How some developers were passionate about their games, and how due to their passion, they became the huge corporations that they are today.
Sure.
But this doesn't really paint the full picture as to why many people hate or love gacha games. So this time around, I'll be talking about what the
it's a cap.
composed of.
It's perceived quality, not actual quality. Just the perception of quality.
Makes a gacha game great. What makes it equivalent to dog
The
walk or
perception.
slot, and why you should give gacha games a try.
Right, hi Dan. Welcome, welcome. Polished turds, yep.
Why do a lot of people hate gacha games? The answer is simple, really. The gacha system, or more specifically, microtransactions in games. Most of the time, people generally have an outrage of games that they already paid for, only to find out that there's an in-game store that sells cosmetics, accessories, and items that can help with alleviating a certain amount of difficulty. Usually in single-player games, the player outrage generally scales with its difficulty, but it's a different thing for multiplayer ones since it's usually a clash of interests for people with disposable income and those without. Now, most, if not all, gacha games tend to be free to play, with most of them having easier game progression tied behind the gacha system that hosts the characters and or equipment. Most single-player or PvE gacha games tend to have a weird ratio of varying complaints due to the fact that
why are they all just Toph here, man? The fuck? We just see a lot of Toph mentioned.
equipment. Most single-player or PvE gacha games tend to have a weird ratio of
right. My end game is harder. End game is not that good because it becomes a question of wallet, not skill. Turned out to be a whale playground. Low spenders can only be healers. What? Yeah, sure. Then you look at the raids, and then it's like, what? You gotta do mechanics in the raids. Everything is a goddamn damage sponge until you can't do damage to it.
varying complaints due to the fact that
they don't know about the fucking raids, man.
Not all gacha games are difficult, but several games do make the decision of making challenging content extremely difficult or borderline impossible, and then making sure that the featured character that was released during that content would alleviate those issues or make it easy to clear. Now, complaints for this issue are a lot, but most people just shrug it off because it usually just boils down to being salty about the gacha, paired with the fact that challenging content in these gachas tend to be optional. So it's never really a loss for you whether you clear or don't. And when you do clear, it's mostly for bragging rights. On the other hand, multiplayer or PvP gacha games tend to receive a lot of hate, mostly due to how power creep works and how that worsens player experience. It's never an even playing field because the only way to turn this into an equal match is by getting lucky in the gacha. It's why gachas with PvP tend to perform worse than the single player ones, not to mention the toxicity that comes along with it. That being said, let's talk about power creep. For those of you who aren't aware, power creep is essentially the inevitable drawback that comes from live service games where newly added units and or equipment would make the older ones redundant.
Kind of, but like, not really. Because the shit was still easy back then. Right? Because, like, the thing is, your content back then for your group stuff, you had join ops, which was multiplayer stuff like that. You had to shatter and do all the other things in there. You had, like, 25 minutes to complete them. It was more of a matter, again, like, gear is, like, the huge factor in your stats. It always has been. But yeah, 1.0, you just had join ops. You had, like, the, what's it called again? The Apophis raid? Right, we just had the Apophis raid, and then I think it was we had the Frigg Valkyrie raid and the Nemesis raid there. You all had 10 minutes to clear them. Apophis raid, you needed the tank to position the thing correctly. If you were set up correctly, you could solo them. With raw damage, you could solo them. The actual damage that you needed wasn't that high to clear either of them. It's just that you needed other players to do their shit properly. Like with the Nemesis raid, you have to separate the two Nemesis clones. Otherwise, they will heal each other, and the boss will heal each other, and you lose. Right? The Apophis raid, it would have occasional insta-kill attacks, and like a big Spirit Bomb blast, and you had to use the Pillar Relic to block it. In the empty room, you would have to position players around to avoid getting attacked by this stuff. The thing is, though, one player was enough to damage and kill the thing, but you had to deal with all the other stuff around it. Right? And the thing is as well, here's the thing, back then, supports buffed more damage than the people doing damage. They still do. they can buff more damage, then people can actually do damage, in a sense, if you stack it correctly. Like, they were worth more of the damage. Weak point and Titan stats obviously did not exist yet. You had those things in play. That was 1.0 raids. In 2.0, they added the Rudolph raid, was like the first one they added there, and then eventually we got the Eva Nutsack raid. Those ones were pretty much just tank and spank. There were a couple of mechanics in there, but they were very quick and easy to do. Like, at the time of, like, before Fenrir released, people were doing at the upper end could solo the raid on their own. They could just go in there and do the raid entirely by themselves. They didn't even need these 7 other players. If you were good enough, you could solo the entire 8-player raid. People were doing it back then. And it was, again, mostly on gear. If you had the right setup for things. It's still mechanics. It always was mechanics in there. They've just gotten more and more mechanic heavy over time. That was the raid there. You had Void Abyss, right? Which was, we had Void Rifts back in the thing as well. And you had to basically run around collecting buffs. It's still the same as it is now. Right? You get all the buffs, you need a bunch of people, and then you can clear it. And you go and kill things with inflated stats. Because everyone gets inflated stats there. That's not changed. Origin of War would change based on the season. And you'd have different sets of enemies in there. But back then, most floors of Origin of War were just waves of enemies. And they would have certain mechanics on them, like Reverse Fantasia on Stalkers. That was like mostly what Origin of War was. And again, you did a lot of things through buffs and stuff that you would get from farming Origin of War. Again, that hasn't really changed other than what you're fighting inside it. And they would like rescale eventually over time. And the thing is, the thing gets really easy to kill in terms of being health sponges as the season goes on at the lower difficulty percent. That hasn't changed. It's things are a joke to kill. They're still gonna hit you really hard, but they don't have anywhere near as much HP. You know, at 100% compared to 2000% or whatever. Right? And then again, like 3.0 raids, Monkey Raid, that was entire mechanics fest. Tao Tai, mechanics only. Jingshan was purely mechanics. Eventually they lowered it so you can also, they weakened it so you can actually kill it through damage. But it was entirely meant to be dealt with through mechanics. You even had the turrets to do damage to it on opposite ends of the map that people needed to, you needed 2 players to use. And shoot the boss and stuff like that, right? While you're tanking and keeping the players from avoiding all the hazards and everything. You could poke it back then to make it so you can clear it a little bit faster, a couple seconds faster, but it was purely mechanics. Ying Zhao raid, again, that raid is entirely mechanics. The only reason why we can even do damage to that thing is because of the funny interaction with Nola's second skill in Altered, allowing you to actually bypass like the 99% damage reduction it has, because for some reason Nola's second skill in Altered ignores it, and that's the only thing that actually does damage to it, like realistically. Again, entirely mechanics. In the 4.0 raids, there's only one raid in 4.0 where you actually do damage to it, and that's the Gunner raid. The Gunner raid requires you to do damage. That's the only one where you're required to do damage. The Ball raid is entirely mechanics as well. Again, you can hit it with the Nola thing, but it's purely mechanics. Asurada raid, purely mechanics. The current one that's bugged as hell, that I spent hours trying to kill, but then we just gave up on it until they fix something, that's also entirely mechanics. You can't do damage to it for shit. Right? Like, here's the thing, right? All that content didn't really exist back then. And again, like, it was still all mechanics. The amount of damage that you needed to kill some of those things back then, even then, like, it wasn't hard, it wasn't difficult at all. It's just, you had to do the mechanics. It's always been that way. They've always had mechanics to them. They were so simple. It's just that they were too hard for the average gacha player. They're too hard for that, man. Gacha players can't draw a fucking triangle, much less a straight line. Right, and you can guess which two raids I'm referencing for that one. Ying's out for triangle and the ball raid for the straight line. They can't handle that. What makes you think they can handle anything else? Right? It is what it is. But like, yeah, that's just the reality.
Or borderline unusable. For gacha games, this is a staple, as most of them tend to have new units added to their pool every 2 weeks or so. No gacha game is free of this issue, and most try to alleviate the pressure by upgrading or reworking older units or equipment, either through direct patch upgrades or a new ranking or rarity tier. But hey, no matter what they do, there will always be that one guy on Reddit who would complain about it all day. Power creep is a problem, but it doesn't help that gacha games will try to cash in on limited event collectibles, and that invokes a primal fear within you. The dread you feel when there is a time limit, an opportunity that has come your way, is slowly fading as that clock ticks. That wallet of yours will be left empty by the end of this. That anxiety creeps up on you, telling you that you want this, you need this. It takes a hold of you. And that temptation only grows worse as time goes on. And when the final hour comes, you break. Fear of missing out is a terrible cycle that most gacha games FOMO. I hate FOMO, you hate FOMO, all my homies hate FOMO. It's just stupid to think that some items or units will be unobtainable after their banners pass. And it doesn't help the fact that most of these limited stuff are generally pretty overpowered. I can understand if it's just cosmetics, but if it's units or equipment, that is a whole nother story. It's just scummy, it's so repulsive, it's just pure bullshit. Most gacha game companies out there tend to have reruns of these particular events, not making them completely unobtainable. But it still doesn't help the fact that these limited banners act like a carrot on a stick for most players, making sure to milk out your wallets dry. It's really terrible. But again, these complaints are mostly from low spenders and free-to-play players who want to be rewarded for their effort. Gacha games tend to be catered to casual players who have a lot of disposable income, since they're usually the ones making sure.
But yeah, let's see. The cost of spending lots of money, yeah. But also cost of nothing there, yeah. You're used to the FOMO, but yeah.
The company gains profits. Funny thing is, the companies are aware of this and try to cater their gacha games to casual players more often. And this becomes a glaring issue. Casual difficulty is a problem for a lot of these games because of one variable. Casual players get bored easily. I know that not many people have a lot of time on their hands to play these gacha games, and I can understand that. But casual difficulty can be a detriment for the long term due to the fact that casual players tend to just drop a game if it gets boring. Casual players also complain if a game gets too difficult, which in turn causes a whole new set of issues by making these games extremely repetitive and easy. So it's usually a matter of knowing where that sweet spot is. Surprisingly enough, it's usually the hardcore players who keep these games alive by simply talking about content and enjoying the difficulty. So here's the difference between a good gacha game and a terrible one. You will know if a gacha game is good or not by knowing what their communities are currently talking about. If a community consists mostly of posts and discussions regarding gacha banners, gacha pulls, and salty gacha pulls with barely any discussions about the gameplay, then you'll know it's a terrible gacha game. Why do I say this, you might ask? Well, it's simple, really. While the gacha is a main aspect and or selling point of a gacha game, it is by definition still a game. Gameplay is an irreplaceable core function of what keeps players engaged. Player retention is as valuable, if not more, than gacha revenue. If players stop talking about the game's gameplay, then it's shit. There's no two ways about it. So, if a gacha game has a good ratio of gacha and gameplay discussions, then you'll know that this gacha game is really, really good. While that ratio may fluctuate due to limited banners and or new content drops, it's still a good idea to keep a close eye into their communities to better assess which gacha games are good for you. Now, you might be thinking, some people complain about the day-to-day gameplay though. And you're not wrong. Most gacha games have a system that keeps players engaged. Or at least it tries to. Dailies and weeklies are extremely boring and repetitive. Some games like Zenless Zone Zero try to make these dailies as short as possible, while other games like Arknights tend to have an auto-battling system so that players just need a push of a button to do their dailies. Try as they might, they can never perfect this system, and players tend to get burnt out after a couple of months of doing the same things over and over again. The grind sucks, and it's time-consuming, with only the dedicated ones doing it just for the sake of getting more pulls. Eventually players quit after a while, but there are some who want to quit but can't. Why? Well,
sunk cost fallacy, yep.
Time and money. Gameplay.
Sorry for ignorance, can someone explain what raid is in context? What? No, we were talking about, like, ToF raids. As in, like, actual content with groups of players. Where you go in with large groups of players to go clear things. This shit was what we were talking about. The raid brand is very good, yeah. We weren't talking about anything else in regards to raids. Don't worry.
And gotcha. These are the two main reasons why some people have trouble quitting gacha games.
Yeah,
some have
sure.
already invested too much time to quit, whether it be weeks, months, and even years, and would feel like they wasted the time that they spent. While some have already invested too much money to quit and would feel like they just wasted their big bang bucks after spending all that moolah on some JPEGs. It's a dilemma that a lot of people struggle. But of course, this isn't limited to gacha games only. You can find these problems pop up in your popular multiplayer games like League of Legends or Rainbow Six Siege. Single player games don't have this issue because you can easily just drop the game for now and come back to it some other time when you feel like playing. Attachment to time and money spent is one thing, but there is another type of attachment gacha games tend to lean towards: excessive fan service. Gacha games tend to utilize fan service as a way to allure people or appeal to a certain audience. While fan service can vary from different things such as collabs and lore, its main source of fan service tends to be on the sexual side of things. Sex sells. That statement has never been more true. 7 out of 10 times you'll find that gacha games have this catered fan service that mainly focuses on the sexual appeal of their characters, whether it be a man, a woman, or non-binary. But it mostly focuses on the female since most players are usually male unless it's an otome game. The problem with this is that gacha companies tend to only focus on the fan service rather than make their game
I swear, when they put like a lot of these censors, it makes it more lewd.
That's why some gacha games tend to be dubbed as waifu collectors, in a sense that there's no actual gameplay and it's just a JPEG collector with a voice attached to it.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Destiny illusion. These players will spend ludicrous amounts just so they could get their new waifu, who is in a very suggestive bikini that I will not display because Daddy YouTube might give you the 1-2 strike spanks. Gacha is very predatory, and it doesn't help that these companies have no sympathy towards their player base whatsoever.
And thus continues that downward spiral. A spiral of temptation, contempt, attachment, envy, and greed. Gacha games have always been that way.
It's a genuine problem that we all need to acknowledge, especially the fact that these types of games are easily accessible to children. It's what causes people
in the grand scheme, compared to what else can be out there, it is definitely on the milder side.
Stay away from it. It's why people do not like it. It's why so many people hate gacha games and have advocated to stop spending on these microtransactions so that the industry will change. But it's not that simple. Companies still need profit in order to keep functioning, and some want their product to be the best there is, no matter how many years it takes. But passion can only take you so far. Because
you thought it was a coding event? Okay.
Is needed to pay the people who make these projects and to keep it afloat. That's why some companies end up making use of gacha as their main source of revenue, since a free game is more accessible than a $70 game on the market. And it's one of the fastest and easiest ways to gain revenue for them. Yes, it is predatory. Yes, it is something that needs to stop. And I fully agree with you. But here's the thing. Not all of them are as terrible as you think they are. You see, I'm not telling you to play every single gacha game out there. Heavens no, that's torture. I'm actually telling you to play the good gacha games. And these, some are one of the best ones out there. And like every spiral, if it goes down, it can also go up.
Sure.
I've played a lot of gacha games throughout the years. Like, a lot. Like, here's the list if you're interested. But most of the ones that I've played, I would immediately leave after a month or two due to burnout. And it's mostly due to the reasons that I've stated earlier. But there have been a couple of games that I've stayed in, and some I've left that I would still highly recommend. I'm going to talk about these gachas in an ascending order, as well as talk about their biggest highlights and reasons as to why you should play them. I'm also gonna try to be unbiased as much as possible, but know that I might yap about my personal experiences and gripe with them. Now, the lowest in this list is Genshin Impact. Wait, hold on. Let me cook, alright? I know that Genshin gets a lot of hatred for, well, a lot of reasons. Even I don't like the game that much. I quit a few months after the first anniversary due to burnout, and in turn soured my experience of it. Despite the fact that I quit the game, over time, Genshin has learned from some of its mistakes.
This is a new thing, fair enough.
Overall. Its story is slow and slightly uninteresting for the first few chapters leading to Inazuma, but I can confidently say that past that point, they definitely managed to make a very interesting main storyline. It's not my cup of tea though, but a lot of people might like how they've spun their narrative. The gameplay and the world has a lot to offer as well. Liyue and Mondstadt are somewhat empty for the most part, but the other nations have a lot to offer in their respective environments and really sells that open world vibe. The game has no shortage of new characters that can offer a new perspective in their lives in that world, and they're all very unique, with each having visually stunning designs based on their nationality. I am gonna say that some of them are kinda copy-paste and hollow, but that's normal if you introduce a lot of characters in the game. Now, players can obtain them through the gacha reruns, except Eula, who has rerun like once for some reason. The combat as well...
Eula on Obtainium.
Kill me for this. The combat is not bad, but it isn't critically acclaimed either, and that's just, it's okay. It's just okay. And that's the truth. It isn't mind-blowing, although some boss fights can be pretty cool to fight. Overall, it's alright. It's just there, and that's fine. Because Genshin's strength isn't in its combat, it's in its story, exploration, and music. Of course, early Genshin music has been pretty bonkers, like Ejdaha's boss theme and some of the character trailers' OSTs. I feel like some of the newer tracks lack an oomph behind them, but it's still pretty good. Either way, Genshin is a solid game that you might want to check out, although it is at the bottom of my list because I dislike how they handle the monetization of the game. I'm trying to be unbiased as much as possible, but I can't. I literally can't. It's like SpongeBob in that one episode when he was deprived of water in Sandy's house.
Okay.
Either way, the next one on my list is Zenless Zone Zero, but I already made a video on that, so if you want to hear my thoughts as to why I recommend this game to you, then you can check it out on the top right of the screen right now. Now, for the next one, well, I'm actually...
Until you get tired, it becomes a slog, yep. Fair enough. I don't do any coding, though. I don't do any coding. Sorry.
Surprised that I'd be recommending it because it has its fair share of issues, as one would say. But Guardian Tales is a very well-polished game that I honestly wasn't thinking of talking about until I realized later on while writing the script that I actually had a very good experience with the game. The only reason I stopped playing the game is because it has a PvP system for some reason. Although PvP aside, the game is honestly very cute, chill, and has its funny moments with some pop culture references here and there. Continuing the story along, it will try to delve into much more serious and somewhat grim tones that some people might not expect from this cute little game. And it's really, really well executed. The music is fantastic, and the gameplay is a 2D hack and slash that reminds me a lot of Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, and it's really, really damn fun. Not to mention that the game is fairly free-to-play friendly. In fact, it's a little too free-to-play friendly because players aren't really incentivized to spend due to how easily
I don't pay much attention to the things, so
that's why I think a lot of people will enjoy this game, and there's no need to worry if you haven't heard of this game at all because Guardian Tales doesn't do advertising that much, such is the curse of Korean gacha games. Now then, up next is...
Korean games are yikes. Sometimes.
Oh, wait, no, that can't be right. No. Oh no.
What's next? What it? Oh, okay. What's this one?
I'm not gonna talk about the Coney. 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 We're gonna talk about the Coney.
What? Alright, Blue Archive.
Christ.
Okay.
Where do I start? Blue Archive is... Jeez, give me a minute. Okay, so, first things first. Do not engage with the community. Alright? No. Just no.
Okay.
You got that? Good. Blue Archive is a really, really good gacha game with deep lore and really catchy music. You are a teacher who handles a lot of students who are suspiciously only girls who use guns. If that is not interesting enough, the story can be incredibly good, if not traumatizing at times, which is not expected out of a game whose player base basically consists of, well, this, or the fuck this is.
So far, I know, for one, the crying emoji seems to be what's keeping us together here in the chat.
Sure.
The music can also go from very catchy stuff that you've probably heard from memes or just absolute bangers. It's genuinely surprising considering that at the surface, Blue Archive is probably just some weird lolly bait for a lot of people, and I wouldn't blame them for thinking that way because a lot of these characters are teenagers, mind you, with some just being straight up children in very risky outfits. But that's really just the surface. The game goes deeper than that. It's a very intricate game with a very complex story that would tear you apart.
You aren't careful.
The game is also very free-to-play friendly if you dedicate your time to it, making sure that you'll get the limited units that you were trying to get while being able to farm some permanent 3-star units, which is honestly pretty fucking good. So yes, I genuinely recommend this game. Just don't engage with the community, man. If you want to preserve your sanity as much as possible. Now, before we proceed any further, looking back on these gacha games, they all have two things in common. They have incredibly great stories and good music, with Blue Archive and Guardian Tales being very free-to-play friendly, although their gameplay isn't all that amazing except for Zenless Zone Zero and Guardian Tales. These traits are what
remember not the channel name? The one disturbed. Okay.
With some even
wondering
why
fair
these
enough.
games are free-to-play. Although, to be honest,
That's fair.
So it's just unheard of because these types of stories and music can mostly be found either through an indie game title or sometimes a AAA game. Now, I'm not going to keep praising the stories for being good, although that's a fact. There is a problem that a lot, if not all, gacha games struggle with from good to bad. A problem that plagues their stories, and my guy Glitter here is going to rant about it. Oh boy, he's going to yap.
What is he going to yap about? What is he going to say? You got your ass kicked by the new Kanto 8. So you're taking a break. The Kanto itself is Project Moon has done it again, part 3. Okay, that's nice.
You're the dinner gacha game, right? Tell me. Tell me. Have you heard this before? Have you heard any of these before? The story's kind of slow at the start, but it gets better. Like, the early story's a little mid, but man, at chapter 6, it pops off. Okay? I swear, it gets so good once you're like 20 hours into the story. You hear that shit all the time. Like, I feel like I've heard that for almost every gacha game in the last, 10 years, 10, 15 years.
Sure.
You hear it all the time. But why? Why is it so damn common to hear this thing of like, oh, the early story is like mid? Why are early gacha stories mid? Or are they? But no, they are. That's the thing. I believe, I agree with the idea. I agree that early gacha game stories are mid. I agree that early gacha game stories are usually kind of mid. They're usually kind of slow. They take a while to get started. Not that much happens in them. The writing of the characters are pretty basic, for lack of a better word. But why? Why is it so common? Why is it so like consistent that they're mid? What's up with it? Like look, Arcanines, you hear it. Genshin, you hear it. Star Rail, you hear it. Blue Archive, you hear it. Fate Go, Ancient Fate Go, still hear it. Even the gacha game that is like praised for having like good story, like probably the best story, like the presentation, of writing, and narrative, everything is fantastic. Limbus Company, even for Limbus Company, for at the very least the first 2 chapters, the first 2 cantos, you hear how it's okay. Like it's really not up to par to their usual. Of course, there's high standards for Project Moon stuff, but still, you hear it. But why is this a gacha game thing? It's not like you have another piece of media, like say a manga or a movie or a TV show or anime or something. Those really often have like super strong starts. So it's not like it's just a media in general thing. It's a gacha story thing.
Yeah.
Or at least seems to be. But okay, so maybe it's confirmation bias, right? Like as a sane
confirmation bias, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's confirmation bias. Because like, you know, the people who stick with the story and later tell you that the story gets really good, well, that's the people who didn't mind the beginning story that much.
Yeah, you don't mind the beginning first. You can't put the climax at the start, just make it so every story is self-contained. So you have a start and an end constantly. That solves the problem. If they just make it so you have everything at every segment of the way, you'll have the problem solved.
And then kept going. And like they're probably susceptible, but more susceptible to liking the story in the first.
It still needs to cook, but it's doable. Keep in mind, a lot of TV shows and mangas and all sorts of other things don't have this problem. TV shows, movies, mangas, whatever. Fuck, you go watch a movie, you're spending like what? 1, 2, maybe 3 hours to watch the movie? Yet you get the whole thing in there? You don't have to wait like 20 plus hours? They can do it in a shorter time frame, but they don't. It's definitely possible.
First place, right? So maybe it's that. The people who wouldn't like the story ever, they just drop off early on anyway, right? If they even read the story, that is, if they're not just there for the gameplay or something. Couldn't be me. But I mean, maybe that's the case. But I have a theory, a thesis in the making.
Okay, what's
I haven't
this
explored
thesis?
all the lore implications. It's a work in progress. Okay, but hear me out. Okay. Insert whiteboard with lots of things on it, you know, connected and so on. I'd like to present to you. Early gacha game stories are mid on purpose.
Mid
Why
on
are they mid on
purpose? Okay.
To not overwhelm the player. Okay.
Not to overwhelm?
Stay with me.
Okay.
Okay, right, because you know, you start up a new gacha game, right? Like, ooh,
You can't elaborate a good defined story because it implies an end. And live service games can end too fast, but that's not good for business. I mean, sure. But you could also structure things to always end and start a new one immediately. Like, think about it this way. Let's say we go watch, I don't know, let's say you go watch an episode of, like, The Simpsons or SpongeBob or Family Guy or whatever. Or whatever, like, a show like that you can think of. Every single episode you would watch, the entire thing is self-contained. So you can watch it basically in any order. If you were to, let's say, watch, I don't know, The Simpsons, you could watch, let's say, the 69th episode before you watch the 2nd episode, and you would still be able to follow along and go through the whole thing. Because they set it up so it starts and ends in the same, the same story, so to speak. Right? You could just start and end everything like that. In like a format that's used for a lot of TV shows that are not meant to be connected together and overarching. Yeah. You have those things in anime, you have those things in cartoons. Exactly. Like, you can do it. You can make it start, and you can make it end. And then after it ends, you can just start a new one based on the existing stuff you already have. But they don't do this. For some reason, they don't want to do this. The closest you'll get from a game right now with a gacha game starting and ending the story to then start a new one is whatever the fuck Hada is doing with ToF. Because at least all of 1.0, they finished the story, And then they gave you the 2.0 story. They finished that entirely. And then we had the Domain 9 thing. The entire thing wrapped up and finished up. And then we got the network thing, which again, it ended. It finished up everything. And now we have the 5.0 thing where we go to space. But they made sure to finish off and close off everything else first. How many patch? It depends on how they want to make the story. In some cases, you could do it all in one patch depending on the scope of everything, or in like 2 to 3 or whatever. Right? Like, let's say 4.0 story. When did we have story release? We had 4.0 was a patch there. 4.1, I don't think we had anything. The 4.2 we had. 4.3 we had nothing. That was a thing. It's like every other patch. We went up to 4.8. It's like what, 4 or 5 patches to get a full story? And it's still running, yeah. Because the thing is, what do you mean it's unknown? They gave us the thing, and they finished it, and they gave us a new thing. And then they're gonna finish it, and then they're gonna give us a new thing. The whole point is, the whole major patch thing of, like, the major start of a patch cycle, that is the story. And then it ends, and then they make a new one. Actually, here's another simple one. Let's say World of Warcraft, right? Every expansion is like a full story worth of stuff, right? So like, let's just go with like the expansion thing. Let's start with Burning Crusade. Dark Portal opens up, right? Horde and Alliance, they break through and they go to the other side of the Dark Portal. They reconnect with old forces, old members of the Alliance that stayed behind when they closed off the Dark Portal with Khadgar on that side, right? And then they go through there, right? They learn about what the hell, about what happened to the Outlands right after Draenor blew up. You have that whole thing going on. You have Illidan setting up his base at the Black Temple, right? And you have Akamo who wants to free the Broken, and take over the Black Temple, right? Because that was like something they worshipped or whatever at one point. And you go through that. Eventually, you beat up Illidan, right? So Illidan gets he doesn't really die, but like, you know, you take over that. You liberate the Black Temple, so to speak, for that. At the same time that was going on, you had Kael'thas, who ended up betraying the things going on there with Illidan's forces, whatever. And he makes a pact with the Burning Legion. And then what I remember from here, he's collecting mana energy in Netherstorm, right? You go do through the stuff there. Eventually, you raid the area stuff there, like the raids over there, Tempest Keep, I think it was. Right, but then he escapes at the end. And then the island, the Isle of Keldanos, whatever, which is on top of the north of the Blood Elf starting zone, or whatever. Right, that becomes another area thing there, and it ends off with you go fight Kael'thas again in a smaller dungeon there. Then like the raid comes up after, whatever, and then at the end of it you have what was it? Which one was it again? It wasn't Kill Jaden. It was the other guy. I forget what his name was. And then it might have been Kill Jaden. Yeah. Then you flushed him. You basically flushed him down the toilet as the boss there. But yeah, you had that raid there. Right. That was the whole thing. Right. The next expansion, Wrath of the Lich King, come out. Right. It starts off. Was it the Scourge? They have their zombie invasion across all over Azeroth. Right. You have all that stuff going on. After the invasion, initial invasion there fails. Both the Horde and the Alliance, they have their own reasons. They go up to Northrend because they want to stop the Lich King, right? And you have that whole story line play out. Again, it ends, and then you have the next expansion. They have like full storylines play out. Right, and then after it ends, they just start a new storyline. Sure, you can look at it that way. But yeah, I'm just going off of what I remembered because I used to play World of Warcraft a lot back in the day. Like a long time ago. But I do remember a decent amount of the story stuff in there. But yeah, like every single thing was like self-contained. It had a start, it had an end. They could easily do that stuff in there and actually let it do that. But they don't. For some reason, they don't. They're like allergic to like actually doing this. And like that, the whole thing too that makes it even worse is like, the reality is you go look at the things in there, it's like you kind of get whiplash at times for playing some of these where it's like, you just have random shit coming through, but it's like, it's kind of like, that's it or whatever. And like at most, it's like, oh, that's a really cool looking cutscene or cinematic or whatever you want to call it. But then that's it. There's like nothing else to it. You don't really get that same kind of feel of like going through the whole thing and getting a full experience of, so to speak. But yeah.
2 anime girls that I can gamble for. Epic. You start a new gacha game. You start logging into the game. So many things. You got so many menus, so many UI elements, all the gameplay. You gotta get used to the dailies, right? Like you know, this is like launch. This is a launch day for a new gacha game. You're not getting into it later on. This is a launch day. New menus, new mechanics, new gameplay, new characters. All this stuff. It's exciting. There's so many things to explore and do and find out and so on. But what about the story? Well, I mean, that's the kind of the thing you go through first. That's your gameplay. It's kind of the introduction to the gameplay and whatnot. But that's the thing. It's kind of the backbone to the introduction of the game. But you as a player have all these other things that you're also getting introduced to that are not story related. So my idea is, this is what I think might be the case. The story is kept very, very sort of quite simple, quite basic. Let's not do anything crazy. Because, I mean, can the players even focus on the story that much when they're doing all this other stuff?
Yeah, they
Maybe
can.
They can. Maybe that's the idea. All these things are just competing for your like processing power. So let's focus on doing all the game things, which kind of still, you know, somewhat are, you know, important. They are important, especially getting used to the gambling and the daily so that you form a habit and become addicted to the game so that you keep giving them money in the long run. And like, so like, that's almost kind of like a more positive way of looking at it, of sort of like, hey, let's help the player. Like, let's not overwhelm the player with really like complicated, like sort of very engagement requiring story early on when they're getting used to something. The other option, which is even more conspiratorial, is that the companies know this, right? They know that maybe all this new shiny stuff with the gameplay and the characters with the new gacha will like, keep the attention of a player in the early days, right? So they can skimp on the early story because, well, the players won't care that much anyway, right? Especially if they play a little bit into the, oh, early stories are always a little mid, so, you know, I'll wait and see what happens with the story. So only then, once you've been, like, eased into all the other stuff, and you've also formed a habit, then they can start doing more interesting stuff with the story, huh? Like, I don't think I'm completely crazy here, right? Like back me up, Perlica.
Okay.
Right? See? She believes me. So yeah, like, there's essentially the idea of, like, oh, they're helping you. Like, you know, they don't want to overwhelm you with the story, or they think you're distracted with everything else so they can skimp on the story. So, this idea came to my mind, like, because I've been wondering about this. I've been wondering about this, like, why? Why is it so common to hear this sentiment about early gacha game stories? It gets better later. It's bad at the beginning. Or not even bad, it's always just mid. It's boring. It's not that great at the beginning. And
This doesn't want to shut up.
Where this idea started to come into my head on why. I used to wonder. But then a certain game released called Wuthering Waves. And I played it at launch. And I played it for a few weeks at launch. And if you were also around then, and possibly playing, or at least following the discussion, you might have noticed that, man, a lot of people really didn't like the story, right?
Yeah, it's really
like, it was
bad.
no longer, oh, the story's mid, or it's not that great. No, the story was actively bad, was the sentiment from a lot of people.
Yep.
For the record. And that got me thinking because, well, the Wua story, however, was like doing stuff, right? Like there was a lot happening.
There was a lot happening, but also nothing happening at the same time.
A lot happening, you were kind of thrown right into the world, you're kind of getting a running start to everything and so on. But it ended up feeling like somehow really shallow and also just kind of confusing and sort of going from like one bit to another.
Yeah, almost as if they removed so much crap from it and they changed things around. Yeah, you actually produced and published several chapters of what? Some Moic Bool you created working with a pro graphic designer back in your first year in uni. Okay. Oh, comic book. Okay. Oh, neat. That's cool. That's cool, you made your own comic book. Very neat here. Did not apply to 2.0, man. 2.0 is its own problem.
Like, almost too fast. Like, it was, in a way...
It was more so that there was just nothing there.
Not necessarily overwhelming. I mean, a little bit. It also had a bit of a thing with lots of in-universe jargon and weird words you had to get used to. But
yeah,
that's what made me think is the Woowa story, I generally thought was, like, it was a bad introduction to the story of the game. And I think the reason was that they tried to do too much. They were, like, too ambitious.
No, that's not why. This guy doesn't know what happened. It was more so they had to last minute rewrite everything, and they scrapped so much of everything in there. They scrapped, like, everything and had to rush it. That's the reality. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what actually happened. It is so bad. But, like, that's mostly because of... They had to rewrite everything last minute in less than a year. And they were, like, rushing it out the door. So, like, the whole thing was just missing, like, it's just a mess of whatever they decided to keep over. To keep left over. And then you pair it with the really awful, voice acting and everything else on top, and it just makes it worse. The experience as a whole.
With your, like, launch patch stories. They were too ambitious. You're already doing all this other, like, exploration. You're doing all this overall, like...
I mean, here's the thing, right? ToF 1.0 had a full story. The problem with ToF's story, though, it was, like, so time-gated at the beginning, because it's like you had to wait till you get to the next level cap, because it took them forever to raise it. But what's funny is, like, ToF 1.0 had a full, complete story. It's just that having to wait every few days for the level cap to raise so you could continue the story, it was definitely something that a lot of people got pushed away from, right? Day 1 ToF level cap was 18. And it was like, it would slowly raise until the end. Until the end of it. Like, you had to wait, I think it was like a month and a bit. I think it was. Was it about a month and a bit? Or is it like 3 weeks? 3.5 weeks, I think it was. To actually finish the ToF 1.0 story. Because of how they put the weird level time gate thing. You had to wait for them to raise the level cap enough. Just so you could finish that story.
And engaging with the incredible combat mechanics and all that, right? And like, and the beautiful world and so on. Performance issues aside, but then when you're doing the story, first of all, you're kind of encouraged to do the story, like, right as it's available, right? Like, you're encouraged to kind of go through it, like, right as it's available, which then causes this weird thing where in, like, one patch, in, like, launch patch story, way too much happens. And a bunch of characters seem very shallow, and, like, things just develop way too quickly. And I think the story, in theory, I think the story of, like, the launch story of Woowa could work in a different medium. But when it's attached, I mean, with some adjustments, but when it's attached to a gacha game with all these other things that you're doing as well, well, then you do almost start getting overwhelmed. It feels like too much is happening because it's not just the story stuff that's happening. It's all the other stuff in the game. So all the game around the story is happening as well and is new to you. So it, like, almost like you don't have breaks. You don't have time to, like, think about the story and, like, let it sit a little bit, even though lots of things are happening. So it just kind of boop, 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 like, things just happen and you're kind of just, like, along for the ride, and you're not really sure, like, it's just not very engaging. Like, you're not engaged to the story despite all this stuff happening. And this is what made me believe that maybe the early game stories are mid on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the problem too. FOMO story stuff make it even worse. Yep. Especially a lot, so yeah. ToF had the opposite problem where it's like it wasn't even FOMO. It was like you had to wait. They just didn't let you do it immediately. They made it so you had to wait. You had the exact opposite. Where you had to just wait forever before you could actually play it. Because I don't know. Yeah, people had other things to do, yeah.
The amount of value that you get from trying to put a super engaging, highly developed story early on into a gacha game is, like, a lot of the time not worth it. And that's why it's so common that early story is real basic and doesn't, like, do anything crazy or subvert your expectations in a crazy way, because there's not necessarily a need to. Though it would be really nice if they could find some way to balance the shit. But so far, I mean, I haven't really seen an exception to the rule. But like, what do you think, Shining? She agrees. See? It's not an echo chamber. I swear, they both independently came to the same conclusions, okay? But hey, what do you think? What do you think? Am I crazy? Does this make some sense? Do you agree? Or maybe you believe that the early game stories aren't mid. That would be crazy. I mean, you do you. I don't believe it, but hey. I mean, that's like the short of it. I don't know how short it actually was. I've been recording for like a little bit. I'm not sure how short it was. But that's the short of it. That's my idea. That's what I've been like silently cooking, slowly simmering in my brain.
Okay.
Right, so that's like part one of the thesis, okay? So and then part two, because wait, no, where are you going? Come back.
Okay, that's Glitter, everybody. Recording from his white padded room in a mental asylum. Kidding aside,
Sure.
I do agree with this theory as to why most early gacha game stories are mid, but hey, I would love to hear your thoughts on the matter as well. So just comment down below if you have something to add to that theory or pop.
Blue MC trustworthy because yes. Genshin MC is trustworthy because Amber. ToF 1.0 MC suspect by everyone if it wasn't if it wasn't for Carrot's help. It's ToF 4.0, man. Don't forget 4.0 story. You were also a bit, you know, you had the fake identity stuff still, but like, you know, 3.0, the only reason why is like, you had the introduction from the thing through 2.0, so it's like they already knew who you were. And you already had the thing there, but 1.0 is like, what? ToF 1.0, like, you don't know shit? They're like trying to find out who you were as well. But yeah, 5.0 ToF is just like, if it wasn't for Carrot, he would have been on a wanted list.
Possibly a counter argument. That being said, please do subscribe to the man. I've linked his channel down below, so feel free to check him out. No, don't forget to subscribe to me as well if you've liked what you've seen so far. Well then, let's keep the ball rolling. The things I mentioned earlier are honestly what makes them really good, attracting thousands if not millions of players daily. Oh, but it gets even better from here. Honkai Impact 3rd is a game that I have repeatedly confessed to not playing, because no matter how I look at it, no matter how I perceive it, I cannot get into it. I do not see myself enjoying this game. I do not see myself playing this game. It is truly regrettable on my end. Although I feel like I am not qualified to talk about it, I will recommend it for its story alone. Honkai Impact 3rd has one of the most convoluted stories out there. It's very hard to try and keep track of it, but it has a really good fucking story. It's a story about friendship, about betrayal, about living with the consequences of your own actions, about dealing with things that are out of your control, about gods, about eras, about time loops. It's a lot, and I love it. Kiana is in a good place right now. The game, as I've heard from friends who have played it, is not free-to-play friendly anymore. It used to be. Nowadays swiping is necessary, but going through the story is free-to-play friendly. Beyond that, you're just gonna have to swipe. The gameplay as well is very good, although I'm not a fan of it. But I still recommend it because you, dear viewer, might like it. The story is what sold me for the most part. Despite its flashy appearance, the game does delve into some heartbreaking tones that for the most part is really touching in my experience. So yeah, Honkai Impact is a gacha game that you should try out for the story alone. So let's keep the ball rolling. There is one game that I have had a hard time grasping with. It's a game that honestly delivers whenever they can. It's a game that has been around long enough to solidify itself as one of the biggest and greatest gacha games out there. And it is one of the games that has one-upped itself time and time again using our gacha money. A game that has traumatized a lot of
I don't know.
A game that will leave you wondering.
You mean like an AI chatbot? There's a couple that exist. Some of them have their own AI chatbots you can talk with, but that's about it. Yeah, it's just talking to an AI. Alright, what is this one now? What are you talking about now? Oh, Arknights. Okay.
Arknights is a game that I have just recently played, and I have had a hard time grasping it because I am in utter disbelief about how this game is not mainstream, how this game manages to push out high quality stuff time and time again. You just know, from the trailers to the story to the song reveal, this is your money's worth. Just recently, they released a 15-minute full-fledged animation of one of their beloved characters, and it's just mind-blowingly good. They might as well be a 3D anime studio with the stuff they put out. Hell, I can confidently say that they could actually rival, nay, be on equals on Riot Games' Arcane. It's just high-quality stuff. Yes, Arknights is a wall of text. Yes, they do lack voice acting in their main story campaign, and yes, the gameplay is also hit or miss for a lot of people. But when they say they'll deliver, oh boy, they'll fucking deliver, alright. They won't even ask for your address. They'll just break down your door one day and hand you a diamond encased package with your full legal name plastered on it using the blood of the innocents they ran over trying to get to your home. I literally cannot. Hypergriff has proven themselves that gacha money can be put to good use. We are seeing the results of that. I've already mentioned this, but I feel like I need to mention it again. I was already following Arknight's music long before I got into the game. It's just really, really, really cool.
I mean, AI is cheaper, man. Why would they need a dude talking there? They would just use AI. That's cheaper. It would be cheaper to just do the AI thing. They train it. They steal someone else's training data. They leave it on. They don't even have to interact with it. And then they charge you for using it. I mean, they don't even have to use an online one. We're in the era where people are using their stuff off, running local models. They can use a local model if they want to, you know. And then like, what? Sure, you know, 5090s and stuff, a bit pricey. You have cheaper shit coming. AMD has their, released their, what was it, the AI Max, CPU thing. That thing is a stupid name. The AI Max was at $395. You can have it run an LLM and give it like 128 gigs of RAM for the LLM. For like that on like one node or something. You have like Intel releasing like these ARC dual GPUs that can have like what 48 gigs of RAM to work on LLMs as well, and you can combine a bunch of them. They even have a thing where you can combine VRAM for LLMs across multiple graphics cards from them that they're like selling and shit like that. So you can go run these models locally and then host your own thing that way. And they're slowly becoming more and more affordable to do it that way. Yeah, fair enough. It is what it is. But regardless of what you think about it, unfortunately, we're at the point where no matter what happens, we're gonna be stuck dealing with it anyways. And because we're stuck with it, at some point it's like you gotta get used to it and learn how to make use of it at some point, regardless of what your feelings on it. Unfortunately, that's just the reality we live in. That's the world we live in. We're gonna have to get used to it and learn it regardless of whether we like it or not. Right? It is unfortunate, but that's reality. Like, the AI stuff is never gonna go away. Especially because it's cheaper and shit than dealing with things the old way. Right? Like, no matter what, regardless, it's reality. You can hate it all you want, but it's reality, unfortunately.
They've collabed with so many high-profile artists and composers that it's insane. Have you heard of God Eater? Well, I'm sure you have. Goshina, the composer for that game, also composed an Arknight's track. Hell, have you heard of Millie? The same group who made the opening for the Goblin Slayer anime? Well, they made a song for the game's 5th anniversary. I could keep going on and on about the music, but we're here to talk about the gacha game. The story is... I don't even know where to start. It is a very complex story that is very grim and dark a lot of the time. There's barely any evil or good in the story. It's not cut and dry. It's complicated. You go through the story and you start questioning yourself whether you're doing the right thing or not. It goes towards subjects that people rarely talk about, both unsettling and disturbing. There are people who are infected in this world, infected with a disease known as orypathy, caused by the prolonged exposure to originium, a mineral that is used by people in various technologies and machines as an energy resource. The term infected here is also used as
I don't think they would need a full package,
infected people are discriminated against and used as tools for hatred or as scapegoats or as test subjects for inhumane experiments. But then it doesn't...
But considering, like, they'd be using it to make money and shit, and especially if you want to have... If, like, something is, you're running something proprietary, and you don't want it to be leaked out. I mean, 40k to run that isn't that bad of a deal, if you think about it. Like, think about it this way, right? Imagine you have to, let's say you're hiring employees or whatever, right? 40k USD. Alright? Like, think about it this way. Let's say you're paying someone, let's say $20 an hour. Right? 40k, divide that by 20. Yeah, that's 2,000 hours of labor, right? Let's say you have 100 people working, 10 hours. You know? Except you replace it with that thing and you don't have to pay for it anymore other than maintenance and shit. Think about it. not a
It's not
bad deal.
because people in the story want something to hate, something to
like if you're doing it, like if you're running it as a business or whatever, to do specific things and have it replace someone if you can get it to that point, like that's actually not a bad deal if you think about it. Right, and that's why it's like regardless of whether we like it or not, it's going to happen. It's going to be the future. Corporate security? What? What assassination? What the fuck?
blame because a lot of their lives are miserable. From countless wars to natural disasters to just people fucking with space rocks for some goddamn reason. It's not a great place to live in, but it's not.
Sure, people are fucking
Countries
space
like
rocks.
And Minos have been helping infected people live normal lives, but there is a degree of minimal discrimination, although usually in places of power. The only place that truly accepts the infected without discrimination is Rhodes Island, the pharmaceutical company that we are a part of. But even then, it comes with its own set of problems because although we are there to help everyone, the infected and the non-infected, suspicion and distrust always arises due to our operators being mostly infected. And it also doesn't help that some of our operators are sarcas, and some people are very racist towards sarcas. It's never easy. Helping people is never easy. Whenever I read a story and some complicated situation comes up, I sometimes think to myself that it might be easier to just kill everyone and be done with it. I just straight up ignore the moral implications of genocide at that point because it's complicated. There's no right or wrong. No one's right or wrong. Everyone's entitled to their own suffering. Try as you might, every choice you make will have consequences, whether it's for the good of everyone or just saving one single person. It's depressing, but don't let it fool you. This is a story about hope, about pressing on towards the future. We struggle, we survive, we do not get the outcome we wanted. People dying in our arms as we failed to save them, but we keep moving forward. We aren't heroes, but we'll help anyone we can to the best of our ability. We live with the consequences of our own actions, whether we remember doing them or not. Okay, this is getting a bit too lengthy with me talking about the story of Arknights, so what I'm going to do is talk about it even more. You see, there's a certain
okay, he's going to talk more about Arknights.
And that is Lone Trail, an event during Arknights' 4th anniversary. I don't know about you, but if one of the writers for Baldur's Gate 3 just randomly praises Lone Trail and throws shade at Starfield, you know damn well how good this shit is. You see, Lone Trail isn't just about answering the questions that have long plagued the community or tying up some loose ends about the main story. No, it was about a time where we were still at a point in history where wars have ended and our prejudice against one another was still fresh from the wounds that we inflicted upon ourselves. Humanity was divided. Well, they were divided even more back then than they are currently. Lone Trail told a story about how a Perro managed to become a pioneer into a world beyond their own. It reflects that sense of purpose that we were oblivious of. A story riddled with the familiarity of a period where science was a means to
use LLMs
to show superiority over other nations.
You don't have anything against the technology, but you're against how personal private data.
The screams of the crew.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Scientific progress. Lone Trail reflects this ideology of science.
That's why I try to go out of my way to not provide any information if I don't have to.
Disregarding her life as a means for progress is research. Dorothy's transmitter with everyone becoming one of mine, and Kristen's disregard in order to obtain results.
Because everything is after your data.
Of wanting to engrave yourself in history, to break that cycle of mediocrity, to show to the world that you've made your mark.
What do you mean? No, I'm fine. You sure?
Perversion of the ideology that science was based on.
You sure?
Into the self-serving bullshit that we feed
I'm fine.
ourselves with.
Maybe the mic
Sarah
level
said
is
that
peaking.
Kristen hated the sky for taking the lives of her parents. But no, that wasn't the case. Kristen wanted to challenge the sky because that sky was a limit, a testament to humanity's inability to take action. But she stood up in order to show Columbia, no, to the world, that they were all too absorbed in their own little squabbles of superiority. To show to them, to open those doors, to pave the way for the final frontier. With that hole in the sky, reminding them that the sky was fake, but the sacrifices that were made along the way were real. The people who gave their lives were real. The people who paved that road were real. And that is just beautiful. We are currently living in a world where Kristen's wishes came true. Humanity progressed, although slowly but surely. The story's lost to time and the details.
Yeah, he's yapping again. We're almost done though.
This was what she
Surely.
Wanted. This was her hope, her truth. The sky's no longer the limit. The stars no longer a ritual. We chose to go to the moon.
Yeah, and then pissed on it.
For we were all born with naught. Before we were given a language, our hands reach out without being taught. All are to see. All are to know. We think. We uncover. We theorize. The pursuers then throw themselves to the dark again. Bequests of the old, dotting our land. Enlightened futures they do not grant. Real enlightenment hides within these black forms of the crystallines. Originally, harbinger of our calamities, herald of our creations.
Okay.
Now we pursue at a border again, but only fools remain stagnant. They would never know. When we raise our eyes, a dome we shall gaze through. Visions, not of the land beneath, but of a world above. There is only one mark. The truth.
Why some say the moon?
And we're on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I'm on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so sure.
This is our goal. And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago? Why the Atlantic? Why does Bryce play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
Okay. They like the moon. Sure.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Yeah, dude is hyping the story. And we are completely clueless about it. Right, the moon is cool and all, but Eggman pissed on it. Right, Eggman pissed on the moon. Right.
The following program is classified M.
Here, we'll have a break with Eggman's announcement.
We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog.
Right, this is about the moon.
He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon.
There you go, he pissed on the moon.
How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
But yeah, that was an old meme there. That was an old one. Basically, that one was a scene from Sonic Adventure 2, but someone fan-dubbed over it. And they changed it to Eggman pissing on the moon. The drop. You'll have a giant space lizard dragging the droplets down, that's how. And that's why you have, that's why after that, you know, later on, the final boss, you fight it with Sonic covered in piss and Shadow covered in piss. That's why. Because they're fighting the giant lizard dragging down the droplets. And that's the final boss of Sonic Adventure 2. But yeah.
Good night, Terra. Good night, Kristen Wright. Arknight's story is just well crafted, from the world building to the character episodes to the music to the setting, the execution for each major event. It just melds perfectly well. Arknights does have a problem that would be a turn-off for a lot of people, and I've already mentioned it a couple of times in passing. That being the ungodly amount of reading that you would have to do. The golden rule of writing is always, show, don't tell. Arknights does the opposite of that, and instead bombards you with walls of text they would.
I mean, to be fair, this is what Hoyo does too. they tell you instead of showing you.
Easily turn you into a Terran historian within a week. Unless you know how to pace each story and know that it isn't a race to finish everything in one go, it is very easy to get burnt out on the reading part. And that's my take on it. Because Terra is fucking huge! It's massive! The world building in this game is insane! So take your time, it isn't a race. For the gameplay, I just wish they had a better execution on that part, and I just wish that they would use that as a storytelling tool more. You know, better integrate it into the story itself, but I can make do with how it is now. Some people don't really like tower defense. As for me, I'm perfectly fine with it. No issues at all. I just think that it disinterests a lot of people because of the tower defense aspect, despite the fact that the game is more of an RTS than it is a traditional tower defense. The game is also fairly free to play for the most part. The general rule of thumb is to just skip non-limited banners and go for the limited ones since they're usually cooler. Arknights is just above my recommendation list, and is also one of the reasons why I recommend people to play the gacha games that I've listed. Because if given the chance, games like Arknights would shine really, really well, and I just wish that more people would come to know the game more. It's a game that I genuinely believe people would enjoy, if not for the gameplay, then the story. But Arknights is not my final recommendation, no. There is another gacha game that continues to surpass all expectations. A game that has defied
I mean, that was the fandom of SA2.
A gacha game. A game that has gone against the great flow. A game that I would say is the ideal gacha game. A game that is very near and dear to my heart.
Alright.
That game is...
What is this one? Okay, Limbus. Of course.
Limbus Company is a game that, to put in simpler terms, a gacha game that is made by people who do not know how to make a gacha game, which is a really good sign. Now, Limbus has been out for at least 2 years now. Out of all the gacha games I've played, this one just does it for me. A gacha game that I will probably stick by for as long as the game is alive. Now, there are a lot of reasons why I love this game, but I'm going to try my best to not be overly biased towards it so that you can have a good grasp as to why this game is great. So, let's start with the story. The story is really good because it mostly focuses on 13 characters. 15 if you want to count Virgilius and Karen, but yeah. The thing is, gacha games tend to focus on a lot of characters because these games usually want to try and push out a lot of them to keep the game interesting for a lot of people. The problem with this is that due to the fact that there are a lot of characters, they're usually underutilized in the majority of story content. Some of them will probably make a cinematic entrance in one chapter and then disappear for like 10 of them and only appear as a cameo or maybe in a side story that doesn't focus on them. It's frustrating.
Or never.
Because for the most part, I want to be able to connect with a character and know their depth as a person, but we only really see the surface of each of them. For example, ZZZ. I love Zenless Zone Zero, but I don't really have a character that I can feel attached to other than the main characters, Bell and Wise, because there just isn't really enough time to get to know these characters better. Sure, there are companion trust events that try to supplement that, but they're very short and unfulfilling. It's not intimate, and I can't feel attached to them. Limbus does this differently. You see, these 13 characters are people that will stick with you no matter what, because they have a contract to fulfill. So they're with you on this journey every step of the way, with each major story chapter or kanto focused on each individual character. But it doesn't stop there. There will be moments during these chapters that each individual character will have something to express. You'll learn more about them, about who they are, about what their worries are, about what their aspirations are, about how they're going to confront their fears and doubts. Each character chapter will have them face their greatest enemy, themselves. And then you think, how will this major event change them? What kind of person will they be after the things that they've been through? You fear that your relationship with them won't stay the same because you'll be afraid of what comes after, about whether they'll change for the better or for the worse. Because they'll change. Everyone will. And that's what makes it really, really good. It's personal. You're not here to save the world and beat God himself with a band of misfits. No, you're here for them and the stories that they tell. And those stories are loosely based off of the books these characters are referenced from. Audis from the Odyssey, Merceau from L'Étranger, Gregor from Metamorphosis. It's just peak. Not to mention the entire game being based solely on Dante's Inferno. Project Moon will then proceed to tell their stories their own way.
Metamorphosis? Is that
the original concepts? They haven't.
Is it Metamorphosis that that thing with that that meme thing with the numbers that people like to spread around?
Attached to these characters, and it's not just one or two of them, it's all of them. They just present these characters so well, and that's what was lacking in a lot of these gacha games. Limbus also has a way to keep the gameplay fresh so that you won't get tired of seeing the same faces over and over again, and it's through the gacha. You see, this game doesn't have more characters or equipment in its gacha. Instead, they give you identities. Identities are essentially what-ifs of a character, a different version of them in a different timeline. Sometimes these identities can be a version of a character that we meet in the story, and sometimes just a random bloke in a different association. And each identity has their own interpretation of how that character lived their life, and it's usually in relation to our characters but with a different perspective. Not to mention a bit of spoilers here. The gacha stuff is gonna be used against us, and we're gonna have to deal with it. Yes, the gacha itself is a story element, and the gameplay as well is very much integrated into the story. Most games I know usually don't care about canonizing or utilizing gameplay elements as a storytelling tool, but Limbus, well... You know what, let's refer to this Venn diagram. Now you're probably asking, Cypher, that's not a Venn diagram, that's a circle. Exactly. The story and the gameplay are too integrated with one another that it's a perfect circle. From events being canon in the story to our characters getting bored from doing Mirror Dungeons game mode, to even the enemies having debuffs, buffs, or unique kits after something that happened in the story, it has been woven properly into each significant plot point. That's how intricate this game is, and it has me giddy and excited just talking about it. The gameplay is a bit unique and really complicated on paper, but easy on execution. The numbers and terms may overwhelm you, but trust me, pressing the auto win rate button is enough for newer players. Learning mechanics and skill sets will only come later once you have a good grasp on the game. And if you really want to properly learn how the mechanics of the game works and are confused after the dumpster fire that is the tutorial, there are a couple of videos out there that would help you better understand the game. And although it is not that revolutionary or unheard of, it can be fun a lot of the time due to its difficulty and challenging content that they put out. The gameplay is only really elevated to a ridiculous degree once the game starts fashioning its story elements during the combat sections of the game. It's wild that the gacha game exists with so much care put into every aspect of the game. And what makes it even better is that the devs don't only care about the game,
yeah, he's putting too much on small details.
Now, what I mean by this is that Limbus is very free-to-play friendly, but there's another thing that honestly just makes me want to spend more money on the game, and it is through the Battle Pass. You see, Limbus's pass is very special, because once you max it out, it gives you yellow boxes, and these yellow boxes can be used to exchange for gacha items. Now, you're probably wondering which items you can get from this method alone, because by this point, you're probably thinking the way a gacha player thinks, that it's limited to some starter stuff or just some good freebies that'll help you for the first few weeks of playing the game.
Okay.
And I wouldn't fault you for thinking that way, since most gacha companies monetize the shit out of everything. But in this case, well, you're wrong. You can exchange for nearly everything. And no, I'm not joking. Oh, there's a new ID upcoming this week? Oh, let me just shard it real quick. It's that fucking easy. And I rarely pull on the gacha anymore. Of course, it's not always instantly. Seasonal gacha stuff have a 1 week period where they are unshardable, but even then, it's 1 week. It's 1 goddamn week. That's still good, and I can wait. Any reasonable person can wait 1 week. The only exceptions are the last season gacha stuff and Walpurgis limited banners. And even then, you will be able to shard them eventually, so long as you stick around and wait. Previous season gacha items will be shardable on the next season, and Walpurgis limited banners will be shardable on the next iteration of the banner. It's fucking wild. Now, you might think that they put a limit on the yellow boxes that you can get, and you're not wrong. You can only get 1 for each level of the free pass and get an additional 2 for the paid version. Now, at that point, I wouldn't count it as free to play since real life money is involved, but I wouldn't even be bothered by that purchase since it costs a whopping $10 for me. Money that I am readily able to give since the game gives me such a good experience, and I want to be able to support the developers that way. The pass then only expires once a new season comes out, and the length between seasons is what, 4 to 6 months? It's fucking great! I don't even see that as a pass, I more see it as a subscription service, the same way Final Fantasy XIV does their shit. It's ridiculous! And then there's the Mirror Dungeon game mode where you can farm for said yellow boxes infinitely, or at least when you have enough energy, which you would have an abundance of. But Mirror Dungeon does have one downside, and that is because it is really boring and repetitive to go through. A reasonable con for being able to infinitely grind boxes and get the gacha stuff you want.
Okay.
It's unheard of. No gacha game has done this. $10. $10 fucking dollars is all I need, and I can get everything I want in this game and have more to spare. This should be the staple. This should be the example these gacha companies should go through, and it's fucking great. Project Moon is an indie game company that does not know how to make a gacha game, and I'm all here for it. But I'm not gonna talk here and only sing praises about the game. It does have its flaws, such as the game being incredibly rough for newer players due to the lack of resources available to them, as well as some bosses in the story.
It has been a subscription service, yep.
The tutorial being extremely misleading and terrible, which can be very detrimental to a player's first impressions, and even going as far as players not being able to afford the pass, since not everyone has money, and I can understand that. Not everyone is going to like the visual novel style of storytelling that Project Moon does, and not everyone is going to like dark themes and realistic tones that the story has set up. In fact, not everyone might like the gameplay due to how wordy some of the character kits are, and how reading is mandatory in a lot of difficult stages. It's preferential. But even then, I still believe that this is as best as we are gonna get to having a gacha game that is friendly to the players and their wallets. I love this game. Its story is captivating to me. Its world, its setting, its characters, the gameplay is really fun to me as well. The unique art styles that come along with it, and the voice acting just being really, really good. It's just amazing. The experience I have playing this game is just amazing. And one final factor that seals the deal for me is its music. The music is generally split into 2 parts, being the normal one at first, and when it starts to pick up pace, the second one starts playing.
Yeah,
when
good Limbus had it. Just took too long to get here.
It always elevates the feeling of being triumphant, but it just doesn't stop there. Sooner or later, a story will meet its end. Their stories won't conclude, but a chapter in their lives will, and we will witness those chapters' conclusions with our own eyes. We see, we feel, but we haven't heard yet. And then the music starts.
Thanks for the follow as well, Foxy Monroe. The music is good, yeah. Snowbreak has it too, really? They did one, okay. At early story stages. Ah, okay.
야, 시계대가리. 시계 끄셨어? 그런다.
Oh, when we beat Gavin. Okay. That was so long ago, I forgot. I'm gonna be honest, the only freaking song I remember from Snowbreak is the freaking song that they had from the first patch that reminded me of the fucking Big Chungus, this Big Chungus song. I think I showed it to you guys before. The freaking battle theme in one of the events, the first event they had in Snowbreak, sounded like a Big Chungus. And that's the only reason why I remember it. What? But yeah. So, wait. Stop moaning. This one. I think it's this song. I'll play a little bit. Okay, anyways. What was the battle theme again? I forgot what it was called. I forget what it was called. Oh, here we go, this one. Was it, wait, was it that one or was it the other one? No, it was, I think it was the other battle theme. We might have it here. We just gonna have to scroll all the way back. I don't think this guy's updated this thing in a while. It's in one of these. No, that's the boss theme. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. I think it was the second one. This one, here. This one reminded me of Big Chungus. And I wasn't the only one! This guy too thought it sounded like Big Chungus. Sounds like Big Chungus. This is the only thing I remember. It's Big Chungus. I just showed Big Chungus earlier. It's just some old ass meme of Bugs Bunny. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it just reminds me of Big Chungus. That's why I remember it, because it's just a fat Bugs Bunny. That's all, Big Chungus. But I told you, man. I don't know. It was some old cartoon clip of Bugs Bunny. Don't worry about it. But yeah. Big Chungus, that's why I remember it. Is it this thing? Okay, you found it. Yep. It's just a meme of a surface level, which is just him being fat. Exactly. But yeah, old stuff there from back then. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's get back to this thing. This video is almost done anyways. We're almost at the conclusion. After like 2 hours.
Limbus is a ridiculously good game that tries to be a gacha game and fails miserably. But Limbus isn't the only one. Every game that I have listed here have their own way of presenting themselves. Most of the gacha games that I have listed have criminally underrated stories, and that's a cold, hard fact that I am not quick to relinquish. But they are still being held back because they are gacha games. The infamy of gacha, the rancid reputation of a gacha game. Limbus being an honorary subscription-based live service game, and how people overlook them because of it. It's rough because these games are literally better than most AAA or indie games out there. And that's a bold fucking claim from me. It is unfortunate, but even still, it does not stop me from recommending them, from playing them, from experiencing them, because I do not wish to judge a book by its cover. I wish to go beyond that cover, and into the pages of that book where I can be lost in a world that is not my home. To feel a world of tragedy, of hope, of desires, of lives more impressive than our own. A world so strange, yet all too familiar.
Wait.
So I beseech you to open those books, to see what lies in its pages, and prithee, do tell me, what do you see?
I think he's running low. Let me just find the picture.
With them. Just another low-quality piece of shit application that sucks both your time and money. But every once in a while, a light glows from the heaps of garbage that greedy corporations have put out. And it can't be just one. It can be a couple of them, and you can easily count them with both hands. It's not my place to say what games you should play, nor is it my job to look after your financial decisions. It's already a given to spend your money responsibly.
Wait, we have to give him his regular dose of copium.
Primarily made to exploit our weaknesses. Because
there we go.
If you've reached this point in the video,
we gotta make sure we give him his regular dosage.
And I hate the gacha that comes along.
We got Pfizer branded copium.
But it's shit. It's terrible. It's despicable. It shouldn't be a thing. But I still play these games despite all of that, in spite of all of that, and that's what matters most to me. These gacha games that I listed, they won't consume your wallet, but they will consume your time. Time that I don't regret spending because these games are special. Some of them will make you laugh, some of them will make you vibe, and some will break you, tear you down until you're nothing but a crying mess. And I love it. I love how these stories have resonated with me, and I want to share them all with you because again, I never regretted spending my time in these games. No, I regretted not knowing these games sooner. I sometimes wonder if there are other underrated titles I haven't known yet. And I also wonder whether I'll regret the time I spent on it or the time I spent before it. Not all gacha games are good. In fact, most are garbage dog water. But a few are good, and they're the ones that give me hope. Hope that people will elevate them into newer heights, to show us more of what their worlds could be, what they can be. Their vision, their stories, their dusks, and their dawns. Most of our lives are boring and mundane. Lives that we will never see to fruition until our time comes. But maybe, just maybe,
Library of Ruina 2? It should have been? Okay.
From time to time. Because sometimes, to brighten a dull and dreary world, all you need is a little spark.
Truth is, I know, as long as we live, our ideas dye rivers scarlet, firing shots in the name.
Okay, that's the end of that one. Okay, let's go mark that done as watched. Okay, we have like so much to go through still, man. My god.
Hey, so I was...
Wait, this one is still there. There's that one. What the hell is going on with NVIDIA? What the hell is NVIDIA doing now? What's this?
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang should be getting on stage right about now. And he's going to be talking about something different from us.
Okay.
We will be talking about how we feel like NVIDIA has been threatening the media with actions.
But, you know, you're thinking about a private chat. What? They're exploiting the working class. Yep.
Or at least us, how
What's
it
NVIDIA
builds
thinking now?
relationships between the press and engineers, and then later uses those to manipulate the media, and how its executives throw its own employees under the bus whenever the press exposes something like this. Jensen will be talking about
artificial intelligence
and burying the RTX 5060 launch. For the last 6 months, NVIDIA has been pressuring us under threat of access to include MFG, or multi-frame generation 4X, on charts alongside devices that don't even support it, even though we've said that it's not a like-for-like comparison and that it would be an unfair misrepresentation and outright lie to even do as much. We've also heard from much smaller media how NVIDIA has
Jensen's leather jacket
DMs to offer samples under specific guidelines. At this point, we think it's time to share some of this to protect those smaller outlets, but also make sure consumers are aware of what NVIDIA is doing behind the scenes and what we thought was a transparent and open communication with engineering, and what has become something we think is more sinister. And I guess this might destroy the possibility of working with NVIDIA at any point in the near future, because it is a kind of scorched earth approach, but that's the GN Chef special.
Okay.
Scorched earth. Intel's been on the list, AMD's been on the list, NVIDIA's been on the list, and off the list, and on the list, and off the list, and on the list. And they're on the list again now.
They're on the list, and he's checking it twice. Okay, got it.
Units and drivers is interesting, where they're not distributing drivers until launch day, but it's not special. Today is about, in our opinions, NVIDIA's malignant poisoning of the media by creating a facade of open access to its people and then using those people like poker chips to subversively try to advance a certain narrative, even though it already controls 90% of the market. And less than ever, NVIDIA has needed to engage in subterfuge and manipulation, and yet more than ever, we feel that they're trying it. And that they decided to try changing editorial direction with us, of all of the outlets, made us talk to other media outlets to learn about their experience of it. And we'll have some of that later in the week as well.
They're making a list checking us twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Yeah.
Guillermo, both of whom are audience favorites and people we greatly enjoy.
And if you're nice, you're screwed. 90% not enough. Asian dad need 190%.
Working with,
we've
been informed that we need to talk more about multi-frame generation, especially MFG 4X, and include MFG 4X on charts, even with cards that can't feature it. And NVIDIA wants to reinforce, we think, Jensen's lie, where it's committed to making sure that 5070 equals 4090 is true. Maybe there's a concern of a future class action or something, and they want to create a paper trail to try and say that actually it is true. With increasing boldness, NVIDIA has stated to us that they might not be able to keep letting us interview Guillermo and Malcolm if we don't produce reviews the way NVIDIA executives want them to be produced. Now, us doing exactly what NVIDIA asks, even though it's in direct opposition to what we believe is right for the consumer, would be a breach of trust. And it would be lying. Sort of like what Jensen did when he said this.
4090 performance at 549.
We brought you this video with store.gamersnexus.net and 10% off coupon code IDGAF, as in, I don't give a fuck. You can apply it to our GPU
Isn't the jacket dude NVIDIA relative of AMD? Yeah.
Entering a shredder to be turned into a nice green
in a sense, yeah.
It's possible that NVIDIA
he used to work at AMD at one point, by the way.
So to continue
he actually worked at AMD like 30 years ago, before he started NVIDIA.
100% cotton or comfortable tri-blend.
Like, that's a fun little fact. He actually worked at AMD at one point.
For more affordable large variants and our ever-popular GN15 large PC building anti-static mod mats. Our project and soldering mats are also available in blue, green, red, and yellow, and offer a thick, high heat-resistant surface for any kind of project with easy cleanup. Consider also our new tabletop gaming dice kits, like the E-Waste inductor dice with embedded inductors within them, or the Snowflake the Cat dice. These are high-quality, sharp-edge resin dice for tabletop gaming with a fully custom wooden box bearing the GN Alchemy logo, each coming with its own card in the style of popular card games. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to support us directly, and remember, use code IDGAF for the next few days only for 10% off. NVIDIA seems to view review relationships like some kind of quid pro quo and expects that it's supposed to get something in return for them other than just the product review itself. And AMD actually used to be like that too, back before it fired all of the worst executives that were enforcing that approach. So because NVIDIA believes that this is purely transactional, we'll first prove a point. We've produced a ton of content about FSR, DLSS, and MFG. In fact, we've produced 71 minutes of content explicitly covering MFG and DLSS 4 with in-depth testing, frame-by-frame comparison of frame generation, and technical analysis. Some of it was positive. Our 5090 review was 40 minutes long. The teardown was 29 minutes long, meaning that our MFG and DLSS in-depth testing actually is longer than our 5090 review content. If we had included MFG and DLSS coverage in the 5090 review, it would have been under 4 minutes and something else would have been cut. But it's never enough for NVIDIA. NVIDIA wants MFG 4X in the charts of the reviews themselves and in the reviews. Here's the bigger problem. NVIDIA has created a situation where you can't trust the independence of any MFG or DLSS coverage because of the way it's pushing these constant threats of access to hardware, or in our case, the not even implicit, but the straight up...
And like, here's the thing. Here's the thing about MFG. Anyone can run MFG. You do not need a 50 series card to do it. There's a, like, what, a $5 app you can get on Steam that will let you do it. It's called lossless scaling. Heck, you can even use 2 GPUs to do it. You can use a completely different older GPU and run the frame generation on that card. If you were crazy enough to do it. If you really, really wanted to. It is not exclusive to the 50 series card. Their multi-frame generation stuff. There is an actual tool that will let you run it yourself and force it on anything. Right? Like, you can. Like, it is not magic. The MFG stuff is not magic. Anyone could do it. Like, honestly. Like, anyone can.
Explicit statements that interviews with people like Malcolm or Guillermo are possible if we include things like MFG in the reviews. So they have undermined the integrity of any of that coverage. I personally cannot look at anyone's review where they talk about MFG or DLSS without wondering if they got the same talk we did. And that's a problem, especially now that you all know about it. So NVIDIA told us that adding MFG and DLSS reviews was necessary to, quote, secure budget, to have Malcolm and Guillermo technical interviews on thermals and latency, even though they do not pay us. In fact, I paid tens of thousands of dollars now to fly out to their venues and their offices to cover those things.
Yeah, they're owned by the same family, yep.
Our budget was the only budget in this entire conversation, and they're talking about securing budget as if this is somehow a paid exchange. Now, I don't know if that was a Freudian slip where maybe they pay other people for coverage like that. But whatever the case may be, that was how it was delivered to us, where in order to continue doing these types of interviews and for them to, quote, secure budget, we had to cover things a certain way in the reviews that were totally unrelated to the people we were even interviewing. It made no sense. But they know we don't take money for them, so I have to wonder if they view these interviews through a lens of thinking we view it as a monetary gain, such as through the other ads that are run on them as some sort of big transaction, the way NVIDIA looks at everything. And if that's the case, then it's just plain dirty. But either way, even ignoring this misrepresentation of so-called budget, we already have over an hour of content on MFG and DLSS, and it's still not enough for them. Possibly because it wasn't purely positive, but we won't capitulate because if you give NVIDIA an inch, they'll take a mile, and their drivers don't even fucking work anyway. This whole thing is bizarre though. Malcolm is a thermal engineer. He has nothing to do with MFG, and to be clear, we are almost certain that he has no idea he's being treated as a poker chip by NVIDIA's upper command. We like NVIDIA's acoustic, thermal, and latency engineers and have friendly rapport with them. We find them to be honest and intelligent without being marketers. The information is genuine and comes from a genuine place. I would absolutely love to continue working with Malcolm and Guillermo, but that's what makes this so gross from NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now undermining even that trust with its engineers by poisoning the well. It seeps into the ground and it can't be removed. We can't trust NVIDIA's motives for anything now, and at this point you shouldn't either. And frankly, it's disturbing how many times NVIDIA brings up Malcolm's name specifically when we talk about MFG and charts. Because again, he's a thermal engineer. He makes fans and metal make things cold. That is what Malcolm does. He does not make fake frames and then put them onto charts and then lie and claim that a 5070 is a 4090. So I assume that the reason they keep bringing him up specifically in this non sequitur is because they know we like working with him. And that, again, just makes it even dirtier, because NVIDIA sees this opportunity of, he doesn't seem to give a fuck if we take away the cards. What if we take away access to the people the audience likes and the people that Steve likes working with? NVIDIA has accurately identified that if our GPU sampling is cut, we'll just get the hardware a different way, and they won't be a part of the conversation. That's their decision to make. If they don't want the opportunity to say anything at any point in a review, they don't have to have that opportunity. We can go get it, we'll do the testing ourselves, and we'll proceed as normal. So instead of trying to use something of less value as leverage, NVIDIA has pinpointed that we get along well with engineers, our audience likes them, and the content is great.
I'll probably get like a 5070 Ti at some point, maybe.
Where you can weaponize it to extort a
maybe
certain
at the end of the
directive.
year.
There's a lot of big words in that sentence, so that means that's the right way to do it. But frankly, if NVIDIA is viewing this as quid pro quo, then NVIDIA should be abso-fucking-lutely flattered that we've spent as much time as we have covering things like their thermal solution and doing so positively, because I think it's actually brilliant. That is how much we liked it. I will, in this video, still give them credit for the things that they've done well. But it was genuinely fun to work on. We had multiple videos calling it good. We included Schlieren imaging, which nobody else did, and we included specialized acoustic testing, which I'm also fairly certain nobody else did in that level of detail. But again, it's not good enough. It is not good enough to do these things. You also have to talk about the rest of the narrative that they want to talk about. And to be in media doing testing on hardware with such limited time before a review goes live, the whole point is that everybody does something that the other people aren't doing. That's the cool part about it. But NVIDIA doesn't get that. NVIDIA seems to want a concerted push on their narrative, and it always wants more. It is never enough for NVIDIA. By threatening access to interviews and hardware, NVIDIA has created a scenario where all of the intentions have to be questioned, and that can even include ours if people don't know about this, which is why we have to expose it now to make sure everybody's aware of exactly what's going on behind the scenes, because NVIDIA has dirtied what was otherwise a clean and fun, seemingly transparent look at their hardware. But that transparency apparently was not the only intent. It was coming with a price. And we, to maintain the transparency, will be sharing all of that with you, because we're this shit as a cudgel to dictate how we cover things. It's fucked up. I went off script. NVIDIA's undermining all the DLSS and MFG content by doing this, and I'm certain that for many of our peers, just like for us, they looked at the technologies. That's the NVIDIA bike going by. They're trying to make sure you can't hear me. Many of our peers probably looked at the technologies because they were genuinely interested in it, but you still have to look at it and wonder what was going on behind the scenes, and was it the same as it was for us? And again, this is a problem for NVIDIA, and I'm not sure they even thought about it that way, which is a big issue. So, for example, I spoke with Hardware Unboxed. I know Hardware Unboxed genuinely wanted to cover the MFG and DLSS technology, and their intentions were good. Hardware Unboxed, though, is interesting and will come up later because they got a talk similar to the one we just got years and years ago for similar editorial direction standpoint on reviews. But the problem that emerges is now every reviewer is looking at this video going, oh fuck, I have to now justify that I actually talked about this stuff because I wanted to, not because NVIDIA told me to. So it creates this cascade of issues, all from NVIDIA. NVIDIA is well known in the industry for being vindictive, not just towards media, but its own partners. EVGA left loudly because of it, and we had exclusives in our coverage of that. But over the years, every board partner we've spoken to has been terrified at one point or another of NVIDIA's visceral reactions to innocuous things. When I fought NVIDIA over this editorial direction push that they've been pursuing in our calls, which I've recorded and I am prepared to release if I have to, because NVIDIA was also recording those calls, and both parties were aware that NVIDIA was recording those calls because they were calls for the press. Just to be clear, NVIDIA, I am prepared to release them if I need to reinforce my statements today. But in those calls, I repeatedly pointed out that this whole thing of pursuing a certain editorial push to narrative, that creates a transparency
Enjoy your
problem.
9950
And a
XDD.
NVIDIA representative stated, my transparency is that I give you
Right,
a card
enjoy
to
your
test and
9950
review.
XDD.
That's my form of transparency, which is like, okay, but you didn't though, because you didn't send a 5060. And for the people who did get it, the drivers aren't public anyway. So first of all, fuck off for even saying that. And secondly, it's not even true. The fuck off part's not in the script. But our contacts are good people, and so we've wondered where all this is coming from. The answer is from the top. We asked other people, not our contacts, and particularly former insiders, and found that executive level decisions from 3 people are landing on PR around the world to force through media. NVIDIA's misleading demands of MFG4X inclusion in reviews would help it to avoid the problem that it has now, which is that its products aren't improving as much as the price is increasing. But even if someone wanted to add that data to reviews, NVIDIA often only gives
Sometimes people used to call him Tech Jesus because of it.
reviewers 3 to 5 full days to review a card, sometimes a week if we're lucky.
He does look like that,
the fact
yeah.
that its own drivers are currently so fucked up beyond all recognition, or
Yep.
the FUBAR drivers as I call them, that even enabling MFG or DLSS in some games with some settings causes them to crash or the system to shut down. So it's already physically impossible to do all the tests that we do in that time and yet add more, and then it doesn't even work sometimes anyway, which would mean we take other things out, which NVIDIA would also be mad about. But that doesn't matter because we don't produce reviews for NVIDIA to be happy about them. We produce reviews for people to buy products or not buy products or buy competing products. That's what we do as our service. And so from NVIDIA's viewpoint, we basically need to change our editorial direction. And pressuring us isn't going to work, but it's also not the first time NVIDIA's done this for people. The last time, they chose other Steve from Hardware Unboxed. And back then, it was only the access to hardware they threatened, which Steves don't care about because Steves can get the hardware from other Steves in the industry. Frankly, I think they're discriminating against Steves because we're at a 2-for-2 hit rate on Steves who have been threatened by NVIDIA.
All right,
we've
back
also
to you,
learned
Steve.
something interesting. The last time this happened, back when Hardware
Thanks,
Unboxed
Steve.
was
Back
told
to
to
you,
adjust
Steve.
their editorial direction, and
Jensen
work
jacket
on
looks
technology
good.
that was
You think
very
it's crocodile leather?
We learned
Maybe.
that allegedly the directive came from the top, one of 3 people, and was forced down through media contacts. We also learned from numerous former NVIDIA employees that the executives have a culture of throwing people under the Jensen bus, which adds a new layer of deceit to the whole approach. Because now, instead of access to a simple physical hardware product, and instead of also adding this sort of Damocles over the reviewer of access to interviewing and engineering discussions, it also has the third run, which is that anyone in the media with a conscience is going to wonder how exposing something like we're doing today is going to affect the messengers who are given the message to send to us when it goes back up the chain and they have a "who did this to me" conversation. So I know these demands aren't necessarily coming directly from the representatives who work for NVIDIA and talk to us. We think it's coming from above them. And to try and prove this theory, I went and I spoke to a ton of other media you all likely know from all around the world. And I learned that in all of these regions, there is a consistent theme of this background pressure of covering certain things in a certain way in reviews. And that is a global thing for NVIDIA, which we think means it really narrows it down to the top of the top, because this is not some like rogue American PR thing. This seems to be a company culture thing. And when this is seen at the top, I want to make sure that the executives don't have the ability to just blame the people below them. That's why I emailed one of them. Matt Webb, the head of GeForce Marketing, immediately tried to put his employee in front of him as a shield when I sent an email saying we need to speak on record. We told our contact to please stay out of it and pushed Weblin for answers on a recorded call because he's an actual executive who has control over some of this stuff. And we wanted to speak to someone who has the full and accurate picture of what happened internally to go over how they're doing this again. It's just like when we spoke to Asus at Computex last year. The first thing they do is put someone in marketing in front of us. Nice guy, not the right guy. And we kept pushing until we could get the director of something to try and get answers. That would be what we were doing here. But Weblin stopped responding for a week after I told PR to stay out of it. So we replied to acknowledge that his response was loud and clear and that we'd communicate his thoughts to his customers. We also anticipated vindictive sampling actions, so we've preempted that. Let's take a walk down memory lane. In 2018, HardOCP broke a story about the NVIDIA...
Wait, guys, you know what? I thought of a funny idea. Let me pull it up, actually. Give me a sec. I was looking through my email, I mentioned it earlier, and I found this, thing in my spam. I'll show it to you guys. Obviously, you can tell this is fake. No name or anything on this invoice. this very suspicious phone number over here. Random ass bill date. I saw this. I just noticed this. You know what would be funny? If we did like a react segment where I prank call one of them and force the guy on the other side, if I use an IP phone, to listen to the thing we're reacting to as well. Wouldn't that be funny? I mean, this is an email you can find literally like on my YouTube channel and on my Twitch page. Like anyone can find that. But like, wouldn't that be funny? We just drag them in. And then like you guys can just tell me what to tell them. Wouldn't that be funny? As a joke, we can tell it like this guy tried to these guys tried to scam me. And like I just set up a VoIP. I'll probably get like some random VoIP service to give me a fake number we can call. Yeah. Yeah, we could probably do that for the lols one day. Wouldn't that be funny? We pipe in the audio that would go to the stream. Cause like this shit, like they try to scam me. Like it obviously auto gets put in the spam folder. But like it'd be funny. No, instead of like actually doing the other things to them. Wait, it'll be funnier. You prank call one scammer, you prank call another scammer, and you connect their lines together so they talk to each other and you just sit there with popcorn and waiting to see what happens. You just sit there. You grab the popcorn and wait to see what happens. You get one scammer to talk to the other scammer. Wouldn't that be funny? But like, yeah, like obviously this is fake. Pretty sure Norton 360 does not cost $260. I mean $251. Nor have I ever gotten this disc clean for $120. Two of them for $240. I swear, like, with this kind of pricing, it'd be cheaper to buy a new drive. The fuck is this pricing? You just buy a new drive at that point. Like, honestly, what, you could buy a 4TB SSD with a DRAM cache for less than this. Like, a 4TB SSD with a DRAM cache on, like, with PCIe Gen 5 is gonna cost less than this. Kensington Crematorium, how can I help you? No, when I get the one where, like, they annoy me where it's, like, air duct cleaning service, I always just go with, yeah, I actually would like to request your service. I think you need the service, because you're going crazy. And then I hang up on them. I'd be like, yes, I'd like to order your service for you, because you need it. And then I hang up. It's not a PDF file, it's a JPEG. They sent a JPEG. I wouldn't touch a PDF file, but this is a JPEG. So it's safer to contain it like that. It's a fucking JPEG, and that's all that was in here. Nothing else. This is the guy's email address. I mean, you can obviously tell this email address is bullshit. You can obviously tell. So hey, anyways, if you guys are signing up for something and want to do something for the lols, here's what you could do. You could dump this email address that you see right here in various different places that are asking for an email address so he gets all the spam instead. Probably a good idea too, so the scammer gets their shit buried instead of scamming someone else. Oh wait, that was like an old page there, but yeah. Meister.
NVIDIA GeForce Partner Program, which was described as follows, quote, The crux of the issue with the NVIDIA GPP comes down to a single requirement in order to be part of GPP. In order to have access to the GPP program, its partners must have its gaming brand aligned exclusively with GeForce. That was a quote. "I've read documents," said Bennett, "with this requirement spelled out on it." What would it mean to have your gaming brand aligned exclusively with GeForce? Honks for the GeForce partner program here in Taipei. Quote, "The example that will likely resonate best with hard OCP readers is the Asus Republic of Gamers brand. I have no knowledge if Asus is a GPP partner. I'm simply using the ROG brand hypothetically. If Asus is an NVIDIA GPP partner and it wants to continue to use NVIDIA GPUs in its ROG branded video cards, computers, and laptops, it can no longer sell any other company's GPUs in ROG products. So if Asus wants to keep building NVIDIA-based ROG video cards, it can no longer sell AMD-based ROG video cards and be a GPP partner." End quote on that one, as an example of what we think is vindictiveness. In 2020, NVIDIA tried to restrict Hardware Unboxed's access to GPUs because they weren't front-loading and heavily emphasizing ray tracing testing, which Hardware Unboxed maintained was because the technology simply wasn't ready yet. That was their opinion. We'd agree with it as well, especially in that era. But NVIDIA didn't care. And for the internet out there, look, we get it. We get that NVIDIA makes more money with AI than it does for gaming, and that by simply selling a gaming GPU, it's giving away money. But if it wants to abandon gaming, it should just do it. It's okay, NVIDIA. It really is. If you want to just leave gaming and make all the money from data center and enterprise, you can do that. Just don't fuck it up for the rest of us on your way out the door by trying to manipulate how the coverage is handled. And it almost reminds me of the SGI situation, which is out of business now. And SGI only sold GPUs for the most part to enterprise, data center, and B2B. They didn't think that consumers could really afford GPUs or would have a use for them. Jensen Huang founded NVIDIA with some others and pursued consumer graphics and built the company that it is today. If Jensen wants to repeat that history and go only B2B, that is totally fine. And it might not even repeat this time. It might be that B2B is big enough now that he can maintain a B2B only company and not do gaming. So it's not the our gamers still being sold too thin that's the problem for us. It's the manipulation that's the problem of it. It's the threat that's handing over people like us when it has these conversations. If NVIDIA wants to cut off its nose to spite its face, they can do that by disallowing further well-received, highly reviewed, neutral to positive technical interviews with their engineers. But if NVIDIA instead...
You can break the system of a scam with a very bad, very badly in case you execute a random code natively. Yep. Fair enough.
Is going to threaten us on the fulcrum of a particular type of coverage, then we believe that starts to become a form of extortion. And we think that NVIDIA made a calculated play here, where NVIDIA realized if it takes away access to cards, it doesn't do a whole lot. Taking away access to money doesn't do anything because they don't give us money. But what if it takes away access to the things that generate money through separate channels, like just through YouTube AdSense? Maybe that'll work. That's how I felt receiving these messages. And just to be clear for our audience, again, referring to the coupon code 10% off on store.gamersnexus.net, I don't give a fuck what NVIDIA does for any of that, because we're going to continue on just the same. I would love to bring you all engineering content and interviews and let them tell their story in a way that's educational and actually useful for people. If NVIDIA doesn't want to be a part of that, that's fine. They can fuck off and do whatever they want, and we'll keep doing our thing. Ultimately, that's why we have audience support from you all, so we can do stuff like this. So anyway, at some point, enough is enough. And that's true for consumers too. And to keep that thought in mind of enough is enough, I'll leave you with a message from the late Gordon Ma-Un, my friend and mentor, who once said this at this very location in Taipei.
Internet, you will disagree, you will piss and moan in the comments all day, you will cry about it, scream about it, go on Twitter and Reddit, and no, and then you go to buy your NVIDIA card. And the internet, because I know
got your new
you
TV?
right
Oh,
now,
nice.
it's like, yeah, this is...
Yeah, your 2070 can't handle it. Yeah, fair enough. Just so you know, even AMD's 7900 XT can't fully handle it either. AMD's last gen second fastest card, right? Because the XTX is the fastest. In certain areas, it can't even hit 100 FPS from when I tested on the cloud server. So, like, yeah. Though it could have also been the cloud server not having the fastest CPU there, but Hey, you know what? It is what it is. You can at least use DLSS and crap on that because it's an NVIDIA card.
It's like, I only care about value. You know, F you, NVIDIA. You know, what's up with the prices?
Hey, Gordon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're in a restaurant.
But like the other thing too is ToF is an NVIDIA game. Like the reality is, right? They're like optimizing for fucking NVIDIA shit. They're not doing AMD shit. A lot of the AMD features are not supported. Though weirdly enough, lower graphics settings doesn't seem to fix the stutters. It is what it is. Part of it is the spaghetti code, but part of it also is the game is not optimized for AMD at all. Let's be real, right? They're targeting NVIDIA shit, not AMD. Okay, we can at least mark this thing off. Do we really care to see whatever Kectone is playing? I'm pretty sure we saw this one. We can get rid of that one off the list. We saw this one. We saw this one. Oh, we did see that one. We did see that one. I think we saw that one. Oh, we saw that one. We saw that one. What is this one? A VTuber news channel got exposed. Oh boy. I don't know. Did we see this one? Oh, we did see that one. This thing didn't even load it in. What is this?
Barely 3 months after launch.
It's fine. We already saw stuff about Tribe 9 end of service. We don't need to see another one on that. We did see these. I believe we saw that one. The hard drive one there, that's like another long one you said, right? I think we saw this one. Yeah, the NVIDIA stuff, their driver situation has been, something. It has definitely been something. Right, their driver situation has been, something. I think we saw that one. I think we saw, like, a lot of these older ones anyways. Okay, we don't scroll back up further. I'm pretty sure we saw all those ones. So let's go back down the list. No, I went to red here because somebody changed my color palette. That's why. I'm running an AMD CPU and that's it. Their CPUs are good, their GPUs, they exist. They exist. They're not awful, but they're not great either. They're just doing whatever NVIDIA's doing with pricing for less. At that point, just buy the NVIDIA card when they're priced the same. Let's just go back to... Here, we'll just get rid of this one first.
Anybody else calls me a fake gotcha gamer, I guess I should just tell you guys what I've been doing. On stream, off stream.
Okay.
For what gotcha games is Kectone playing in 2025? The video title will probably be called that. I'll make this a video for YouTube. But yeah, I mean, what's crazy is that a lot of my streams, a lot of my content lately has just been me reacting to, you know, news videos, drama slop and gotcha community, cat videos, that's been fun, and anime reacts. It's been a great time, but no, I still play gotcha games every single fucking day. To be honest, now more than ever I'm playing gotcha games, but I don't know what it is. I just don't really play them on stream too much. I mean, I think they're fun. I think they're great, but yeah, there's just like sometimes where games I'm enjoying so much I don't want to play them online. And just to give you an example, my favorite game that I've been playing is Wizardry. Now, Wizardry is being played on just my Steam client. This is just stream hours for 20 hours. And then on my phone, I have about 250, 300 hours in Wizardry over the past like 3-4 weeks. I saw a lot of YouTube comments, which I'd love to show you guys this. Wizardry, this game changed my life forever. People say, can't wait for him to farm and forget about this game like every other game that he plays. And it's crazy because, like, guys, I'll be real. Nobody's farming Wizardry. It's a fucking dead category, right? It's a dead category. Playing the game on stream, you lose half your viewers. Making a video on it, you get no fucking views. I'm legit just playing it because I like it. And I play every single fucking day. And the game is actually so good that I just play it on my phone. That's right. I actually have it.
His keyboard looks nice, yeah, I guess.
I actually have it downloaded on my phone.
The thing about keyboards, man, I wish they would put the number pad on the left side. The number pad being on the right side makes it so useless, man. Put it on the left side of the keyboard. I wish they would just put the number pad on the left side, not the right side. That's me personally. I don't know if you guys agree. Would you prefer the number pad on the left side or the right side of the keyboard?
And yet I play this shit non-fucking stop. For anybody who does play Wizardry, I'm on a BIS 3.
No, I'm not left-handed.
My team is Arborius.
I am not left-handed, but I don't like how it's on the left side or the right side of the keyboard.
And Laudavale, and I love it.
Why would I take my right hand off the mouse?
Currently the best gacha game.
To hit a number pad.
For me, it is my favorite gacha game I've ever played. It's amazing. I think about it nonstop. I reference it nonstop. I've now been playing it for about 4-ish weeks.
Okay.
I thought I only played for 3 weeks. It's been about 4-ish weeks. And it's just really fucking good.
So here's the thing, right? What if you could have a number pad on where your hand is, and you never use it? Yeah. Well, this is me, right? Is it MS913? No, it's M913. This is my mouse, okay? This is the mouse I use. This is the side of the mouse. Alright, this is the side of my mouse. I have an actual keypad here. I've been using this mouse for several years. Some of the buttons are worn out. I need to buy a new one. I believe the button over here is worn out. It doesn't work anymore. This button over here doesn't work all the time. It only works half the time now. Like, some of these buttons are worn out from, like, use. Because I've been using the same mouse for, like, the past 6-7 years. It is a wireless mouse. And it has a keypad on the side. 16 programmable buttons. In total, there's, there's still 3 more, so it's 19 buttons on this mouse. It's a 19-button mouse. 16 of them are reprogrammable. Very nice and convenient to have all of these macros on the side. Take the mouse from work now. The mouse from work is garbage, man. No, it's more like I bring my own mouse to work. I actually did that I did that actually back when I was in high school. I would bring my own mouse to school because I really did not want to use the school computer mice. I would bring my own. I was that kind of person. I would bring my own mouse. Just so I could get a better mousing experience. But yeah. Like, here's the thing, right? Why would you want to take your hand off of this to touch the thing here when your left hand is free? Put it on the left side. Like really. I'd rather the number pad be on the left side because at least then my left hand is free. Sometimes you accidentally misclick your 2 macro buttons and imagine 9. Yeah. This is 12. What do you mean 9? This is 12. There's 12 buttons here. You get used to it. It's a bit of a learning curve, but once you get used to it, it's hard to go back. There's 12 here. And like, you actually end up using joints on your thumb that you probably would never think to use, just to get faster at pressing these macro buttons. Like, you will hit things, with like different pieces of your fucking thumb, because it's more efficient once you get used to these things to press buttons. Like, if I want to reach a button on like a back row here, I don't move my thumb back and hit the button. No, I actually just I just hit it with with a different part of my thumb. Instead, I only I keep my thumb here on the 1, 2, 3, and like in between this set and this set. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I will push with my thumb down. But the back 2 rows, I would actually use the back of my thumb, or a different piece of my thumb to hit it, instead of just pushing it down on it directly. Because it's faster. Eventually you get used to it. But it's a bit of a learning curve. It does help though that you can like, there's like little like, the numbers and stuff here are embossed. So you can like feel your way through on which button you're pressing. And then after a while you just get good at it. Very handy. Though, like, I've been using these type of mice for a long ass time, because once upon a time I did say I also used to play World of Warcraft, and when I used to play that game, it was one of the reasons why I got a mouse like this, because it was just super convenient to be able to have macros to push and use all my abilities, especially if you played a support class like a healer or something, and you had like a million fucking buttons to do all sorts of things, and you could just bind them to the macros. These things are just great, but like, you can use it for other things too. Yeah, but that takes too long. It's inconvenient. It's inconvenient and not as ergonomic to move my left arm over, when I could just keep it on the left side. I have to do an extra movement. Shit's why people don't use number pad and stuff in games. It would give me a lot more buttons to press on a keyboard and mouse when in-game if the number pad was on the left side. It would be significantly more efficient to have it there. They should put it on the other side.
And what's really nice is that I don't even feel the need to pull. I haven't even done.
I mean, if it works, it works, right? If your mouse works.
2 weeks, and I can't tell you another gacha game where I actually feel that way. And now I'm sitting at 12,000 gems in my inventory because the company fucks up so much and they do so many bug fixes that I'm just getting infinite money for free. It's an old school nostalgic RPG, but it's hard and it's challenging and I like it. And it makes me feel good. And the story is amazing. I think Abyss 2 Part 2 is probably the weakest part of the game. But if you do it, it's only about 6 hours of the 300 hours I've played it. I only didn't enjoy it for 6 hours. So I'm very happy with that ratio. From every other time, it's great. Your choices matter, the story matters, and things that you do matter. And it feels great. And it's, once again, hard. So I think it's great. Another gacha game that I've been playing in 2025, and you guys might know this jingle, and I don't really talk about this much on stream, is this. Let's see if the opening jingle reminds me of this. Pokemon Go. I've been playing a shit ton of Pokemon Go. I'm level 30 in Pokemon Go, and it's been great. Whenever I meet up with my dad, I play that shit. Whenever I go for walks, I play that shit. Whenever I go to the gym, I play that shit. And whenever I'm on the go, I'll give one of my many girlfriends my phone, and they'll play for me in the passenger seat. Oh, look, a fucking Mudkip. Oh, look, a fucking Torchic. And I'll be real, Pokemon Go in 2025, it's not necessarily good. You know, I mean, the game is brainless slop, but it gets me out of the house. It gets me something to talk about. It encourages me to be more active.
I mean, he can play Pokemon Go and then use his Pokemon in Masters
of how anybody
when
feels
that
about
comes out later.
Niantic, and don't get me wrong, I think they're a shit fucking company. I think it's a great game for getting out and making you feel better. Now, another game, and I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to show it straight up. Another game that I am playing in 2025, here we go. Everybody's going to say, oh, Megalol, yeah, sure, you play it. It's fucking Limbus Company. And right here, I want you to read this. It said the last time I played this was April 8th. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why the last time I played this in April 8th was? Because just like Wizardry, just like Pokemon Go, Limbus Company is another one of those games where you play it, you get what you want out of it, and then you can stop playing. It doesn't matter. I have zero desire to do the end game mode whatsoever. I don't care. I beat Kanto 1, beat Kanto 2, beat Kanto 3, and I just beat 448 on Kanto 4. And I've taken a pretty lengthy pause. I have. But when I'm just playing a game for enjoyment, I don't rush it. Even with Orb, Rotations of the Earth, one of my favorite animes I've ever watched, I've stalled watching the last 2 episodes for like 3 weeks because I don't feel the need, when it is a story-based game, to crush all of it in one go. I know the memes, I get the jokes, I can interact with the community, and I get the enjoyment when I want, and when I want to play it again, I'll play it. If anybody wants to know where I'm at in Orb, the part where the church is on fire and that guy has his realization with the glove, that's where I'm at. And it's an amazing scene, and it's so fucking good. Like, oh man, it's so spoil. You have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I kept that very vague. Spoilers, there's literally no, the guy with the glove has a realization. Oh man, you spoiled it. Nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Nobody knows. Who is Glove? Michael Jackson? Now I know a guy has a glove. Yeah, no, 100%. But it's great, and I get told that I'm a tourist, and sure. I mean, I don't really care about that. For Limbus Company, absolutely I'm a tourist, but that's because I think it's a game that's meant to be toured. I don't think it's meant to be a game to play every day. I don't. I mean, now I know that Don Quixote is fuckable as shit, and she's so cute, you know?
Okay.
You know, then you have Heathcliff, who's an absolute psycho cunt, kills everybody, blatant disregard for anybody else.
Sure,
unless
DJ
the story
Simpson.
clip was crazy.
The guy with the
Heathcliff,
glove.
That made me fucking very excited. Yeah, I know that Dante is a prick, and I'd beat the shit out of him. I met him in real life. It's just cool. Like, just playing that game a little bit gives you so much out of it. And that's why it's really nice. And another game that I've been playing in 2025.
Now, the guy with the glove is your mom cleaning up a mess.
I play it every update. I beat the story, I do what I want, and then I stop playing. I pick it up, I do the story, I see how it goes. I think the Hoyoverse kind of made me stop enjoying the story as much, because when I get into these stories, I automatically assume that the story quest is going to take me 8 hours, and I don't want to do it. But then I realize that Kuro games aren't fucking retarded, and the story quests are like 2 hours, which is like completely fucking reasonable. Right? I want to remind you guys that for Honkai Star Rail version 3.2, for just that main story quest, you could either do that or watch the entirety of Freerun. That's a real statistic, by the way. You can watch all of Freerun. You can watch all of Freerun in just the Honkai Star Rail 3.2 story quest. Yes. Yep. That's what's fucking insane. Your reward, 10 Primo Gems. Wow. Very cool. I love all these people who say, whoa.
Oh yeah, wait, no. I remember I made the joke. When I did the Sumeru quest line, the Sumeru Archon quest on stream like 3 years ago, you could watch the entirety of Haruhi Suzumiya's Endless 8 arc twice. The entirety of Endless 8 twice. And you would still have more time left over before you finish that awful Archon quest. God, Sumeru was
It was
awful.
pretty slow for like 5 hours, dude. But that cutscene with the cat girl made it all.
It was the same fucking episode repeated in a loop 8 times. 8 episodes long. 8 21-minute episodes long. You could watch it twice. All 8 of them. It was called Endless 8. For a reason. And that would still be more enjoyable than whatever the fuck Sumeru's Archon quest was, man. And that was already torture to watch the same thing 8 times over. The studio who made that thing, they were definitely trolling people to see what they could get away with when they made that.
All worth it. I'm sorry. I am a productive member of society. I have people who I want to spend time with. I'm good. And by the way, me watching Freerun took me 3 weeks to get through, and I don't really feel like spending 3 weeks to suffer through fucking mid. And I mean that genuinely. Fucking mid. I am okay. I don't give a fuck. To quote a great man, I don't care whatever type of Stockholm Syndrome relationship you have with Honkai Star Rail. It's just like, it's just mid, guys. 1.0 Bellabog was great, but it's just like, come on. You know, it's just fucking mid at this point. And Xiao Ji, if you're watching this, I hope I hurt your feelings. You suck ass. Please, for the love of God, Hoyoverse, fire this man and get somebody who understands short, concise, and cohesive storytelling. Because Xiao Ji just isn't it. And to all you Honkai Impact 3rd enjoyers who baited me into thinking he could actually tell a story out of a fucking paper bag, fuck you. Oofy, fuck you. You lied to me, you tricked me, you hurt me, he sucks ass. And on that note, Honkai Impact 3rd, you suck ass too. I don't care. But those are all of the gacha games that I'm currently playing in 2025, and I love them all very much. For full disclosure, my favorite game is Wizardry. It is. My second favorite is, of course, Wuthering Waves. My third favorite is Limbasu Company. My fourth favorite is Pokemon Go, in that order. And those are for me. I don't think that list, unless you think you're very similar to me, will be accurate to you at all. But for me, what am I? I'm an old school RPG. I'm 31 years old, guys. I like the nostalgic feeling. I like that old gritty dungeon feeling. Obviously, I'm going to like Wizardry. Obviously. I hate Hoyoverse, so obviously I'm going to like Wuthering Waves. I like Getting Out, so obviously I'll like
It's the fucking clone of the fucking Hoyo shit. He hates one, but he'll prop up the clone. Sure. Sure, bro.
I like strategy games. I like good dark stories. Obviously, I like Limbus Company. I can't tell you what you'll like, but I can only tell you what I'll like, and that's what I like. And I hope that makes sense. They're great games, and I recommend them to everybody, but don't spend any money until you
Yep,
think that
hypocrite, same shit.
Too, if you can afford it. Hope this helps.
Okay. We'll go look. We'll go confirm that one. Sure. Let's go look at the skin market then.
Hey, so how's the war going for you?
Oh wait, 1 sec. Here's what I'm gonna do. I might as well show what I'm also doing in the background. So here we go. Me soloing the Mecha Boss. The
Yes.
iBoss.
I can't wait to go back home and see my mom.
Okay.
We all love attractive characters, right? We're all playing
just like the
Eastern
hentai
games
game
right
thing,
now for
yep.
that very reason, right?
I mean, if
Good.
you really like the hentai stuff,
What
just
better
go
way
straight
to
to
get
the
someone to
source.
remain invested
Why
in the
waste your
character
time
they
with
enjoy playing
foreplay
than to let
when
them
you can
double
have
down
the
on their
actual
investment
thing?
with a skin to show their dedication to parasocial dependency? Yet despite this, the modern gacha space seems to have almost completely neglected the skin market in favor of focusing on pressuring people into pulling the latest character or refreshing their regularly expiring subscriptions and battle passes. So today, that's the next topic I want to talk about. Skins. So let's get to it. Why do we need a chapter for this? Are we serious? You like this character? You want a new outfit for your character to wear? That'll be $20. Great, you now know what a skin is. Paid content add-ons and DLC, specifically in the multiplayer gaming space,
or whatever other source
presented
you
a
want.
point of contention for whether or not it should be even done in the first place. Paid weapons and gear have always presented a conflict of interest where the developers would be financially motivated to tune the content to be better over the stuff available within the base game. Maps locked behind DLC just outright split gaming communities up, as players who don't own the DLC are obviously not allowed to play on them, leaving the DLC owners to themselves and vice versa. With time, games like League of Legends or the original Overwatch found that the best approach was to sell skins for characters to build the financial stability these games needed to sustain themselves. Being purely cosmetic, it often omits giving players an advantage over others, and the skins themselves do not act as a permission slip to play on newly made maps. It's also beneficial on the developer side, as it's quite common for a game's art team to be one of the first within a company to finish their work on new content, leaving the remainder of the workload to stuff like coding and quality assurance. They can't exactly just be moved around to other aspects of a game's development. They weren't trained for those areas. So it's best for them to just keep making stuff and offer it as a bonus or a tantalizing value proposition to players. Before I can answer that question, I need to establish my golden rule for designing skins in a gacha game, or at least what I'm looking for. Does the skin radically change the visuals of the character? What do I mean by that? I'm specifically referring to a character's overall design theme or silhouette being different enough from what the original design actually is. Beyond that, the other question that I feel needed to ask is how many skins are being made in the first place? Pretty self-explanatory. If a gacha game has a high skin output, it could help to balance out revenue earned throughout the game's life cycle, as people may or may not continue to spend in gacha pulls, which could theoretically mean that the company does not have to fixate so much on creating power creep to get people to spend money later in a game's life cycle. This is where I will lose quite a few of you on my opinions here. However, I don't believe any of the big four are fully realizing the potential when creating a skin for a character that can be anything a player might want it to be. Starting with Genshin Impact and setting aside their questionable priorities of which characters get a skin and which do not, seriously, you're telling me not a single one of the Archons have a skin yet? Anyways,
you fell asleep
every
with YouTube
single
going,
skin
you woke
in
up,
Genshin
yep.
Impact is designed as if their only priority for it was to be lore friendly rather than actually interesting to put on a character. As the game that has been out the longest with the largest pool of characters, I am disappointed with the fact that less than a fifth of the roster does not even have a single skin.
For destroying
the
it.
4 free skins added in response to the censorship crackdown do not count in my opinion, and if they did, it would only further prove my point of how safe they play it with the outfits. As for the skins themselves, almost all of them maintain the character's silhouette or foundational design elements, which in turn has limited the imagination of what they can do with the characters. It's almost as if the lackluster skins is due to a technical limitation within Genshin Impact's character modeling and rigging that prevents a skin from being made without those broad stroke details tied to the character being maintained. The only character who I'd say has the most significant change in their skin is easily Kurara's, going from her traditional low-cut Inazuma robes to a full-blown musketeer outfit. If it wasn't for the obvious giveaway of her 2 feline tails, I could see this model being of a completely different new character. Moving on to Honkai Star Rail, things are even worse, as despite being several game versions into 3.x, there is only one skin in the game, and it's for the Preservation subclass of March 7th. You know, the character everyone almost immediately dumpstered in favor of a proper sustainer? You can't even use the skin on March's Hunt subclass, which is fine by me because Hunt March 7 looks much better anyway, so let's just move on. Wuthering Waves leaves me with the same feelings as I did with Genshin Impact.
I mean, just linked off everything
has
has skin.
Does barely anything to change up the character's silhouette and is mostly just a palette swap from black to white. The only noteworthy detail is the removal of her hat in favor of this festival mask she wears on her hair. The
Just give them
Genshi
tough
skin,
and
I
then
think,
everyone
fares
has
far
skin.
worse, as it's once again
Because everyone
just
is
another
a skin.
draped cloth heavy dress, but now there is an overuse of the color pink all over the place. There are unique visual effects exclusive to this skin, however, much like with Genshin's Diluc skin. Though, like the Diluc skin, they are not substantial enough in my opinion to warrant the higher price tag. There is a reason why Diluc is the only 5-star skin in Genshin, and that's because they got lazy with the special effects and just decided not to bother anymore with future outfits. Wuwa might do things differently in the future, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. As for the unreleased Changli and Carlotta skins, I'd say Carlotta's will probably be the best out of all the available skins, as it ditches her original silhouette in favor of an actual swimsuit. Changli's is harder to make out given the perspective of the splash art.
Never really thought that much
has
about
effectively
it,
a
to be
black
honest.
recolor outfit for Astra Yao at a higher cost for no discernible reason, and Ellen Jo's, while the most significantly different out of a majority of the Hoyoverse's skins, is just her schoolgirl outfit being sold back to players despite it being an asset model that existed since the 1.0 release of the game. And with quite frankly how poorly Ellen has aged, you guys should have just given this out for free. At this rate, you should be paying people $20 to use Ellen Jo. Nicole's skin definitely has a mix-up in color palette compared to her primarily black default outfit, but still hits the same notes in terms of silhouette. Yeah, so suffice to say, I'm unimpressed with the skins in the Big Four.
Okay.
Well then, what is an example of what I am referring to when I speak of silhouettes and design themes that I personally look for in a gacha game? I'll stop glazing this game when it stops getting
Girls
things
Frontline
right.
2,
Anyways,
sure.
Girls Frontline 2 offers that change in silhouette and design theming I'm looking for when I want skins in a gacha game. If you were to look at the premium skin options, you will immediately notice a substantial difference in the designs of the premium skins over the original design of the character in question. You've got your typical dresses, of course, but it's not treated like the default approach when making something nice for a character. What I'm about to show off is not even half of the available skins yet we already have such diverse outfits ranging from track and field jerseys, snow skiing outfits, boxing outfits, Halloween succubus cosplays, a cheerleader outfit, workout clothes, a ballerina dress, multiple kinds of swimwear, a few Azure Lane style racewear, even this Dynasty period
what?
armor set.
Okay.
Much like with Genshin,
There we
we've
go.
also been given several skins for free before. A few as part of permanent content, the rest as rewards for participation in limited time events. Going further than that, Girls Frontline 2 has recently added skins that have customizable parts to them, and have publicly stated that they plan to retroactively add changeable parts to some older skins as well. As for skin pricing, all 4-star skins are priced around $12 to $13 depending on the skin, and $20 for the 5-star premium skins. Girls Frontline 2 also allows you to buy the skins with a direct purchase rather than using the premium currency, allowing players to spend the minimum amount required to get the skins without having to overspend and be left with extra that can't be used on anything without buying another bundle. Genshin Impact in particular is very guilty of this. The $20 premium skins include extra perks to them, including special effects added to the unit's skills in combat, new ultimate animations, and an additional interactable scene to swap to in the game's dorm room feature.
What is moogold? It's just a top-up site
Call this
for people that play these things.
But if you're also currently
Don't
playing
worry
any
about
kind
it.
of gacha game, then this is just the pot calling the kettle black. Besides,
I
they're
have
not all
like
that. Kyungju just straight up throws down with you.
a thing with it where I do get a commission if you guys use it. Okay. Why is he playing the freaking thing there? I don't know.
Whatever you like, as long as it's within the weapon class, and you have at least earned the weapon once through the gacha system or other means. Ranging from the paid options that complement certain character skins, to several free options including variations of certain gun models, or just straight up joke weapons, like this stick, or a banana. With a greater focus on a skin market to help diversify the game's income, rather than putting it all in on spending on gacha pulls for characters, Girls Frontline 2's game balance and character viability is in a much healthier state right now. There is power creep, no doubt about that. Just look at Suomi or Kluke. However, the game's difficulty has not ramped up to compensate for the existence of these characters. Though an argument can be made that the game has been too easy for a while now, but that's a topic for another day. I'm hoping that as we start seeing more gacha games releasing soon, that we can see a greater focus be put on monetization through skins and cosmetics, over pressuring people into pulling for the next character. And with that, I have said all I really wanted to about the state of skins in modern gacha games. If you disagreed with me on my opinions of the execution of skins in these games, that is completely fine. We all have our different tastes for what we want out of cosmetics. Though I would still like to stress the importance of diversifying income in these games. I'm not suggesting we would have never had power creep if Hoyoverse had chose to focus on skins, but maybe it would have alleviated the pressure of meeting certain profit thresholds for the company that we're starting to see lately. We likely won't ever see a shift in priorities with the big four on this matter, so I'd suggest just to look towards what the next generation of gacha games will do for
the shape
content.
is something.
But until then, this has been a short video, and I'm clocking out.
Okay, we still have to kill the eye though. Okay. Sure, let's go listen to the Assassin's Creed one. Well, I go kill the eye still. I'm still killing the eye.
Assassin's Creed Shadows. A game that was controversial from the start of development to post-release. Japan! A highly anticipated setting of the Assassin's Creed series by many. Ubisoft. A company whose creative director had once said in 2014 that making a game in feudal Japan would be, and I quote, boring. Because
oh boy.
Assassin's Creed is one of those games that can take lesser-known time periods or corners of the world and make them cool, fun, new, refreshing. Here are some of the latest examples of the totally minor and lesser-known time periods and corners of the world.
Yep.
Thank you so much for making them cool and relevant, Ubisoft. What will we do without you? I watched his review, and his review is titled, I don't recommend Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yep.
But today we will find out for ourselves. What the hell is this? Why does it have a store? It's a hub so you can buy all the stupid games on the stupid screen? Ah!
Oh boy.
No. What is this? No! Get me out of here! This is my first Assassin's Creed game, so I can't compare it to any previous games in the franchise, nor am I familiar with the lore. So, if I point out any things that they always do in Assassin's Creed games, well, here's my disclaimer. All I know about Assassin's Creed is that there's some Italian guy in a hood who walks in crowds and looks super cool. Also, I was aware that you become a Viking and also a pirate. That's about it.
Yep.
When I entered Assassin's Creed Shadows, after the intro, I was promptly greeted with the microtransaction store on the top left. And also an option to scroll down and buy previous games of the series with a click of a button. In a game I already paid $69.99 for! Why is there a microtransaction store and a game store baked into my mainly single-player game? I quite literally just got into the game.
It's a monetization.
Clicked into the microtransaction store
menu
very
first.
easily, without even experiencing 1 second of gameplay yet. It was absolutely shocking.
Years ago, my journey started at sea, as it must for all who journey to these lands.
Well, this one guy at Ubisoft said feudal Japan was a boring setting. Let's say this was the general opinion of Ubisoft. They could have chosen any other time period in Japan to make super cool, fun, new, and refreshing.
But they chose feudal Japan.
Samurai, devoid of ninjas. However, here we are. We ended up in Sengoku period feudal Japan with samurai, ninja, Oda Nobunaga, Yasuke, Naoe.
Yep.
Oh my.
Father Valignano, I will grant you what you came for. Your priests are free to move in these lands.
Thank you, Lord Nobunaga. You will not.
But your servant, Diogo, stays. He may yet prove useful to me.
That was
Okay.
so dumb. Okay, I know that this is fiction or whatever, but that was like way too good to be true. That was so dumb. It was like, yes, you, I like you.
Well, I didn't know who this one is until this. Someone was like sharing this thing
Yeah, I know
around.
that in real history, that Yasuke was kept as a retainer of Nobunaga, but it was just so like, it was in 3 minutes. This man, it was just like Riz. I don't know. It's debated amongst historians whether Yasuke was considered a samurai in the strict sense.
No,
of
it
the
was
word.
not.
Ubisoft decided to make him a samurai. Yes, as I mentioned, this game wasn't shy of controversy. Ubisoft made huge, mega PR mistakes with this game. Now, unless otherwise stated, historically inspired games are allowed not to be 100% historically accurate because it's a fictional video game. Too bad the game director Charles Benoit said, Assassin's Creed is well known for its depiction of the history and accurate recreation of the world, and it's what players can expect with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Then Ubisoft proceeded to create a historically inaccurate recreation. Not only that, Ubisoft's Twitter released an official contradictory statement once people were mad with those inaccuracies, stating, our intention has never been to present any of our Assassin's Creed games, including Assassin's Creed Shadows, as factual representations of history or historical characters. Perhaps the game director, Mr. Charles Benoit, misspoke because, of course, things like that happen.
We need a plan. Stuart, what do we do?
Juet translates to
Now.
father.
Run to the Kufu, the mountain. With this blade.
Kufu is tomb.
Inside the coffin is a box.
Kufu means tomb.
You said you
Chichue means father.
Now's the time.
My father said you were once a great fighter.
That is long behind me. These days,
Okay.
I am only good with a hocho to chop vegetables.
Okay. Like, I think they're using too much Japanese in the English version. It's like
Yep.
very cheesy. Yeah.
Very cheesy,
Like, it's
yep.
super cheesy. Hocho means knife. They didn't even translate it.
They just
And,
say
like, if they
knife,
use it,
yeah.
maybe they should translate it, right? Yeah.
Like,
I looked
what?
up the voice actress for this lady, but she's like Japanese. Oh, the lip sync is only for the EN audio. Ubisoft cheaped out on that. They should have done the lip sync for the JP audio too, at least. Since the game takes place in Japan. That's really disappointing, actually. The English dub is probably funnier than the JP. Well, now we know that it's not the English dub. This is the original language that it was written in, I guess.
I'll get the box and everything will be as it
That's
was.
messed up.
Everything will be
I chose English for the dialogue.
You have to get the mech, weapon, the dual blades.
I actually was under the impression that
You
I
need the
chose
dual
Arsenal,
blades to do this.
which meant
It
that we
replaces your
could
gun
speak one word of
with
Japanese
the dual
in their
blades.
sentence, and Ubisoft would pull the whole translator note. Keikaku means plan thing. There were so many other instances of this, and some where they wouldn't even explain the word. I really thought that this was supposed to be immersive mode, but oh, this is the actual English version. You know, on behalf of all Assassin's Creed fans, I'm sorry this is your introduction to the series. I swear, the rest of the games are genuinely good. Thank you.
Okay.
And the leaves will fall.
Why have we stopped?
Oh my god.
Okay, that's just gonna take some time to do week 2 stuff, and then there's this stuff. Rent a bike, throw paper plane.
Okay, well this track is pretty dope though. I like it, actually. The story of this game is cliche, predictable, and really cheesy. A lot of the epic fight scenes
Okay.
uses Kill Bill-esque music that is so strange. Oh, the freaking music again! It doesn't fit the vibes at all, and it's suddenly so modern, which makes it really jarring compared to the time setting. What is this song? What? Avengers.
The Ubisoft Avengers, oh boy.
Oh. Dang, I wish he would have lasted a little longer than that. Yeah. You think it's performance? I think that's pretty cheesy. But they probably did that in the past games too. Yeah. You know, so it's already the best character.
Wait, look at this skill I have. Oh, that's sick. If I hold it, I just keep spinning around.
You see, but he doesn't have like an accent. He just sounds cute.
Fetch me a blade, would you?
Like you just spin
I
around
believe it's
now.
time we freed our guest
He just
from her
sounds cute.
spleen.
He is the best character.
Later.
You wait to do this game when he grows up.
Thank you,
None of the characters are really likable or unlikable for that matter. Maybe there are two likable characters. Some kid who is so good at drawing that he is probably going to invent the medium.
You can support the channel and get deeper into these stuff, but you're not into entering your bank info on the site. Yeah, fair enough.
I can't even remember their names. So, in conclusion,
No, I do not use Western Union, no.
even though Yasuke existed in real life, he really feels like Ubisoft's
I mean, if you wanted to support the thing, you can literally do super chat.
Now I also feels bland.
Or there's like PayPal with the tip thing.
So memorable duo.
Or Twitch
Which is
bits.
the problem because they
Or
are the main
whatever.
characters of this game.
I do not
Noah
use
and
Western
Yasuke have
Union.
this drinking scene together, which is as entertaining as untoasted white bread. And then it fades out into the morning where Noah ends up on the roof and Yasuke ends up in a cart. What is this writing? They didn't do anything of significance at all.
You have a hot take? AAA games should go back to 60 price tag?
Wow, so crazy.
Fair enough. Yep.
Next rank in
Oh damn, is this thing like... I just realized this thing has been broken.
Oh my god, that's
The
so
overlay
stupid.
thing here has been broken with the data.
Are you serious? That's dumb.
It hasn't been tracking shit properly for a while.
Wait.
I have to fix my overlay
knowledge,
thing.
Knowledge. No knowledge. Dang.
I wonder why my
No
stream
brain
elements thing
cell
is
required.
broken.
Maybe we have to go to temple for that. I've defiled the I've defiled the
I just realized like stream elements has been broken this entire time.
that you couldn't destroy things in the temples, but I guess that didn't count. But seriously, I didn't mean to do that. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! Oh god, oh god, oh god, get me out of here. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Ubisoft's scheme angered a small-town Japanese politician who made a YouTube video, which then resulted in the Assassin's Creed issue to be brought up to the Prime Minister during an assembly of the country's national diet, which then resulted in Ubisoft patching the game. Yeah, there's a lot that happened, and probably lots more. Overall, the vibes were really cheesy, and in a comedic sense, I was entertained with it, even if the story was cliche. Up until the soulless Ubisoft.
Yeah, it's like not picking up my data. What the fuck? Why isn't stream elements thing working?
It's stealth time. I almost opened the store.
I just realized like stream element hasn't been tracking properly.
That's so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. So dumb. For what? For what? This is atrocious. This looks like AI. Oh my god. That looks so bad. Why they look like that though? Why?
I'll need to choose wisely.
Also it. Don't give me your stupid microtransaction money! Throw that in the garbage! I hate you, Ubisoft. I hate you. Why would you give that to me? I do not need your filthy microtransaction money.
Okay.
This is the part that I look back on that really annoyed me the most. More than anything about this game, I have heard that microtransactions are a common Ubisoft practice. I was shocked at how blatant and in your face it was in Assassin's Creed Shadows. I understand that unfortunately microtransactions have become a common practice in many single-player AAA game titles. Thanks, Todd Howard. However, I really think that for a single-player game, it should not be as in your face as a free-to-play mobile game. It should be separate, and it should not have as much content as Assassin's Creed Shadows does. If you showed me the in-game store of Assassin's Creed Shadows and told me it was a free-to-play mobile game, I will believe you. I was even generously handed 300 microtransaction points by generous Mr. Assassin's Creed to spend in the store, randomly via a very obnoxious on-screen pop-up while I was playing the game. Great. Just enough to get the player a grand total of nothing. And it takes them to actually spend more money than the $69.99 plus tax that they already paid Mr. Ubisoft!
Yep.
Where the hell is Yasuke? I'm just asking. Can we not switch to Yasuke? He's on his honeymoon with Nobunaga, kissing Nobunaga, raising his kids with him. I've been waiting for Yasuke since 3 o'clock in the morning. Where is he?
Okay, that was fake. I just did a click a random follower thing. I'm checking the overlay. It's completely broken. And it will just show it on the screen. Interesting. I don't know. That is not a real thing. Let me just put the regular value in there.
We finally played Yasuke like 17 million hours in. Oh my god, he's so strong. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like not picking it up. Weird.
The map pack? What do you mean? See the world with the map pack. Yasuke activity map, hidden chest
Oh
map.
boy.
Now activity map, world activity map. What do you mean I have to pay?
You gotta pay to get
See
everything.
this?
Rip.
That's ridiculous. Yubi wants all my money. So I can only get one hidden chest utility. I could not get this map pack. In order to get the complete pack of utilities, I literally would have to pay money. What the hell? Wait, you know what's even worse about this?
Yeah, they
This
want
is
you
not
to buy the
just
map,
cosmetic,
yeah.
It actually has stats to it as well. So
Oh
you're saying
boy.
Ubisoft is not making me pay for just cosmetics, it's also making me pay for stats. Ubisoft! This really is an insult to any single player game ever made. You pay a price to play a single player game, and all of the content should be included in it already. I bet there are nice people in Mr. Ubisoft who are
Sure.
against these types of practices.
Oh wait, I don't have the perk
Whoever
on though.
greenlit and encourages this,
I'll do it tomorrow.
they do not care about gamers.
We'll
You do
finish
not
this
care
react
about
before we end
single-player
off.
gaming. It is very
I need to figure out why the hell my
At this
stream
point,
elements thing is
I may
broken.
lose any motivation to actually continue this game. The items in it aren't even purely cosmetic. The weapons add actual stats to your character, making a single-player game pay to win. Or
Yep.
rather, pay to be faster. I literally can't believe this. At least I can purchase a beautiful Sakura Flower Crown Yasuka outfit to suit my heard in English I've experienced. Thank you, Mr. Ubisoft. Okay. Oh god, it's so far away, is it? 超遠くない? 遠いんじゃない? Oh yeah, we're kind of far away. That's fine.
Wait. Interesting.
レベル高っなんで? あれ? Oh, I guess we just have to go this way. Do not engage with anything.
Interesting. Okay. I just realized. I actually installed the Stream Elements app on my machine, and it hasn't been tracking data for the past 3 days. It stopped tracking like all the incoming data for like activity feed and shit. It just hasn't been tracking it at all. It's not even tracking chat like messages going in. It's like just not tracking anything at all. Yeah. And like, what's funny is like, oh, let me show you something. Here's what it looks like. Let me add it in. Okay. Let me unlock this thing so I can resize it. Right, so it's this. They show sponsorship offers here, whatever. I can change this. Right, so my title I can change my category. It's not picking up chat, it's not showing me, it's not picking up chat at all. Is that my correct follow count? I think it is. Maybe. It's not picking up my sub count at all. It is showing me my live views. Right, my viewers there, my view count for Twitch. I just logged into it. I just logged in, but it hasn't been tracking anything at all. Like, it hasn't been tracking anything at all. Like, it's not tracking anything. Yeah, if Yasuke was alive today, he wouldn't want to be exploited by Ubisoft. He was exploited enough already. Why would he want Ubisoft to exploit him too? Yeah, it's just straight up, like, not tracking anything. So I have to figure out what the hell that's about. It's, like, not tracking any data. It'll probably track tips, because that goes through their API, but, like, cheers, subscribers, followers, all that stuff is not being tracked. It all got cleared because of the thing.
I don't have any health stuff. Yabai! あれ結構強くない? Yaba!
He'd die of cringe if he was alive. Yeah, he'd die again. He'd immediately die because of
Go
cringe.
across the map just to get clapped. Look how weak I am. Huh? Yeah, okay, we have to go back. Wait, what's Yasuke's level? 8? This is really stupid because I just unlocked Yasuke and I can't do any of Yasuke's quests because they're all too high level. Kujikiri yaru shikanai. Time to buy the pack of activities. Wait! 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 No, guys, no. Wait, no, 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 no! Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. In order for me to do things as Yasuke on the map, you want me to buy your stupid map pack DLC with the real money even though I purchased this game already? There was one point in the game where I finally got to play as Yasuke again, and I was stuck with only high-level quests. The only way to fill my time was to do those silly little knowledge point quests. But other than collecting paper, I quite literally had nothing to do. It's infuriating because instead of doing side quests, I just wanted to proceed the main story. Then, lo and behold, I opened the menu and advertised right in front of my face is the map pack add-on for $10! Yes, you can no longer be bored. No longer do you have nothing to do if you just pay us a mere $10.
$10, yes.
Activity maps, hidden chest maps, Nala activity maps, and world activity maps. I'm poor in levels. I cannot use any of my stat points.
What isn't egregious, man?
Upgrade any of my skills?
What
This is
isn't?
the dumbest thing ever. Yeah, side content when it was optional. Now they're making me do side content. I absolutely hate that. That's just like Veilguard. Maybe we can do this quest as Yasuke. I'm not sure. Okay, time to fast travel Yasuke. I always feel like these guys are gonna attack me. Oh, well.
Yep, the graphics aren't even that great.
well.
Exactly.
See, can
They're
I
not.
attack them or am I gonna be wanted? Oh well, let's just try. Where's my sword? Huh? 私の剣はどこ行った？え？私の剣はどこ行った？ No items of
Wait,
this
let me just check
category
something.
available. What?
Will this trigger the bot to come back? Oh wait, I've been
Where's
using
my
Nightbot.
Yasuke sword?
I have to update the
This is a
Nightbot on
mess.
this because that's not the,
You know
the
what?
correct link anymore.
Bro,
I have to
can we
change
go back
that.
to a save?
それからどうしたの?
What? Guys, where did it go? It seems like people are losing Yasuke's sword in some quest.
I have to like change
It's a
this. But yeah.
So that right after experiencing the pain of wanting to stop playing this game, I experienced a bug which made Yasuke lose his sword. Now, I'm really finished. The positives? I think the game is really pretty. All the environments are beautiful. I like how they had a quest destination tracker, so it can help those who are terrible at directions, like me, find my way. The biggest positive? Ubisoft Brazil made this absolutely amazing Tokusatsu Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer that is absolutely peak! Thank you, Brazil. We love you.
I mean,
can we buy a sword
Assassin's
somewhere?
Creed Shadow is not a high
Pressure to buy
bar.
the sword DLC.
Let's be real, it's not a high bar. It is not a high bar.
No. Wait. No. 武器も買えないよ。お金足りん。They didn't even give me enough free currency to buy a stupid sword that they bugged out of my hands. So I can't even play the freaking game as Yasuke. In conclusion, putting all of the out-of-game controversies aside, and just looking at the game as a game, I can say that it is truly a mid-experience. It definitely wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. I can see it as a turn off your mind and play for hours on end type of game for sure, if you have nothing better to do. However, the formulaic gameplay, bloated side content, overly complex skill tree system, and in-your-face microtransactions makes this game one that I cannot recommend, and one that I have dropped after 16 hours. I hope to go back to the golden days of Assassin's Creed and see what it was like. For now, goodbye tedious paper collecting that I gave up on immediately.
Okay.
Goodbye Naoe, and goodbye Yasuke.
I'll probably have to like manually add in the old data. I'll probably do that at some point because I refreshed the thing. But yeah, I found like a bunch of the old history of every time I've gotten a donation there on stream here. The full list. I just realized this was sent as a message in 2022 September from Gotcha Planet. Do you know I actually hate you, but I hate streamers like Gate even more. What the fuck? This dude was memeing. This dude was memeing. But yeah. I found the old thing here. Yeah, the Kusanagi sent me the 1,000 back in 2023, yeah. That's how it paid for my CPU. Basically, I spent all that money to buy the CPU with the motherboard and the RAM. That's what paid for my 7950 X3D. I used this money to buy that. To upgrade from my old 1700. I'm using like back then when I started, I was using a Ryzen 1700. This is how I was able to pay for it. I bought that with it. The CPU, the motherboard, the RAM, and some storage. Ryzen 1700, yeah. I was using it up until 2023. Right? But then this paid for that big upgrade. It was needed anyways. Things were struggling, man. But yeah, I'm gonna have to manually input all this data back into the stream element widget. Hopefully it'll track things properly again, because like it hasn't been tracking anything at all for the past 2 days. Like at least I can wait. Actually, wait. Let me just check something. Let's see if it'll actually track a redeem I do, a Twitch channel point redeem, just in case. I'm just gonna double check. If I do an action, will it do it now? I just want to see if it'll pick it up. It's still not picking it up. Oh wait, no, it picked it up now. Okay, it's fixed. Okay, Stream Elements thing is fixed now. I have to manually input all the old data though. But I can do that later off stream. Even like my entire list of cheers are here. Next to the date from them. I'll have to manually put them in. But yeah, we can fix those and put them back in. So I'll make sure I get that sorted out. I don't know how far back it'll like let me put the data in, but I'll have to put that in. Just cause like the tracker is like borked. That way we can keep that in there, and then subs I'll have to dig through for the sub history. But I can do that from inside of Twitch itself. At least this one tracks this stuff to make it easier to find. The sub history I can actually just get a CSV file exported. Like, and all this happened because of the freaking mass report thing that like got us hit for a bit. Okay, what did Meister sent me? Oh yeah, his TV setup. Right here, I'll show the picture of it. Right, he got this new big TV here, this 120Hz Sony TV. I'm right here. This picture, this is his laptop over here, another monitor. And yeah. This is what, a tablet with the controller thing on the side, or is that a PS Portal? Is this the PS Portal, or is this just like a tablet with a- wait, no, that's a tablet with a controller. That looks like an- yeah, that looks like an iPad or something, right? With a controller grip on it. And then your Switch is over here. You got various Apple cases, your PS5. Yeah, iPad mini, I see that. iPad mini with the Ikishi Ultra, yeah, I see it. Damn, that mouse, though. That is definitely a mouse. Right, it's like you see all this, like that's your PC here. Nice. It's just funny, it's like you see all this, and then you just see this mouse. You see like the dollar store special. Oh wait, no, it's just your old Logitech mouse, I say. It's fine for your laptop. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's just a travel mouse. You take around, fair enough. I mean, it is like small and easy to put away anyways. You can just slap it in a bag and take it around with you. And then you got your speakers here. Right, these are speakers, I assume, and then you have like an old headset here. It's on your side table, I see. If we're using Bitcoin or Monero, because it could potentially hurt you if list the names. Oh no, it doesn't record. If you do the thing here, this doesn't record the name here. You can put in. The way it works here is you pick how you were gonna do it. So if we go to my Twitch page. Right. You click here. Right. You put in the amount. You can put in a message. You can put in your name if you want. You can leave it blank. And then you just pay through PayPal. You can put in your name if you want. You can leave it blank. It goes through PayPal to process everything. That's all it does. And then it'll track your thing down there. You can put in anything you want here and that, and I don't get to see it. It doesn't tell me shit other than whatever you want to tell me. It'll like put in a message here and it'll pop up as an alert. You can put a username or whatever. And like that's basically how this works. Right? That one doesn't track it. It's like an easier version of me to see than super chats. But people can send things however they want. But yeah, we still have a lot to go through. Right, we still have a lot. Still. But at least we can like, I've just started marking things off then that we've seen. Ah, you're banned from PayPal, then I don't know. It's unfortunate. But like, that's all I have set up. Right. Oh damn, what's this one? Another controversy just happened, and is it the lawsuit thing with the Billy Mitchell guy? Or whatever. But yeah, like there's a bunch of other stuff in here. There's a lot. Oh, rip. Then I don't know, man. But hey, at least it's the thought that counts, right? It's the thought that counts. That's kind of all I can really have set up right now. But yeah. This is just a good place to leave it anyways for the night. We've been live for 8 hours. I guess I'll just quickly, briefly do what I do before I get sleep anyways. Let me just move my account to a safe spot so I don't spawn it and get killed. Yeah, let me just do that real quick. Kylo is safe, right? Yeah, I'll just park myself right there in Or Zero. Because I don't want to spawn dead. Nobody does. I think the iBoss just respawned too. But yeah. Okay. But yeah, I will like manually enter the input data later off stream. Because don't want to keep it naked there. Alright, I'll see you around tomorrow. I guess I'll quickly and briefly do my Infinity Nikki dailies first. I'll do my Nikki dailies real quick. At least these ones don't take long. And like the daily reset literally just happened. Because like I was about to do it anyways before I sleep because that's when I do it. Because for some reason there are things that reset at a weird time. What the hell is... Why isn't the thing opening? God, opening Infinity Nikki sometimes is a pain. For me personally, I don't drink coffee. I'm not exactly a big fan of it. I won't bother to change category. Because we won't be here long anyways. Just clicking through this stuff here. Yeah, no problem. Alright. let's get logged in. Alright, what are my dailies? Oh, there's bug things. What's this one? Upgrade a Eureka. Realm of Eureka. Yep, tastes bitter, yep. Glad you think I'm welcoming. Alright, let's get some bubbles. Because, we'll probably need them eventually. Wait, that's the wrong button. God, the UI here is always just a pain. Keeping track of everything here. Honestly, it makes ToF's UI seem less of a mess. If I'm gonna be honest. The freaking UI in Infinity Nikki is so messy to find certain things. I feel like ToF's UI is easier to deal with. Hi, Stu Kappa. Welcome, welcome. We were just about to end soon. I'm just quickly doing my Nikki dailies. Honestly though, like the freaking layout of the UI for some of the things in Infinity Nikki though, it makes ToF's UI seem more competent and easier to understand. At least to me. Which is saying something, cause the ToF UI is we all know it's a disaster. Alright, we need to find some bugs to catch real quick. Oh, we saw that earlier. We already saw that earlier, actually. Like, 6 hours ago, I think. We did watch it. I forget when we watched it, but we did watch it a while ago. It was actually sent as one of the reactions. Yeah, I gotta watch back in the VOD. It's unfortunately the VOD is like 8 hours long. Hi there, Artistic Delia. The fuck, where are the bugs? I remember where the bugs here are, so I'll just catch them there real quick. Yeah, it's like as long as nobody causes problems, everything is good. Right? Yeah, okay, cool. The follower thing is working properly now. Because my stream elements thing has been a mess with tracking data, and I just figured out how to, like, fix it. Ever since what happened, like, 3 days ago. It's finally fixed again. Okay, that's one. There should be, like, a grasshopper and another bee around here. I just need to catch them to get the daily done. Okay, there's that one. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? We were about to end soon because we've been live for quite some time. I mean, we have my I do have a Twitter and a YouTube and a thing. But like I'm not super active on Twitter. But yeah. Yeah, it's cause like people were being weird and mass reporting certain people the other day. And I got hit with a 1-day suspension and it broke it basically broke stream elements and some other stuff. You can still talk while I'm still here. We'll probably still be here for like another 5-10 minutes. I need to go grab all those things anyways. Right. But yeah, if there's anything you need to ask away. Oh, where's the thing here? Oh. Canada. I won't say where from Canada I'm from, just the fact that I'm from Canada. And I know it's 7 a.m. where I am right now. Time is, something, but we've always been late night streamer. I see. I'll grab the things over. Oh, there's more stuff over there. I kind of wish they didn't do this type of thing though, with like these shards all over the place, because now I have to like find them and grab them every day. But it is what it is. Right, especially because you need to do it to unlock the outfit. Aw, thanks. Glad you like it. This is just one of the variations of my model. I have many variations of it. Because I thought it would be fun to have it like change around from time to time. Yeah, poutine is nice. Right? Just fries, gravy, cheese. It's a mess. Like, the actual word translates to a mess. That's the best description of the food, but it does taste good. Yeah, they're not exactly the brightest with the overlays. But I also don't want it like searing people's eyes either. Some of it is like bits and pieces modified from like a Stream Elements layout I picked up that I've just been using. Yeah. I should probably try to recolor some of it to be a bit more reddish. To go with the rest of my color scheme. I should. I'll probably change that up in a bit later. Normally I have a different color though. Actually, the main color I normally have is blue, with red on it as a secondary color, but like, I do have a redeem where the thing gets switched around. Right, normally. Like, I have a lot of model variations here. It's this. We're primarily blue with the red. And there's like different things that can get bolted on. Right, by redeeming channel points, I'll bolt them on. And then I was also been like messing around with this one where I fused them a bit. I mean, I can do it myself. I made all my stuff. Everything that I have here is like, I do make it myself. Including the model. I did all the work myself. Shit's so expensive these days, I ended up just doing all this stuff myself instead. It is what it is. But yeah. The model is done by myself. The overlay is from various stock video footage I found to get like that background with the laser thing, and then I use Stream Elements to make the rest. What do you mean the animated part? So the model I made it using stuff in Vroid. I did make the textures for the stuff on me myself by grabbing pictures of certain things and then I modified them in. But other than that, no. The rigging for my model is what Vroid does by default. I've been using that because it's a 3D model. But yeah, I basically just learn things as I go through. I'm good, at least for now. I'm not really looking into animations right now at this moment. Oh, there's another player here. Because we have the coconut collection. Oh, did it complete it? Nice. I don't have any more emote slots at the moment, so even if I did, I can't put any more. I'm full of emote slots right now. Wait, what's wrong with Vtuber? They're just another browser. Brave uses Chrome. Is Chromium based, isn't it? Is it not? And doesn't the regular Tor browser base its engine off of Firefox or something? Not the default ones? I've modified some stuff here and there on my own already from, the Stream Elements stuff. Right, can we track more? But yeah, it is annoying trying to find all the shards every day. Yeah, there's like 2 other people just running around there trying to find them too. Oh wait, no, there's a 3rd one! We're all looking for the shards. Yeah, I don't do NSFW stuff either. Shit was funny how, like, I got mass reported because I had a character sleeping in a bed in a game on stream, and that counted as, sexual content. Because the character went in the bed in a game on stream. Weird. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, yeah, doesn't there, don't they even have a remote desktop tool for, Chromium as well? I remember... like, Google has, like, a tool for that stuff as well. It's not in every Brave right now. I mean, for me personally, I don't really update stuff unless I really have to. If it's, like, stable and works nicely as is, I try to avoid updating things if I don't need to. But that's me personally. Okay, it's all the way down here. Where the animal thingy is. We gotta get that thing done. They didn't put any shards there, I guess. No, they're this way. No shards? Interesting. Oh wait, no, now they're here. A browser injection? I mean, like, at the end of the day, right? As long as you're careful and safe with everything, you're usually fine. I try not to, like, you know, click on things that at random, whatever. I look through everything before I click on things. There's all sorts of things out there, nasty stuff out there these days. Alright, what's the other objective here? Brown rarity or higher animal. Okay, we got our brown rarity or higher. There we go. Oh wait, that means we should be able to get another piece. Right, then there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's only 3 pieces left then. And then the rest is makeup and evolution then. That's nice. Yeah, fair enough. Damn, it's not they're not gonna show themselves. Alright then. Yeah, we'll do all the patch stuff eventually on stream. I just don't feel like doing the Nikki stuff there right now. There we go, we got 4 pieces of the miracle outfit now. Okay, I need the sexy bubbles. And then we can get that fully upgraded. Yeah, of course they will know. They will know you're using Tor via Brave and that's it. But yes, they can track a lot of things. As scary as it sounds. I am aware. I am indeed aware that they know exactly what you're doing. And that they can figure that out themselves easily. But yeah, it is what it is though. As usual though, thank you guys again all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time, right? You guys have a good day or night or whatever. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time though. See you guys. See ya.